You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our program, Healing After the Watchtower, with your favorite apostate, babe, Linda James. She's a former Jehovah's Witness from Southern California. So she's got the program tonight. We're going to bring Linda in. Let's add it to the stream. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Going good. It's going good here tonight. So it's full speed ahead. It's a nice, cool night up here in New England. But I'm glad you're on. We had some good programming earlier, and lots of people are still listening in. So that's good. We should have some good participation here for you, Linda. So anything in particular you'll be discussing? Well, how do you feel about what you're going to do tonight?
You know, I was thinking about going with what we've all been talking about, just when subjects come up. That's what I was going to go with.
All right. Well, I'll step out of the scene. I'll let you do your thing, but I'm here if you need me, Linda, okay?
Thank you, Rick. Thank you.
Just I wanted to say hi to Susan, and how's she doing tonight?
She's not doing too good tonight. She's a little under the weather tonight, but she wasn't able to come on, but looking forward to it next week. She's been on to the last couple of weeks, so we'll get it back on next week. So she wasn't doing too good tonight yet. Thank you, though.
Did somebody just ask you about Susan?
Yeah. In fact, Angela was asking me. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear Angela. So whatever you can do to help me hear the people that are calling in or that are on the phone.
You couldn't hear Angela?
No. Hi, everybody.
All right. Okay, Angela. All right. She's not here. Now, that's strange. Well, thank you, Angela, for speaking up, but Pastor Babe can't hear us on the phone. Now, that's strange. Can you hear me, Linda?
Yes, I can hear you through the device that I'm using.
Yeah, no, I just don't know why we couldn't hear Angela calling on the phone. Nothing has changed here.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Angela, you still on there, Angela?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, just count to 6 for me, Angela.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, thank you. You still can't hear Angela, Pastor Babe?
Nope.
That is weird. That is really weird.
Okay. What's strange is that I listened to the sound through these headphones earlier tonight, and they worked. But then when I go into StreamYard, they're not working. And you know how I've had these troubles for the last, I don't know how long, 4 weeks? Yeah. My headphones aren't working.
Well, you really don't need.
I need to learn something.
You don't need headphones.
I need to learn how to do streams. I don't need headphones, but it's too low.
All right. Well, are the
headphones? Or my device is too low.
Are the headphones plugged in right now?
I just unplugged them just now when you said I don't have to use them.
All right.
Can you hear me now, Linda?
A little bit, yeah. So I'm going to have to figure out how to amplify the sound. Okay. And so Jay in the room says we hear both of you here on YouTube. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that. So I don't have anything else going on as far as noise here in the living room. So I'll just do my best at listening. And I'm going to get as close to my device as possible. And then later on, I will go onto the phone. Okay? Thank you, Rick.
Right. You're all set, Linda. I'll step in the background here and let you take it away. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Babe, your favorite apostate. I'm here in Southern California tonight, and I just wanted to let you know that because I keep telling you that I'm your favorite apostate, I do it over and over and over again, because this is actually a form of brainwashing. But in fact, it's an ethical form of brainwashing because I'm telling you I'm brainwashing you. So just remember, when you think of apostate Linda James, think that I am your favorite apostate, okay? Your favorite apostate, okay? So there's that. I wanted to let you know that when I share my thoughts, or when other people come on here and share their thoughts, we're sharing our opinions from our own experiences. And this is not I'm not a therapist. I'm just a grandma here in Southern California. So I grew up in the organization my whole childhood, and then I left when I was about 21 or 22. No, sooner, about 18 or 19. And then I spent about a good 7 years not doing anything as far as like deconstructing or getting rid of the mindset. So I still had the mindset of the Jehovah's Witness mindset for years, a good 10 or 15 years almost. And it took me quite a long time to get rid of that. So that would involve all of the fear indoctrination and loaded language and just the things that are techniques and tactics that a cult uses. And so what happened with me is that I ended up finding myself in one abusive relationship after another. I couldn't figure out why. Okay, I just could not figure out why. But what that ended up doing, being raised in the organization, is the organization itself was an abusive relationship with me. So going on in life and trying to function in life, as I was healing, I was still doing the same dance that the organization had taught me to do, which is, to be submissive, to not make waves, and to not have any kind of sense of, like, as if I had boundaries. I heard Gail talking earlier about, these things to remind yourself, that the list, she talked about putting it on her social media, which I cannot wait to get a hold of this list. It's really a great list. And the terminology within that list, and it was positive reinforcements, that there were some things that you would tell yourself. So I remember thinking, when somebody would tell me, you deserve this, that, or the other, and I remember thinking, what do you mean I deserve? Like, I could not process the idea that I deserved something good coming my way. I never learned anything as though I deserved anything, or as though I was entitled to anything. This was exactly, the way you're taught inside of an organization where you need to be the followers, you need to be the workers of the leadership. They make sure you do not have any sense of identity, any sense of knowing what you deserve, and definitely not what you're entitled to. I wanted to say that when we have the show here, it's very important to me that we have conversation and share our opinions, but I'm really not wanting people to use terminology that pretty much was commonplace within the organization. And what I'm talking about is condescending terminology. And what I mean by that is saying statements that dismiss somebody else's opinion. You don't have to agree with it. I'm not telling you to agree with it, but I'm expecting a bit of respect from each other when we call in. Again, you do not have to agree with anybody that calls in and shares their opinion. But what I don't want is anybody talking somebody else down because they have that opinion, if that makes sense. So they call that ad hominem. So in other words, if you're going to be talking about a subject, stay within the subject. Like, yeah, that won't work for me because I think this, this, and this, or how does that work with this, this, and this? That's a good reply, okay? A bad reply would be, yeah, that doesn't work for me because, you're a poo butt. You're a poo butt. So that's name calling, talking somebody down and dismissing what they have to say, if that makes sense, okay? This show at the end of the day, is a place that I would really like to create as being somewhat safe, somewhat safe. We can be right, we can be wrong, we can think differently, which is actually a real privilege in our freedom after we leave the organization, to think differently and view things differently and believe things differently, but show each other respect within it, within their belief system, if that makes sense. The Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is freedom of religion. And within that, you are entitled to have your own belief system. And what else we're entitled to, see, there's that word entitled. See, today I can say it. I can say it with ease. But I used to get stuck on it, Today we are entitled to change our belief system, which means we could change our religion, or we can believe nothing at all. So there's that. So I just wanted to encourage that and encourage people to be able to call in tonight and say what's on their mind. I'm hoping I made sense. So I'm going to invite Brad, because he has left me a chat in the studio that he has arrived, and I let him know too that he doesn't have to show his face, but since he got that hour off, I think the story he just told was the coolest thing ever. That he told his boss why he was on the phone, and his boss gives him take an hour off. I thought that was great. So now I would like to ask.
Well, for some reason, we seem to have lost Linda. I'm not sure why, but let's see if we got what's happening here. Linda is off, but let's see. We're going to add Brad to the stream. Hello, Brad. Can you hear? Hello, Brad.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, we just had Linda on here, but I'm not sure what happened to Linda.
She just vanished.
She vanished on us. Yeah. Not sure exactly what happened there, but we'll get it back. So how you doing? So you're coming on through YouTube, yeah, through StreamYard.
Not through the StreamYard, yeah, on my phone, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's kind of neat. It's kind of neat.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, in fact, that's how most people have been coming on late. It's been good. We've had that, so the sound system is a lot better. Boy, I just don't know where Linda went on us. She seemed to. Oh, there she is. We'll add her back in here.
Awesome. No better than to answer any chats anywhere. Hi.
All right. So you're back with us, Linda. Yep.
Okay,
Brad,
sorry
hello.
I got lost, you guys. Hi. So thank you for joining me, Brad. I've offered Brad to co-host with me for a little bit if he wanted to. This is a total last-minute request. I just dig him through and through. I remember the first night he called, and I just really enjoyed the things he has to say. Matter of fact, Angela in the last show was just complimenting him on, so many things about his character. So I'm glad you're here, Brad. Thank you for showing up.
Me too.
Thank you.
I would just like to say also that I barely hold it together when I'm ranting about that stuff. I'm barely holding it together the whole time.
When you were talking to your boss?
Oh, no, when I'm talking to my boss, when I'm talking, normal stuff and not ex-Jehovah's Witness stuff, I'm usually pretty articulate. But if you think that I'm articulate talking about this stuff, usually it's this show that helps me so much to be articulate. Usually I'm getting you know, if I'm talking to someone about it that hasn't been a Jehovah's Witness or doesn't know what I'm talking about, you know, you can get angry quite quickly because you get the judgments of why did you do that? Because I had to.
Right.
Shut up.
That is so true. And they get this look on their face like disturbed. They're very disturbed when you're telling them stuff
Yeah.
about your experience. And they're looking at you like you got 3 heads, right?
Yeah, or like you're stupid.
Exactly. And what it really is that they can't comprehend ever having to experience that because they've lived in
Yeah.
such freedom already.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct.
And
Yeah, that's a super frustrating thing, isn't it?
say that again, the last part, what?
It's a super frustrating thing. It makes you feel alienated. Doesn't make you feel like
Yes.
you're part of the world, which is probably how
Yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses want us to feel in the first place, if I'm to be honest.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. And it makes us to where not only are people from, say, society at large, are they unable to relate to us, but it definitely makes it to where we're unable to relate to them. So even when we
Yes.
get the courage to leave, there's a bit of awkwardness and a bit of, you know, stumbling and falling and, you know, not doing things right. And you know in your head you should know
Absolutely.
this stuff, but you don't. And how do you say this to another adult that I really don't know how to do this? You know, can you really take me by the hand and show me how to do this? You know?
That is literally what I do now.
Thank
Sorry,
you. Me too.
I wasn't brought up with this. I'm really sorry. Don't know how you're going to have to show me how to do this one. You know,
Yeah, and you
pay
know
a bill.
what? Hearing you say it doesn't sound as bad as I hear myself when I hear myself say it. Gosh.
Yeah, and I
thank you.
think the more I do it, and the more times I get reactions that are fine. Oh, really? Oh man, your parents were shit. Okay, no worries. I'll show you how to do it. You know, it becomes easier and easier to ask every single time. And as a Jehovah's Witness, I got so used to shutting up and not asking the questions that I needed to continue to be a Jehovah's Witness. Like, this doesn't make sense. You need to explain this to me, otherwise I can't go any further. And they just go, you know, God knows. And we, you know, he hasn't given us that information or whatever.
Right.
And so getting over that that roadblock of just going, "Oi, I don't know this. Can you just show me how to do it?" It's so good. It's so much better. You feel so much better about yourself doing that. In my opinion, I do anyway.
You know, thank you for saying that, because I think that's one of the places in life during my healing still today, 40 years out. 40 years ago, I left this organization, and I'm still asking, I don't know how to do this or that. You know, could you help me out? Like, literally, like, pretend I'm a 5-year-old and you're explaining it to me for the first time.
That is literally the words I use too. Just today, pretend I'm a 5-year-old. Just explain it like a 5-year-old to me. You know, I got that from a movie. Denzel Washington says it in that movie, Philadelphia.
Okay.
And every time someone's trying to outword him or give him word salad, because he's the lawyer of Tom Hanks in that movie, who's got AIDS, he goes, "Wait, I'm not understanding. Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old." And people seem to respond in that movie. It's a movie. That's how I kind of built a personality after being a Jehovah's Witness, was just by watching movies and TV shows and things.
Sure.
And so I thought there's nothing wrong with doing that. That's such a, you know, him saying treat me like a 5-year-old. That's like, you know, there's no arrogance in that. There's no ego in that, is there?
No, and it's very honorable. But I agree with you. I think most people will look at you oddly for a minute, but then really hear the words of your request.
Yeah,
pretend you're explaining it to a 5-year-old.
I'm listening to a 40-year-old say that they don't know how to do this thing. I should probably show them. Otherwise, I'm the asshole, not them.
Right. And today we have Google, and we can actually ask Google, how do I whatever, whatever, whatever. And a whole bunch of things come up that maybe
Yeah.
don't answer that exact question, but things similar to it. And some of them do answer that question. And we can learn a lot that way too.
Yeah. Oh man, you know me, I'm a Googler.
Yeah.
I'm Captain Google.
Captain Google. Oh, I love that. Captain Google.
Yeah,
I love that.
I like that a little bit better than Girl Friday, which I think Pixie called me the first time.
Girl Friday. Girl Friday is an old school term. Let me just explain to the
I know.
audience what a Girl Friday is. It's like kind of a secretary that helps the person, whoever this, basically show up in their next, whatever they're doing next, and look like they have it together. Why? Because they have a Girl Friday. They have a secretary who has made their coffee, who has made sure they have all the paperwork in front of them that they're going to speak on, and holds them together. Okay? They are the backbone of whoever it is that you're seeing their face. Okay? So it's yeah. Usually they were women. Today, many of them are men.
My sister-in-law is actually a Girl Friday for a lawyer. So she
Yeah.
buys them socks. She does all sorts.
Yeah. I heard somebody talking about how their helper would actually organize their purse. And after they lost them, they didn't know how to keep their purse.
Yep. I've been with my sister-in-law when she's gotten a call at say 10 at night from this lawyer going, "Where's my bank card? I'm at a restaurant and my bank card's not in my wallet. Where is it?" And she's like, "You've left it in your desk drawer, top drawer, right on the left-hand side. Thank you. Goodbye."
It almost sounds like a mother.
Yeah, it is.
So I don't blame you for not wanting to be called the Girl Friday. Yeah, Captain Google. That rocks.
Captain Google. Yeah, sounds like a superhero. The most boring superhero ever, but still a superhero. I'll take that.
Okay. So since from the time you called in the first time till today, have you noticed any improvement in your life, or has
Like I can't even explain how much improvement this show has given me. Like I think when I commented just before on Gail's show, that was the first time I've ever said that I have called suicide hotlines, therapists, and things like that. They didn't help me. A suicide hotline didn't help me because it felt like I could see that blank look, that look that they give you on the phone. You know what I mean? That I don't know what you're talking about. And it kind of sounds like you've done this to yourself. And it's like, no, I did not do this to myself. I was raised this way. Stop it. And it didn't ever feel like they really truly understood what I was talking about. So how could they really truly understand how I felt? And like calling this show and everyone being so nice and accommodating, and not just to me, but to everyone, you know, like we've had all sorts call in just in my time. And, you know, just everyone shuts up and lets them rant, and or vent, sorry, not rant. Vent is a better word.
We do both here, yeah. Yeah, we do both.
I get, okay, differences that I've noticed. I get angry way less. I don't like the word triggered, but I get triggered by Jehovah's Witness things much less than I used to. The feeling of, I can't let my parents see or know that I'm an apostate. Okay. Because that's the worst thing you can be. That, you know, that's like, it's almost like you just don't know what you're talking about. That's like saying that firemen or, you know, magicians are the worst thing in the whole world. You just put a title on that is not true. So that was a hard one for me because, like I said before, you leave Jehovah's Witness and you go, I'm out. But there's also that if I start talking, I'm an apostate. That's another step. And that was a little bit, that step was very fearful for me. And then they took the step, I guess, when they found out that I was talking about what happened to my brother, and they took the step of going, okay, Brad being an apostate, we're going to shun him or not talk to him, not ask him to not come to the memorial, which is like the
Who
least
does that?
Jehovah's Witness. That's the least Jehovah's Witness thing you can possibly do. Ask someone to not go to the memorial. I mean, they'll ask
Right?
they'll ask rapists and murderers to go to the goddamn memorial. So to me,
Right?
it felt like they'll ask a Catholic to go to the memorial. But
In JW
when they
land,
ask,
that is the worst insult ever. To not
Yeah.
invite you to the memorial. Oh my God.
yeah, and it was just like, okay, so without me needing to view myself this way, yous are doing that. That's not me. That's all on you. I didn't do that. I had nothing to do with
Yeah.
that. All I did was ask questions and kind of tell people that what was going on who asked. So, that when they made that step, I kind of it made it much easier for me to go, yeah, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I am, and I'm very proud to be an apostate.
I am too, because of the freedom, actually, to have other thoughts. And we're simply an apostate from that religion that we were once a part of. And yes, the fact is, you and I had parents that raised us, so we didn't do this willingly. But those that have joined willingly, they were joining willingly because they were deceived. They were not
Yes.
given. They were not given a full. They weren't able to make a what is that of consent, informed consent, because they weren't given
Yes, of
the
course.
information to give an informed consent of what they were signing up for. So, those of you
Yeah,
that
and
were recruited, give yourself some grace too, please.
absolutely,
Definitely give
absolutely.
yourself some
Hey,
grace.
Whenever I've talked to someone and they go, how did you let that happen to yourself? I'm like, dude, do I need to explain step by step how they do this, like to people that are adults, let alone when they're raised? They get people that are vulnerable, somebody who's just lost a loved one, somebody who's lost in life, somebody who's lost work, somebody who's panicking about something, and then they solve that
Yes,
problem
yes.
with you. It appears that they solve that problem for you through Jehovah. Then they love bomb you, and it's just a step by step thing that makes you. They take away your the blocks that you set up in life to protect yourself from that sort of stuff, and they're very good at it. They've been doing it for over 100 years, so it's not like they're just doing it. They've just started.
Right. Yes, that's so true. Now I want you to keep track of your time, because I want you to make sure to get
That's all
back
right.
whenever you're supposed to. Okay.
I've got it all covered.
I just noticed it's evenly 10 o'clock here in Southern California. So in case it's on the hour, I just wanted to
It's
say
evenly 4 o'clock now, and I've got 20 more minutes.
that. Okay. I'm looking at the chat on YouTube, and it says, Howdy Pa is saying it's quite difficult to stick to one subject sometimes, because when I'm expressing my feelings and thoughts about the current subject, the floodgates want to open. It's hard to stick to it. Oh my goodness, is that true?
Absolutely. Just
All
before,
kinds
when
of
I
stuff.
commented on Gail's show, I didn't intend to say that much at all. I had one little thing that I wanted to say. And then you find out, everything's linked to get together. So you just start vomiting everything out.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for saying that, Howdy Pa.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm just checking this out, just looking at a little bit of the comments that were made earlier. I thank you all for being here, and on YouTube and on Facebook and wherever you're listening to us or watching us. Thank you for being here. I do enjoy talking to people that have the same background. So in other words, you and I have the same culture of origin, meaning we grew up in a culture, even though you're in Australia and I'm in the United States, our upbringing culture was the same. And then we had these parents that took it like quite a bit, brought the notches up quite higher, and added in their own abuse on top of it. it was just horrid, you know, to be raised a Jehovah's Witness with the parent I had. You know, my mother is the
See,
one I'm talking about. And
you just
you speak
nailed
of
it
your
for
dad.
me.
Mm-hmm.
You just nailed it. That's why I find this better than therapy or calling the hotline. It's because we share a culture. I feel right down into my bones that you know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about being a Jehovah's Witness. Like our, specifically you, Linda, our upbringings feel the same. They were 20 years different, but they felt the same. Your mother's abuse, my
Absolutely.
father's abuse, exactly the same. And I
Yes.
think that there's something nice about that connection going over, you know, such a great distance as well. And that's something great about the six screens.
In the chat on YouTube, I believe it's Jonna Taylor. I hope I'm saying your name right. I think you're a woman, so I'm just going to speak of you as a she, and if not, please correct me, okay? She says, I so understand where you two are coming from. I was raised one too. It's our culture of origin. And
Yep.
she says, yes, so I think I got that right. Thank you. Thank you, Jonna. There's and I think it's very similar to the bond that prisoners of war have. When they get together and they have their moments, you know, they survived something that most people did not. They were prisoners of war, and that same stuff that they went through is what Lipton and Singer and other people who have studied people that came back from from the Korean War.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same techniques that the organization used on us. Those are the same techniques that were used on prisoners of war. The same techniques. Isn't that like a trip? It is such a trip. So there's a bond.
All you should need to know about them.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Say that again. I'm sorry. What did you say?
That's pretty much all the information you need to know about Jehovah's Witnesses org, right? That they use the same tactics as with their org that they do as prisoners of war.
Yes, it's the same tactics, which is very, very different than any kind of, I'm not talking theology or biblical or anything, the techniques and tactics. So GG for GB, which stands for Gilbert Gonzalez for governing body.
Oh, that is Gilbert.
Yeah, Linda and I are so different. And yet Linda understands me. Wow, isn't that something? That is so true. He and I are very different, but I've learned from him. And some of the stuff he talks about, it doesn't connect with me. It doesn't, you know, but a lot of it I can laugh about. I think he's hilarious on a lot of things. But you know what he taught me? The purpose of a flag. He taught me the purpose of a flag. And when you're someplace and you see all these different flags for these different countries, when we see, because I have no sense of like being patriotic, right? And he explained it so well. He says, when you see your American flag, since I'm an American, you know that that's where you belong. That represents your home country. That's your, you know, that's where you belong. For us to not be patriotic made sure that we had no connection with our homeland. Okay, whatever country you're in, you get no connection with it, no loyalty to it, no sense of to be patriotic. That mindset was totally foreign to me, and I'm still learning. But when he explained that to me, it was like the light bulb went on top of my head, and it was so clear. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. You know that's where you belong. You know, just that piece of material.
Yeah.
Isn't that
it's
amazing?
A symbol.
Yes.
And that's one of the things about. Sorry.
Sure.
I was just
fixing my face.
Point out that
XJW said like solitary confinement. Okay. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. And that's why my dad stripped us of our New Zealand culture, for the same reason. You know, it's part of taking away that patriotism, that homeland. And as somebody, if you're from I don't know I guess the equivalent would be like an American Indian in America, that kind of thing. You know,
Yes.
your culture is quite often the thing that really holds you to the land. In New
Yes.
Zealand culture, I've mentioned this before. There's a word called Aotearoa. That's what they use to describe New Zealand as a place, but also the New Zealand that you carry with you. I guess the flag that you carry inside you everywhere. And
Okay.
when they take that away, they're taking away your identity.
Yes.
You know, that's a big chunk of putting the new personality onto you, is taking away that your born identity, the sort of identity that you have before your parents can even tell you who you are.
It's actually our parents telling us who we are without us getting to develop to become who we are.
Yeah.
In the chat, GG for GB says same thing with the California flag, because I live in California. We have a bear on our flag, and then he says same thing. He says, I love my Arizona flag. And see that the Arizona flag has like a sunshine, and it shows the rays of the sunshine. It's Arizona flag is a very cool flag. So now when we were in the organization, it was as though we were like, as if we were part of a nation, but there was really no land. That was our nation, you know? Do you remember seeing things like that or no?
Yeah. I mean, basically, we were like figurative Israelites wandering through the wilderness, being promised a land that we could never see.
Yes, yes.
A land that was filled with milk and honey and grapes the size of your head. You know, it's the same kind of nonsense. Right. It's the same kind of trick. Boy, just wait. Walk longer. Walk longer. No, I'm done walking.
Right. We're not having to wander for those 40 years, you know, and that is what it's like to be a Jehovah's Witness, to never really get to the promised land, but it's just around the corner, right?
Yeah, it's always just around the corner.
And they teach us that if we do anything like wrong before that time comes, we've screwed it up forever for ourselves, right? So one mistake would just wipe out everything.
Yep. And not just for ourselves, but
yeah,
for our families that want us there too. We've screwed it up for them. They're going to miss us. Well, they probably won't miss us. That was something I could never figure out. Are you going to miss me if I stuff up? Of course, we want you there, but I'm not good enough to be there. Do you want? Well, yeah, you're right. So you shouldn't be there. That doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah. Somebody in the chat, it's Howdy Pa again, talking about Brooklyn was our proud land besides Brooklyn Bridge, world headquarters. Like that in our heads was like, that's where the governing body lives, and that's where God speaks to us through the governing body, our spiritual Moses, right? He's always used an organization or a person to speak to us. And all that mindset. I really appreciate being free today.
Oh man, same.
It's
same.
Quite peaceful.
And the amount of time that you get on your hands is insane.
Yes. Speaking of time, they keep you very busy, which is a technique of a destructive cult, is to always keep you busy, always keep you busy, always keep you busy, because then you don't have time to sit back and relax and actually think a thought through. So you get this doubt as you're listening to them talk, maybe at a meeting, and you say to yourself, I'm going to shelf that and get back to it later, right? And you never have the time to take it off the shelf and re-look at it at all.
And that's something I think every JW, ex-JW, when they first leave, they have a list, you know, as long as their arm,
Oh yeah.
of things that they've kept. You know, okay, well, I need that answered. I need this answered, and now I have the ability to do that. And what I wanted to say before is it's weird being an apostate, because being an apostate is the only way that you can truly know what it means to be a Jehovah's Witness. I know more about being a Jehovah's Witness now than I did when I was a Jehovah's Witness, because I know the truth,
Yes.
right? You know, the history
Yes.
and everything. And it's such a strange place to sit, knowing more about the religion than when you were in it. And then you can't tell the people that are still in it all this dope, amazing information that you found out about it, because they won't
Right.
listen. You're an apostate.
I know. It's taken everything I have not to tell, people in my family. You don't understand what's going on in Norway. It didn't just happen. They weren't just shocked. They've been checking this stuff out for a while. They got a letter telling them to contact them, and then they ignored the government. I wanted to just say all this stuff and
Yep.
give them all the proof and everything, but the fact is they've been trained to shut down in their thinking, which is called thought stopping techniques. Once any kind of doubt comes in their own minds on their own, or somebody else does anything to them to influence some doubt, we're trained to have these thought stopping techniques go on in our heads, and it just makes it to where we just stop listening to them.
Yep.
It's
And we just walk away.
quite unique. Yeah.
And not only do we do that, if somebody goes, "Oh, what just happened?" I just met an apostate. What did you do? I just walked away. They'd be like, "Good for you."
Yep.
That's exactly what you should have done. Good on you for not letting that poisonous information into your head.
Yes, this it's so amazing how when you're a Jehovah's Witness, all apostates are bad. Everybody else that's not a Jehovah's Witness is bad. Oh, definitely the government is bad. And every other
Catholics.
church is bad. Yeah, the Catholics, definitely the Catholics, right?
Oh, they're so bad. You know what? I just want to say that pissed me off so much when I watched the Royal Australian Commission and they
Yes.
hired a Catholic trained lady to help defend them. Like, how dare they? Does she even know how they speak about her?
Yeah, they don't.
You know how they actually view her as like not even human? Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
That really disgusted me when my wife was watching it with me, and she actually left the room during that bit, because I was like, wait, what? She's a cat? What the hell? That's a Catholic. And just lost my shit.
I love that word. I love that description. It's so makes so much makes so much sense. It's like it's like Diarrhea Mary. She just lost her shit. Okay,
yeah,
so
she did.
where was I going to go with this? I forgot. How did you find out that the lawyer was a Catholic?
They say it.
Oh, they do.
They
Okay.
mention it in. They mention it in the. They say that she is trained. She has been trained at a Catholic training facility, which means she's a Catholic.
Way.
Correct? Yeah, they say that
yes,
literally.
It does.
So they had to.
I went
specifically. They went specifically to this facility because that's what she does. She goes around and she makes sure that religious organizations aren't being, super dodgy, or there's not better things that they could do. Like, oh no, the things that they do for kids that have been abused, that's fine. And she was trained in a Catholic school, and of course that opened up more to me, because it's like, of course they have a school to train these people because they've been dealing with this shit forever.
Right.
Forever.
Right. That's something they were famous for.
Yeah.
Jonna Taylor
famous
said
for a long time.
She has to pay attention to what she says to her sister, but she drops seeds here and there. And I suggest that when you can drop a seed here and there, make it kind of just subtle, nothing real direct. Just kind of subtle. Something that makes them think.
Yeah, I don't know how to be subtle about it. That's the problem. I dropped I drop seeds that are more like hand grenades now. Because well, you know, my family just think that I'm an apostate, so there's no point in the seeding, trying to seed it in there anymore. They're wary. So it's
Yeah.
like, you know, they mention anything about, oh, Jehovah doesn't like that. Oh, yeah, pretty sure he doesn't like pedophilia either, but, and then the conversation ends.
Somebody in the chat named Jason said, when one's own heart stops beating on its own, it's cardiac arrest. When one's own thinking ability is stifled, it's called cognitive arrest. Or it should be so. Is that not the most interesting thing you've ever heard?
That's a very poetic way of putting that.
Comparing the heart stopping being called cardiac arrest, that if our ability to think, which would be using the word cognitive, that's meaning thinking, if we're not able to think freely, it could be called cognitive arrest, as if our thinking stopped. Heart attack, our thinking stopped, right? Or it should be so. That is fascinating. Cognitive arrest. I'm saying this right here, right now.
It's been coined.
January 7th, 2023, and Jason has coined this term. Cognitive arrest. You rock, dude. Wow.
Okay, I have to go. Thank you so much for letting me on the show.
I'm so honored you chose to join me. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so honored to be here. Thank you so much for allowing me to do it. And thank you, Rick, for making it super easy. He's probably asleep. All good.
Okay. Thanks for showing up, and I'll catch you next time.
See ya.
Okay, bye-bye. So that was our Brad from Australia. His wife was the one who turned him on to this show and said, you might want to listen to this. And that's how he started listening to Six Screens. How she found it, I don't quite know, but she did, and she told him about it. So you never know how you're going to find out about things that can be healing in your life. Howie Pass said, the organization has had over 100 years to refine their tactics, and we can't really compete with our few years out and limited education. That's what's awesome about multiple experiences coming Tong. So I believe he's saying that's what's awesome about having multiple experiences. Yes, that's where we gain our wisdom, with our experiences. So I think a lot of the poo-pooing from the elders when we were in the org telling us not to pursue our self-interests, part of that was not only to make sure our own identity would not develop, but it took away the opportunity to have experiences. Okay? Experiences, walking through something, going through something, is where your wisdom comes from. When you're reading things, you know, that's where you get knowledge. At least this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how I've thought of it. And Gail just got on here and said, you nailed it, speaking about Jason. Wow. Anyways, Gail just said goodnight. But Gail, I just wanted to tell you what you shared earlier on the show with Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran. That just blew me away to hear what you experienced. And as you were talking about it, it really made perfect sense because of the way we have been indoctrinated. And I cannot tell you how I could relate with everything you were saying, and how it took you to that place of literally, contemplating suicide. And I appreciate your vulnerableness of sharing that with us. I cannot imagine my own life personally without you in it. I think you're amazing. I've learned from you. I'm even kind of jealous of you, girlfriend, because you've gotten like some amazing guests on. I every so often I'm like, wait a minute, well, I'm jealous. She got this guest on and that guest on, and basically she's just doing what it takes to get them on, and I'm not. So I'm actually happy for her, but I say I'm jealous. So just her intuition, and I've talked to her on the phone simply once, and I just really like her demeanor, and I think my life has been enriched having you in my life, Gail. So thank you for doing what you needed to do. Thank you for knowing what you needed to do. And from the way Auntie Fran makes it sound when she was talking to Gail, is that Gail knew how to get herself to a hospital and did what it took to get her there. She knew she was in that much of a crisis situation with her thoughts, okay, and got herself where she needed to be, which would be under some supervision, and could be, I don't know everything that happens in there, but I'm just really proud of her for knowing how to do that. And yeah, so thank you for being that vulnerable and just saying that this is what happened. To me, that shows your strength today. And if other people are never wanting to share that in their life, I can understand that. But just know that I see Gail as so much stronger today than I ever have from her sharing this vulnerable time in her life, which I know it sounds kind of counterintuitive, but it's like, wow. See, there's some wisdom. She has walked through something and made it to the other side. Many have not. Okay. And I know that Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran were talking about there's a time frame that is so pertinent. I don't know if it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, that if you can just get past it, you'll be in a better frame of mind of not doing what it takes to take your own life. Okay. I don't know I have not studied up on it. I've just heard that that's a thing. So I think that's what makes suicide hotlines successful, because then they can talk to somebody that they can say what's going on. This is what's going on in my life. There's many circumstantial things that will take people to a point of suicide, but there's also mental illness, which is chemical imbalance, which will take you to suicide. So when Gail said she did not want it considered as a mental illness, I agree with her. But I also know that there's some people who have a mental thing going on to begin with, and it's always been there, and that contributes. When you have a lower, so our brains have chemicals in it, and serotonin is the chemical that gives you a sense of well-being. And the theory is that when your level of serotonin is too low, it makes you very anxious and stuff. So when somebody takes medication for being clinically depressed, it's because their level of serotonin is not balanced. So it's just like somebody who is diabetic and takes a medication to balance their sugar level, okay? Someone who is clinically depressed takes a medication to balance their serotonin level. Does this make sense? And what happens with your serotonin level, when it's up to a place of where you have a sense of well-being, your neurons connect, you can think easier, and neurons have like these actually tentacles. So a message will come from one to another. So they just kind of go like this, and it acts like the street wires. If you've ever seen those, electric poles where they have the street wire and you connect and connect and connect, that's what our neurons do in our brain. So Gail in the chat said it wasn't easy, and I'm so glad to be alive today. Yeah, I am too. I just can't even imagine my life without you in it. And we're not even hanging out buddies, okay? Just I've benefited so much from the way you do interviews and just the way you pick up on what's going on with people. You're very, very intuitive and caring. And knowing you have this background like I do as well, that's what brought us together. We don't have to think alike today or have the same opinions on anything. But yeah, I'm really, really thankful for you. And like Uncle Joe was saying, people need you. And I remember when he said this, I was thinking, I'm one of those people. Like I need her in my life, even though we're not hanging out buddies. I need Gail in my life. And it's so interesting because her and Delon were co-hosting a show together, right? And it was, I believe, Delon's idea to begin with. And then I think what happened was Delon ended up having to not host the show anymore, and I don't even know why, and suggested that Gail do this. And so Gail never had the mindset of, yeah, I'm going to go do a podcast or do a show, but she found herself doing it. And then it just kind of got landed on her, and she had to decide whether she really wanted to do this or not. And well, she's risen to the occasion and decided to take it on. And I'm amazed just of that story, because I had to get up a lot of nerve just to be able to do this. And it got kind of landed on her lap. So, different situations happened to where it was handed to her. And she's really risen to the occasion. So I just wanted to say that's what I've observed from where I'm at. And I think it's pretty cool. So, yeah.
That's very talented when it comes to interviewing people, and you're both very patient. Good show.
How are you doing, Pixie? Thank you.
I'm doing great. I'm having a happy life. I did want to add something with regard to witnesses specifically.
Please do.
I think that our belief system that we had about Paradise Earth, that could add to more suicides. And I think that only a witness audience is going to understand this.
I think you're right.
Because we're presented with an afterlife that's kind of a cool notion that, it's kind of like beyond the veil or in another dimension, or it's not heaven. And those who are not witnesses don't understand this Paradise Earth idea where all our loved ones are having this picnic.
All of our loved ones are having a picnic. Is that what you said?
Yes. And I had a college roommate who was schooled by the Benedictines. He went to a Benedictine high school, and we used to talk all kinds of mystical stuff. And he told me that in the 14th century, the Benedictines had a kind of a different afterlife than the Catholics teach today. And he said that they had lots of suicides in the Dark Ages, and people felt like, oh, well, they'll just wake up in another place.
Yes. You know what? I'm really glad you're bringing this up.
And no one does, because they're not schooled as witnesses. It's not their belief. And I think that contributes. And I'm not the type to do suicide, but with all the grief that I had, I looked at the garage one day and I said, there's nobody here. Maybe I should just step over into another place. I would be with my people. And I said, I can't think
with my
that.
people.
That's the wrong way to think. But the
But
idea,
isn't that a comforting thought at the moment?
I felt the deep pit of aloneness.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really glad you're bringing this up because as Jehovah's Witnesses, we were indoctrinated to believe that everybody, even non-Jehovah's Witnesses, will be resurrected in paradise, which is our afterlife. So we're working hard to make it into paradise, plus everybody else who wasn't a Jehovah's Witness that died before Armageddon will be resurrected eventually into paradise, and we're supposed to train them how to be a good JW once they get there. So there's this kind of loophole that happens.
Recently, I don't know if it's still a belief that we're just going to kind of walk into another realm at the tribulation, that some people won't even die. They're just going to walk into this realm.
Walk through Armageddon
picnic
is the terminology used, right?
Yeah.
So when someone commits suicide and takes their family out, I often wonder, or commit suicide by themselves, I often wonder if they believe that that's just their next realm. It's taking them to the next level.
The lady that there was a wife and mother about 5 years ago, and even a seasoned reporter like myself, I nearly wept reading it, and I'm pretty tough. And
Lauren Stewart.
She
yes.
did crafts with her children and all, and then took her children and herself and her husband out.
And the dog.
And she was, and my first thought was, oh, she thinks they're just going to go into another realm.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. So that's why I'm glad you're bringing this up.
Oh, hello,
I believe
Brad. How are you doing? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, Pixie. But yeah, on that point, when I was a Jehovah's Witness and a teenager and just getting beaten up by my dad every day, I could see no way out. I still believed everything, but I just believed that I wasn't being treated properly. I believed that they weren't giving me the Jehovah's Witness upbringing that Jehovah would want me to have. So I went to my mum and I was like, hey, you know, Catholics think that suicide is a mortal sin. What does Jehovah think about it? And she said, well, Jehovah would recognize somebody that's really that low, and he wouldn't turn his back on that. And I thought, well, that's a quick way of getting out of this abuse and getting straight into the new system.
Yeah.
And it only happened to be around the time that my drama teacher started to focus on me and realizing that I was not in a good spot and started to help me and things like that. And that got me out of that funk that I was in. But I thought about it, so I guarantee somebody else has thought about it.
Yeah.
Thank Kevin for Drama Club. You and me both.
Yeah, man. You can pretend to be whatever you want in Drama Club. You don't have to be yourself at all.
And sometimes they'll pay you for a magic trick.
Sometimes, yeah.
GG for GB in the
Only you will understand what I'm saying. I am the first and only person to do a double lift with a tarot deck.
Oh shit! Sorry.
A what?
Really? That would just
really, and it helped.
Are you talking magic talk?
Off house.
I've actually wondered if tarot readers use those tricks to get the
cards.
I was told by two people in two different magic clubs that I'm the first one they'd ever seen, and they put me to work immediately.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool, because that's quite, tarot cards are a lot bigger, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I can palm
like a hand thing.
I can palm 5 coins. Palmer was a family name.
Can you palm a tarot card?
No, not the big deck, but my card work on that's pretty good. My Elmsley count could be better though. Anyway, back to the show.
Now, Howdy Pa in the chat for YouTube says I was thought that if I committed suicide, I would be grieving the Holy Spirit and would not be forgiven. So that sounds to me like he probably didn't think it all the way through as though it would be a ticket to paradise.
Well, I never heard that belief in decades and generations of witness land. Brad and I, we thought we were just going to walk into another dimension and have a picnic with everybody we knew.
Absolutely.
A dear friend of mine that studied with me initially, he was a recovered drug addict, and I guess he didn't recover because I'll never forget him. He was a really nice brother and shined up real good, and but he committed suicide.
Now, GG for GB said, with some suicides, the problem with some suicides is that nobody saw the warning signs. This is very true. With some people, when they get this in their mind, it's almost as though they go on this automatic pilot of everything's fine, everything's cool, they're grooving. It almost gives them a sense of peace. So you don't see any signs. They're just acting their usual when they have it planned. So it's hard to see or recognize the signs.
Well, I think that a lot of these situations, like that sad one where the young mother with the children and husband.
That was Lauren Stewart in Michigan, yes.
Yes. Usually it's men that do that, but in her case, it was clearly a witness family. And there's so many cases when you look that up. There's so many, and it's never addressed. And I don't even think the professionals looking at it would put two and two together, the witness element in it.
Yeah, I read a review of the case through like the detective's mindset of why and how this happened.
Yeah.
And it does make sense. But Joyce Taylor sent a special letter to Mike and Kim expressing that Lauren was in fact molested by her father during a certain time frame of her childhood. Now let's put two and two together. Her mother died young when she was a young kid. So as her mother's dying, her father's molesting her. Okay, this is now she's a grown adult doing Jehovah's Witness thing as best as they could. Her husband's like genius, off the charts genius. They have a kid who is also off the charts genius, and dad wants to send them to college. He didn't get to go because it's against the rules, right? So, they stand up for that.
Out under her too, if there's no parents there to help with the family.
Yeah. So the dad was bad news, and her husband, who was the genius off the charts genius guy, Joyce Taylor spoke of him as being sensitive. Well, Lauren Taylor spoke of him as being sensitive too. He was known to have depression. Now, that could happen to anybody that's been involved in the organization, to be susceptible to depression. And my opinion about that is because when you're taught that not being who you are is okay, but that you have to be another personality to be accepted by God, to be accepted by your family, to be accepted by the only people you can associate with, that means you can't be being who you truly are is not welcome. That isn't good for the psyche.
And also, as Brad mentioned, kids and teens getting physically beaten. There's so much wrong on so many levels, and it's not a safe place.
It's not.
It's not only that Jehovah's a bad boyfriend. churches are supposed to be the safe place, and they're not. For us, it was not.
No, it was not. And unfortunately, you know, the church we belonged to was a representative of God, so that gave us a, you know,
As a
a not
tyrant,
trust
God as
God
a
thing.
tyrant.
I'm sorry, what?
God as a tyrant.
Yes. When you look into the Bible more on your own, you really find these things out, you know. You see that about God.
And it wasn't Jesus, bring the children unto me, and the meek will inherit the earth, and be kind and good, and heal them, feed them, and clothe them. It wasn't that.
Mr. Blue is saying suppressing. I'm reading the chat from YouTube, and he says suppressing yourself can cause depression thoughts. That's exactly my opinion, Mr. Blue.
But
When you
again,
can't,
I reinforce my own view that it's not just depression, it's the idea that this afterlife is just a veil away.
yes, sounds so convenient, and you know what? It's a lie.
We could have the parental figures depressed and all, and they might get help in another family. They might change their religion in another family, but we are presented with, oh, well, it's just, you know, a few steps away, and it's coming soon. And
Mm-hmm.
I really, really think that, you know, maybe I should get a graduate degree in shrinkology and write a paper on it, because I really think it's the key point that the witnesses all share of this afterlife. And there's a fun radio show called Lighting the Void on YouTube.
Lighting the Void?
Mm-hmm. It's a radio
Okay.
show. They had an episode last week of some of these young men in these esoteric lodges like OTO and different occult lodges. And some of them, the interviewer and his guy on there, they left this and they were describing these lodges as cults. And they were having financial difficulty because they'd given over some of their money and property and things. But they weren't talking about suicide as an issue.
Okay.
I really think that the witnesses have a lot of cult issues, like the blood doctrine and things like that. But I think we've got more suicides than any of these other cultic groups. I really do, because we hear about these other groups, and they don't look at it as a way out.
No, I mean, there are some groups that do.
They don't have their problems.
Right. And see, like about a year or two ago, I went through this phase. I'm not so much in it now, but I went through this phase, like I'm looking at my hands and I'm seeing the wrinkles. And
yeah,
I'm not supposed to get old, okay?
I hear you. What you do, you get some inexpensive skin cream and you put on little gloves at night.
Okay. I know that I'm going to get old, but I also know that I'm not supposed to get old. See, that is this double think. And it was depressing me. It was like, wait a minute, you know, because I am at the age where this is supposed to show up, right? Oh my goodness. It was really messing with my head.
I hear you.
Wow.
I'm all about that purple shampoo. I hear you.
Purple shampoo. So, purple shampoo. The reason.
I put that on this platinum hair, which I like. You know, I like platinum hair. So
when the hairdresser in me needs to mention the reason for purple shampoo. If you are your hairdresser colors your hair blonde, sometimes it gives off too much of a yellowy, buttery look. And to get rid of some of that butteriness, if you use a purple shampoo, it counteracts it and it takes away some of the yellow, okay? And so a natural gray, when they go gray, they also too, as some of their hair is fading, will have some yellow in their fading gray, and you use that shampoo and it counteracts it as well. Or if you just have a nice shade of gray, it just really shines it up, just really makes it more spectacular than ordinarily your ordinary hair. So that's the deal with purple shampoo. It's supposed to be considered like um, pearlized. So yeah, that's the reason for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and slather on that hand cream. You know, that, yeah, you're right. We weren't supposed to.
Yeah, the idea of, I mean, everyone in the recruiting process, I can remember we would go door to door, we'd tell them about paradise, we would tell them that they get to see their dead loved ones again. Everybody can identify to this and everybody would want it. This is a great sale, right? And
It's a
we
selling
thought,
point, sure. And millions now living have never died, and the Library of Congress has in pencil, they died. I looked that book up at Library of Congress in the card catalog.
and they wrote in pencil that yes, they died.
The lady told me, oh, we've had so many people come here wanting to see this little vintage pamphlet. And you looked at the card catalog, and some librarian in pencil set put there, they died.
Wow. Wow, that's wow. That reminds me of I don't know if it's a Watchtower or an Awake, but it was talking about this generation will not pass away, and it had pictures of different people from actually from nearby the organization, nearby headquarters, or someplace. There were real Jehovah's Witnesses, and somebody
Yeah,
has taken,
brothers and sisters on that cover, and then then there's a list of some of them lived
yes,
to be 100, some of them were 90. Mm-hmm.
it reminds me of that picture. Interesting, yeah. So
And then I remember going, and the Library of Congress is the most beautiful room you can imagine. It's one of the grand rooms in the world. And you have to ask for the book. If you don't know what you're doing in there, you can't just get a book. It's different. And they bring the book to you with a very nice reading lamp at the table.
oh wow.
Actually, you can buy the reading lamps. They're very nice lamps. You don't buy them there, but Smithsonian Magazine, you can order one. And I remember I requested a book from a man who'd left. He was in a wheelchair, and he wrote a book, and he wanted to pleasure his wife in a certain way, and it was the only thing he
Yes.
could do for her. And they booted him out because they didn't want him doing that. And again, I don't know how these married couples get to the elders, and I guess they feel guilty or something. It's nobody's business what they do. But anyway, this book was about his leaving, and I don't even remember the title of the book. It was an early book by someone that left. And I requested the book, and I felt like that room was going to fall on me for requesting the book. And the young black man who was there, who was a federal employee, and I guess he probably didn't make too much, but he was very intelligent. When he brought the book, he must have been an ex-witness, because he put his hand on my shoulder and whispered to me, "It'll be okay."
Oh my God. Wow. 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 I mean, that gave me goosebumps. Wow. Wow. Did that feel comforting to you, or was that kind of intrusive? What was that like for you?
It was magical that there was this underground of people. It was like the Underground Railroad, man.
Okay. Okay. He had this knowing, and he said it's going to be okay.
Witness.
Wow.
He did his job. It took 2 hours to get the book. I sat there. He brought the book and put it in this beautiful reading room. And when I say beautiful, I mean, oh, this room. And his hand went on my shoulder, and he said, "It'll be okay."
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Wow. And this is the message we want too to give to people that are choosing to leave the organization, but they've got that whole fear thing going on. What if they're right? What if they're right? And I'm going to die in Armageddon. Giving them that message of it's going to be okay. It's going to get better. It's going to be all right. Those statements that we say to people are really helpful. But the way that happened with
We all
you
die,
was,
but
wow.
it's
What
like
did you
Charles
say?
Dickens. You can look at where your tombstone's going to be. It's not going to be that cover of that magazine with fireballs falling on us. I mean, it could be. We're living in perilous times right now, and depending on what nation you live in, but probably it's not going to be like that. That's not how your end's going to be.
Yeah. I often wonder, and when I think like that, then it takes me to that place of, am I living in the present? Or am I thinking,
Life is a present.
ahead or from behind, my history?
The future's a mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Be in the present. That's why it's a gift.
Oh, please repeat that again, because I think I interrupted you, and that is one of my most favorite sayings.
The past is history. The future's a mystery. Be in the present. It's a gift.
I love it. That is so, so profound. So profound. Earlier,
About the present, we were living with a Bronze Age Bible people with little veils and sandals that didn't probably exist, and some future that was a picnic.
yes.
We need to be present right now. This is it. I'm so happy talking to glamorous you right now.
Thank you. Oh, am I on your TV? I think you tell me that all the time. Am I on your TV?
What's that, man? Beautiful.
That is so awesome. Gilbert
I don't know
says,
whether I should have a crush on you or Brad. I mean, what an evening.
no, make it me. Make it me. Choose me. Choose me. Just kidding. How about both of us? Because Brad's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm just, it's so
That was a
balanced.
cool compliment. Thank you. GG for GB says, the clock is running. Make the most of today. Time waits for no man. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Each and every single word in his statement is capitalized. Wow.
Well, he's heard it too. It was taught to me by my ancestor many years ago.
Oh my goodness.
I GB, I actually do.
Robert, Bob Roberts in the chat, which is our Brad, says, I have a crush on Pixie and Linda. He's laughing.
There you go. Go for it.
Oh my God. And Pixie, he is a younger man. He's a younger man. And he's got a crush on us both. We are having a good night. That is too cool. That's another thing. Flirting can be kind of cool if you know that you're never going to do anything more, just it's complimentary and it's to give each other props, that's kind of an okay thing, which is really different than the really, going out really flirting that's going to take you somewhere, unless you want to do that. But
as witnesses, we were told not to flirt. We were told not to flirt, and then one year they had this singles convention talk, and we were told we could flirt, and everybody was very confused. I guess they don't flirt now again, but there was a tiny window there.
That's fascinating. And again, this show, I'm just sharing my opinions, I'm going to
The
shift this a
strangest thing
little
that
bit.
happened to me was my neighbor. She was a witness neighbor, but she didn't come by much. She had a handsome son, and he got married, and I was back at the Kingdom Hall in person, and I was sitting with her and the handsome son, and he just got married to this very beautiful sister, half my age, and he turns to me and winked at me. I was confused.
I would be too.
As I told you
Because it's
about
like,
when I was young and beautiful with the golden hair and the 3-inch heels, and the Bethel boys in the road told me they didn't like girls, and here I am back at the hall, and the young
mhm.
bridegroom's winking at me. What a strange cult.
Yeah, and when people wink at you, you never know if it's just a hello or if it's a flirt.
Oh, that's not a hello, and I'm like, oh, he just found out about sex on his honeymoon. Now he's winking at me. Oh, and I told you about the dictionaries. It used to be swingers in the beatnik time. I mean, who are these people? I want a T-shirt that says, "Who are these people?"
Right? How did I ever get with them? Remember the shirt that said I'm with her or whatever, I'm with him?
Yes, I
How
mean,
the hell did I ever get with them?
I didn't convert to this. Who are these people? Did you ever see Rosemary's Baby?
I've seen people that had a book called Rosemary's Baby.
You need
I
to see
never.
the movie.
What?
It's a scary movie, and a little at the end is all. But it's Mia Farrow is really rocking that haircut. It was back in the day.
Okay. Mia Farrow. Wow.
She lives in this fabulous apartment, which is the same building that John and Yoko are in. It's this beautiful apartment. It's New
Okay.
York's finest. And the people she meets seem so normal, but they're not.
Oh, is that right?
And that is how all these high ups in the Watchtower, when I was a little kid, it's like, well, they seem nice.
GG for GB just asked.
Yeah.
Mia Farrow Sinatra? Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, that's her husband. That was her son by Frank Sinatra.
Okay.
That's her son by Frank.
Mia Farrow was with Frank Sinatra?
Mia Farrow was married to Frank Sinatra briefly, and they had a son. And Rowan? Is it Rowan? Yes. At the time she made that movie, and Rowan is beloved by the Sinatra family. That's all out in the open. They know who he is, and he's got a beautiful media career, and he's so handsome and everything.
Okay. Is this the same Mia Farrow that ended up with Woody Allen?
Yes, but that was
Oh my
later.
God.
That was later. And her mother
Okay.
was, I want to say, Maureen O'Sullivan, the most beautiful actress in Hollywood, in my view. And you need to see her in the pirate movies she made, where she has a different costume in every scene. Okay.
Okay.
This is the
Wow.
golden Hollywood people. But you would enjoy that movie, and it's you're a grown up, you can watch it.
Thank you for giving me permission because, according to my mother, I'm still not allowed to even date. my mother told me when I was a teenager that I wasn't allowed to make a commitment to a man until I've made a commitment to Jehovah first. So that was like
I see.
the encouragement to get baptized. So since I never got baptized, I don't have permission to date, according to my mother. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Wow.
Well, that's a different topic too, and we all have to pair up with someone, and there's a whole different book or master's degree paper there. Yeah.
I would love for
That
you to
hasn't
write
been
those
addressed.
papers that you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, all the master's degree thesis that I'm not going to write.
Okay.
I also think it's wrong to convert the indigenous people. We used to say Indians. I'm going to say that for the sake of conversation. I think it's wrong to convert the Indians, and I believed that in the 1950s. My
I
father believed.
agree. I agree. I'm not real clear on how all of that worked out, but it just doesn't seem right. But here I am today, ancestry, or, however many generations down here because that did happen. And I know I'm not responsible for the decisions made for my ancestors that are why I'm here, but I don't know. I don't know how to place that. I know that on my mother's side, some Italians came over and were literally wops without papers. So there's that. I'm not real clear how things happened on my father's side.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised to see
Take people away
the
from their
Pope.
culture.
I was impressed to see the Pope personally apologize, a few months back. Remember
I
that?
that's a big deal on the TV around the world.
I don't know if it's just for show because there have been things that are for show and then in reality it's not what it was made out to be for the public. So we'll see.
Watch their television news, and their young people are on the lookout now to not be abused again. And it's their own cultural insider thing, and they even talk about it on their news shows. So they've got their own activism, but they didn't leave their belief.
Yes.
And then this Pope's funeral they had last week, he was dead as a hammer, and it was interesting. They made no point of hiding that fact. The music was good.
Benedict?
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, that two pope thing, we could go off on a witness tangent of is that some sort of revelation beast or something, but I won't go there because the man is dead and he was a human. But that was strange.
Right? Benedict was the Pope, and then for some reason he wasn't, and then somebody else came in for some reason.
He
I
left to live in
don't
a
really
villa
know.
with his boyfriend. He
I'm
left to
sorry,
live in
what?
a villa with his boyfriend.
I didn't hear you. Please say that again.
He left to live in a fancy villa with his boyfriend.
Benedict?
Yes, that was clearly in the press what he did and why he did it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then they got the new guy, and
Well, that makes sense. You can't
yeah.
be the Pope and live with your boyfriend.
Well, I mean, they kind of sort of do, but he was out about it and wanted to live in this villa, and I guess he was older and retired, but
I mean, you can do stuff like that but if you're going to be a spiritual leader of a church, it's a theocracy that claims that that's not okay. I would think that would not be a good example.
we
Wow.
live in strange times anyway.
That's true.
It's like certain stuff's okay, but it's not okay, and then other stuff's out there, and we're in a totally different. And my prediction for 2023, I mean, business is being done in a totally different way. I am so glad to be an AARP member. I would not know how to go out now and be in business again.
Wow. What has the AARP helped you with?
The business environment's different. I mean, if you were a hairdresser, that's going to be the same. If you're, certain trades like electrician and plumber, they're going to prosper. They're not going to be outsourced. Hairdresser isn't going to be outsourced. Dentist isn't going to be outsourced. But so much of the business world is going to be different from here on out. They've even got robots that can write PR copy now.
What is PR copy?
Public relations copy. A friend of mine called me and he read me some copy. I said, "That's really good. Did you write that?" He says, "No, I keyed in the things and the robot wrote it."
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. This is artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah. The whole business environment is going to be so different.
That's
And
part of
AI,
what.
they can't diagnose like a doctor can. Don't trust these robots.
Okay. Point taken. I won't. I mean, I would think that, just contemplating it, maybe people would think that they could be trustworthy because they've got so much information. However, that's all stored. Yeah, this is confusing.
My opinion is they're not as nuanced as human beings.
Exactly. The whole pay attention to your intuition, artificial intelligence can't do that. That is fascinating.
No one's going to get a robot to cut their hair, so I think you're safe, Linda.
Linda's safe.
What did you say, Brad?
I don't think anyone's ever going to let a robot cut their hair. So I think
Thank you. Thank you.
They had a robot surgery and the woman was mangled and died. That's not something you're going to hear in the press. It was on the medical journals.
Yeah, I read about that.
Terrible.
So in the YouTube chat, Jason has said that is very untrue about Pope Benedict. I have read his books. He is a traditional conservative, very against sin. No valid press has ever reported he lived with a man, as the lady here said. So there's some different.
Speaking as a journalist, this is a late night show, but I'm sorry, I retract what I said. I'm sure he was a good person.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was because of the clapback that particular Pope got because of his history and how crazy he was when it came to not sinning. I think he was a very black and white type Pope. And because of men wanting to marry other men, I can't remember the wording behind that. For some reason, my brain just went. The Catholic Church decided that they wanted to allow gay marriage. That's it, gay marriage. Weird that I forgot those words. And
Same-sex marriage.
He didn't want to have anything to do with compromising what he believes the Catholic belief. But I'm not, I've seen the movie, that's about it, and read a little bit online, so I'm not 100% sure on all of that. But that's what I thought. So wasn't he like a Nazi sympathizer or something at one stage?
That rumor's in there. That history is part of the thread there. But I'm not going there.
Yeah, and I thought that kind of rubbed everybody, a few people, the wrong way about their Pope, but I'm not sure. Again, I don't.
Of course it would. Yeah.
I would like it if the person in the chat could actually straighten me out if I'm wrong. That would be great.
Mr. Blue said, LOL. Thanks, Pixie. So there's that. Yeah, I just read a book by Windsor, Edie Windsor. Edie Windsor was in a relationship with a woman for, I don't know, 30, 40 years. And when her partner died, which they did end up getting married in Canada, but here in America, when her partner died, of course, the marriage was not recognized. So because of that, she had to, she was expected to pay all these taxes that a married couple would not have to do. So she ended up going to court over it. And it was quite the book. You may remember the story where she was, I would believe it was about 6 years ago, she was on the steps of one of the political buildings, and she had the scarf on and she was wearing a round pendant, and that was their anniversary, not anniversary, but wedding type of thing rather than a wedding ring. She wore this circle piece of jewelry. So her wife was actually a therapist, and so she ended up going to court to fight this and did win, so that she would not have to pay this astronomical amount of taxes. So Edie Windsor, if you get a chance to read anything about her, it's quite interesting. So there's a bit more to the idea of same-sex marriage than, how it's presented of people just want to sin. Some people consider themselves
also about inherited property and things like that. And although they're two different issues, that's the reason that Utah officially gave up polygamy, was for inheritance. The government is only concerned with the funds. They're not really concerned with what people do, but they've got to have a clear line as to who gets what house.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Jason says in the chat, thank you for the retraction. It is actually Francis, who is very liberal, pro-abortion, tearing down tradition, created a rift in the church between traditionalists, modernists, traditionalist / modernist. God will judge, I believe. So there's that comment. Are you still there, Pixie? Yeah, so that gives us something to, if we're curious about it, to do our own research and really look into this. You can also come back to this video in a day or so and be able to go through this chat. Just open up the live chat. It'll say live chat. You'll be able to tap on it, open it up just like it is now. And we're at 1:43 in the live stream.
I didn't want it back on the air. I'm back in bed with you and Brad.
Okay. Yay! It is a nice show. Thank you. It reminds me of those families like in like movies and stuff where the whole family, like all 6 people, would all be in the same bed.
Visions of Sugar Plums, you and Brad. Where'd Brad go?
So yeah, we'll be able to find this at the 143 point of the video. So if you go to that 143 point and then open up the chat, you'll be able to see some of this stuff and go back a little bit.
Come back,
Say
Brad.
that again.
I said, where'd Brad go? We need his political opinions from Australia.
Oh, he's in the chat saying LOL.
All right.
This is a very fun night.
I'm sure Brad's
Which
little
is
covered with the blanket.
earlier he said he was blushing. It was too funny.
Mine are always hanging out the end.
Hey, mine too. We're hot blooded, Brad.
See, you and I are actually considered cougars. Yes, we more mature women are considered cougars.
Yeah.
I'll never forget this.
Cabaret. Twosies beats onesies. It's all very fine. Twosies beats onesies any old time.
I agree.
Oh, that's- we get to have this kind of fun as apostates too.
Well, you know, a lot of people left because they couldn't have a gay partner in the witness land. You know, that's I'm addressing that in a comedic way.
Actually, that's true. I think last week I was talking about someone was talking about this person that was interviewed by Lloyd Evans, who happens to be the moderator for the XJW LGBTQ, support group. So we have that too, which is kind of cool. And a lot of people I've noticed that are in that support group are not necessarily part of the LGBTQ plus community, but they're there anyways. And it's good to have them there because they can be allies, which are supporters, and that's pretty cool.
Such a strict moral code of what they're saying one has to do. One has to be married to an opposite sex person, and that's the only thing that one can do. And
Correct.
I got very confused with a lovely visit to Florida with my parents when I was, I guess I was a teen. And this sister lived with a friend of ours he'd stayed at our house for about a month. He was very witty. I won't name names. But they lived in Florida, and she was going to move to Puerto Rico with this single brother and her husband. And the three of them went to be missionaries in Puerto Rico.
Wow.
And I thought,
Wow.
I've never heard of that. I barely understood what a man and woman do on their honeymoon at that point. And I'd never heard of that. And that story never left me because we had this beautiful dinner in their beautiful house in Florida and wonderful cook and all. And I guess she had too many cocktails and she came out in her own living room and said, "Yes, I'm moving to Florida with my husband and brother so-and-so. I'm moving to Puerto Rico," she said, "from Florida."
That's fascinating.
But won't. So there was a
Wow.
ménage a trois with these missionaries.
Wow. Wow. Okay. That's fascinating. Who knew? Right?
I had to read more about that later. I never forgot her. And they had this beautiful home and this beautiful food, and they were going to move to Puerto Rico. And that's what it was hinted that the organization said, "Oh, the three of you just move to Puerto Rico. Don't unwitness yourself. Just move to Puerto Rico. They'll understand. It'll be great."
They'll understand. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, wow.
It'll be great. You're there. It's fine.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was strange, different, unconventional, bohemian, beatnik.
Mm-hmm. That story you were talking about earlier with the gentleman that was talking about his wife. There was the organization has these bedroom rules, and basically it's about no one is supposed to have any kind of sex other than, missionary style, because basically, and most people don't realize this, if it's not missionary style, pretty much anything that goes on with a gay couple or a straight couple is both considered sodomy. Okay. Anything oral is considered sodomy, which is, who knew, right? So that could happen between a straight couple or a married couple. So that was taken away from Jehovah's Witnesses as married couples. So this brother that you were talking about, I believe he was paralyzed, right? So his only way of being intimate with his wife was through this way of oral sex. So the organization told him, nope, you're not allowed to do that. And to think, someone who is paralyzed in so many areas had in place a way to please their wife, and have that taken away would just be devastating. Just devastating. I believe today that they don't go by those rules, but I remember when they did, and it just caused so much chaos within the organization. So many.
Oh, yeah, they're not qualified to be judges, doctors, sex therapists. They're not qualified to be ministers, as the title of their book goes. They have no schooling in anything.
Right. That is so true. When it comes to pastoring, when it comes to shepherding.
I told the story again of, can an attorney be a judge? Well, even an attorney has to jump through other hoops to be a judge. So how can a window washer be a judge? They just can't. They're not qualified.
Right. And it's so fascinating that this is like this term we use, a window washer. This is such a
well, that's what I do. I don't
a common
window washers, but
right. Janitorial or house cleaning or whatever. See, when you get into this industry, you can be your own boss. And and that benefits Jehovah's Witnesses to be able to take off time for the assemblies. So they're self-employed. I mean, my mother had me working from the time I was 11 through her janitorial business, and it set things up to where it really worked for the ordinary Jehovah's Witness. You could be a pool cleaner, anything where you could be self-employed.
God bless the late Bob Proctor. He was at the forefront of a lot of these cleaning crews, and he had a wonderful lectures on how to be successful. And I think a lot of witnesses learned from how Bob Proctor was, and
okay,
rich with being at the top of that. I'm not demeaning that in any way. I'm just using that as an example of they don't have master's degrees in family therapy. They don't have master's degrees in the law. They're not Juris Doctor.
Exactly.
They've never been in a classroom of dealing with family therapy or sex therapy or marriage therapy. They demean education to such a point. Once you get to some of these master's degree classes, they're going to talk about stuff that Joe Average does not know.
Right. Oh my goodness.
And reasons, like you mentioned, the serotonin in the brain and depression and levels of chemistry in the brain and things. It's not little demons, people. There's scientific reasons for stuff. Sorry.
Exactly. And my theory is that circumstantial things could affect your level of estrogen going on in your head. Like if you're under an extraordinary amount of stress through certain circumstances, that too can affect your serotonin level. So I can tell when I'm feeling the difference between two. just my normal depression, and then I can tell when certain circumstances happen
I was reading a
that adds
dry
to my
medical
depression.
paper today from JAMA talking about low birth weight infants, and then I went to another paper talking about men with lots and lots of testosterone and their penchant for cross-dressing. So when you
Oh,
get
that's
into
fascinating.
these scholarly papers, you're not reading a salacious book for 17 and up. You're reading what doctors read.
Yes. It's so fascinating.
Know that there
Because-
is a gene that would make a person gay, straight, bisexual. We don't know that. But
Mhm.
I was looking at this paper today that said very, very masculine men with too much testosterone. There were 4 or 5 papers that said they're the ones that might have a tendency to cross-dress. Now that's an odd combo.
I know a cross-dresser, and they're not the same as a drag queen. So a drag queen is what people have been talking about that are reading books in the library to children, right?
Male,
They do shows.
medical
But
paper.
a cross-dresser,
There were medical papers that went with it.
say that again, please?
According to the medical paper from JAMA today, and some other material that I just happened across when I was on another topic of low birth weight infants, the man in his footnotes in the back of a book about other things, he had other books, and I went to JAMA. And it is the high testosterone male that wants to cross-dress, according to some of this medical material.
That's so fascinating.
Was not the effeminate, shaves every other day, skinny boy.
Right?
It was
Right.
the guy that has to shave twice a day.
Right? Because they get a 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 7 o'clock shadow.
with the heels and stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Who did you know in show business? I'm going back over the Rolodex, and I'm like, ain't it the truth?
Yeah, I do know a cross-dresser. And it's quite different than what you would think as far as a category. It's a separate category all its own. And if that's the reason for it, it's quite surprising. But learning a little bit more might make it make more sense.
Homosexual. They might have a girlfriend. They might like the male-female witness-approved sex, but they want to play in the closet, you know. And when you look at the real story of so many things in life, it's not what you're told by witness land. They're not giving you the scientific answer. They're not giving you the and if you ask, is there a gay gene? The medical establishment does not say yes, there is. I got into an argument with a dear friend over this, and I did 2 weeks of research. I think it's environment in that case. That's my opinion. But witnesses aren't giving you scholarly anything. They would say that an epileptic has demons or something when the person needs a medicine or a special diet. They are giving you a second-grade education that has no science behind it.
Left-handed people used to be considered bad, very bad.
So I don't miss all that superstition coming from people that didn't know their science, and they hurt people, and people that needed more scientific answers for things.
Yeah, there's talk and theory about, you know, all of this we're talking about, whether it's environmental or if what's the other word? In other words, they're born. Say that again. What?
the doctors write papers on these things, trying to come to a consensus on what might be true. They're still looking at these
Nature or nurture, I think is the term I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Yes. And so we've got groups of people that are making life and death decisions, cultural decisions that have long-term effects, people trying to be who they're not, as you mentioned. We've got all this stuff. And yeah, other people and other groups have problems, but I think the Witnesses are the only cult that does this scientific mumbo-jumbo on their people like this.
As in, like,
don't have the same life model and the same problems and stuff, but they could have a blood transfusion if they needed it. If they wanted a same-sex marriage, they could go there. The Witnesses have their own thing that is so, it's wacky, and it's getting wackier by the day.
It really is. It's like, I can remember growing up and it was pretty confining, but today it's even more confining, like squeezing them confining, even more so. So
I'll give you an example. I had a classmate who was of the Mormon church, the
yes,
Latter-day Saints, as they like to say. And she came to the reunion with her sister-in-law. And she'd been a close friend of mine in high school. High school's a long way away from me. But this sister-in-law was this beautiful girl, and we sat and had our dinner with the reunion. And the sister-in-law has written a PhD level book called Different Loving that was all about S&M and cross-dressers and high heels. And it's a $50 book, and I told her I would buy the book, and it's a shocking book, and it's scholarly. And she was the most feminine, beautiful PhD lady. I mean, you would have thought she was like this proper little Mormon girl. And
right.
She was a PhD sex therapist researcher lady. Now, in Witness Land, we can't have a person like that writes a PhD $50 book about sexual edginess.
Nope.
But the Mormons do.
Gilbert wants to know if it had pictures. Did you buy the book?
It had no pictures, Gilbert. I was disappointed. I had to use my radio theater mind. It was
Wow.
So
wow.
Methodists, their church is broken up now. They have two different churches under the same umbrella, one for the regular old Methodists and the other for people that want to have a same-sex pal in church. So the Witnesses they're getting tighter and tighter and more restrictive. They're corseted to the nth degree. I think the governing body all needs a corset and get away from the fork, but that's another issue entirely.
There's
Aren't they eating in the neighborhood? Don't they look like they overeat, every one of them?
Are you talking the governing body?
Yeah.
It does seem that way, yeah.
Varieties of people. There's large people, squarely shaped people, but they look like they don't have any restraint at the table at all.
The chat is blowing up. It's great. I can suggest one with pictures if you'd like. And another one says, I've seen the pictures.
I have this beautiful
We
shiny.
have got a good audience here. Healthy. This is a healthy audience we have here. That's so awesome. And you know, I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. I think back in the day I would be blushing, but today it's like 3 kids later, I just have no shame. Okay? I just don't. And it's really not about how many kids you have, but the experience I've been through and the age that I am. I know there's plenty of people out there that don't have kids, and that's okay too. It doesn't mean you don't have that wisdom, but when I hear myself say that, it almost makes it sound like you have to have had kids, but that's really not what I'm saying.
The real question is, would Gilbert love to see me in my beautiful rainwear? I have shiny black patent leather shoes and a shiny black vinyl $200 coat and a little umbrella. And I just think, I'm not going out in service anymore, but I want to wear my vinyl coat.
And the umbrella. And the umbrella.
Does any other witness have this fetish of rainwear?
Oh my God. Howdy Pa says I definitely disabled my history.
Beautiful gloves, and then sisters in their rainwear with their umbrellas and their little rain boots. It's a fetish.
It kind of reminds me of the cover of The Salt, the girl that had like that little rain jacket on, and she was walking with her umbrella, and she had her little rain boots on, yellow.
I'll tell you about that. Yep. That'll be.
I was going to go somewhere, and I forgot where I was going to go with this. I think it's because I visualized everything you were talking about. The umbrella. One of the people in the audience says, sneaking off to go buy a fancy raincoat now. This is so cool. Oh, I know what it was. Fried Green Tomatoes, the movie Fried Green Tomatoes.
I've never seen it. I need to.
Okay, so there's a portion of that video, portion of the movie where Kathy Bates is playing a middle-aged woman, right? And somebody bangs into her car. These young ladies, they bang into her car and just talk her down. And she was just defeated and couldn't stand it. And then later on, she was talking to this older woman and explaining these things that she's going through. And this older woman said, oh, honey, all you need is some hormones. Basically, she was off balance with her hormones, okay? Well, she eventually did get on her hormones, and she met her husband at the door in cling wrap, right? So when her hormones were getting balanced, she felt more, at peace with herself and not so discouraged and everything. And so much so that she ended up meeting those youngsters in the same area, and then she ended up taking her car and banging their car a couple of times with her car and made some statement to them that I'm older and have more insurance. It was a great moment. It was a great moment in the movie. So, yeah.
Yeah, if they don't go back to, I guess they're going to go back door to door with the cars, and yeah. What a world we were in.
Definitely.
You had to be there. There's, somebody said online, well, why are you rehashing this or that? And I said, you had to be there. Because now that we can talk to each other, and we weren't really allowed to vent or kvetch to each other about anything.
Nope.
That was culty. It's like you go to the hall and have a nice afternoon, but you couldn't really say, well, I don't understand this teaching, or why are people picking on me, or anything like that, or sister so-and-so was treated poorly, or brother so-and-so was treated poorly. Why? Let's stop doing that. Or there was no space for any of that.
And my mother was threatened to be disfellowshipped because
car and
she had confided in one of her friends.
Cold has what we had.
When you were talking about how we could not talk to each other, she had confided in one of her close friends, something that my dad had done. And it's kind of what girlfriends talk about, okay?
Yeah.
And what she told me was how hard the elders came down on her for sharing it with her friend. And I just can't wrap my brain around not being able to talk to a girlfriend, a close friend, about things that are going on in my life, especially if I've I'm married to somebody that's being unfaithful, right? I need to talk about that. But this was something the elders came to my mother with and said I could disfellowship you in a minute, and really bullied her. And from the way she makes it sound, it affected her so harshly that she had a stroke during this
My,
meeting,
my,
and
that's serious.
she really believed they had this power which would take her away from Jehovah, and she was apologizing for saying something to her friend. And I was just
Yeah.
listening to her thinking, oh my God,
That's why when I read the first few pages of Handmaid's Tale, I have to wonder if the author, Margaret Atwood, was ever a witness. Now, what I found out about her brilliant self, she wrote television in the 1950s. That woman was a television writing pioneer. I should
Wow.
use pioneer, a broadcast legend. So she was writing television in New York in the 50s, decades before she wrote Handmaid's Tale. So she was a New
Okay.
Yorker. She had to know about the witnesses. When I first read the first few pages of that, I'm like, how does this author know?
Now that you bring this up, Betty White was doing a lot of things on television back in the day around that time too.
Oh, yes, she produced the Candid Camera show with her gorgeous husband and did live television and all that too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that was almost unheard of from women, wasn't it, at that time?
What was?
Was that almost unheard of regarding women getting
Almost
a gig
unheard
like
of.
that?
Yes. And Barbara Walters, who just departed, she did news in a way that hadn't been done on camera on the Today Show. There were women in news in the 50s, but there wasn't somebody in your morning lineup like Barbara. She was the first.
Right.
And then Betty White produced Candid Camera. But Margaret Atwood was writing television shows decades before she wrote Handmaid's Tale. So she's a New Yorker, so she had to know about the witnesses and also the Orthodox Jewish community. But when you read Handmaid's Tale, these women are not talking to each other. They're just moving
Right.
the scene. And I'm like, how did she know? And I watched some of the soap opera. The series is good, but nothing rings truer to me about Witness Land than the first few pages of the book.
Yeah. Good night, Jason. Now,
It's different groups.
Jonna Taylor asked if you've read the book of Crises. I'm assuming she means Crises of Conscience by Raymond Franz. Is that correct, Jonna Taylor? And she also asks if she read it. Tell her to tell what it's about. Okay, she said yes. So the question is, Pixie, have you read the book Crisis of Conscience by Raymond
also read
Franz?
Beyond Christian Freedom. I have read both of those books. They were both helpful. They were both interesting. On YouTube, they will read the books to you. But the fiction, Handmaid's Tale, is also read to you on YouTube for free. And I felt like the early pages of that was how I felt as a woman in Witness Land, because you had two groups of women. You had the ones that didn't have children and the ones that did. And they barely spoke to each other, and they seemed to move through this scene of the theater of their lives without really talking to each other.
Yeah, the not being able to talk to each other. It's almost as though they're pitting them against each other. And I think a lot of that happened in the organization as well. So Jonna Taylor in the chat is being quite persistent about asking you, Pixie, what did it say, the book Crises of Conscience? Can you share a little bit about what it said?
So it's hundreds
what it
and
was about?
hundreds of pages about Raymond Franz's experience as a governing body member and you'll have to go on YouTube and have them read it to you, which is a nice feature while you're doing other things, because it's a very deep memoir. And then The Search for Christian Freedom was his second book, and I recommend that as well. But they're big, deep books, and it's nice to have them read to you online on YouTube.
Is it read online by a person, or is it by somebody that sounds like a computer?
It's a little bit computery, but it was helpful to me because it goes chapter by chapter, and it is a little bit dry. It's a memoir. It is of interest to witnesses because he was on the governing body. He was a trusted member. He was a kind, good Christian man, and he's telling the truth about those meetings and how he felt and different issues and different things that were part of being on the governing body. And, you know, remember those cards in Malawi? And he's got a chapter on
Yes.
that. He's got a chapter. The book is chapter by chapter. It's quite something.
There's a couple that has a channel, and the husband reads these, a lot of that, both of the books. But okay, Jenna Taylor is asking, how do I do it on YouTube? So what you want to do on YouTube is go to the search, you know, on top of YouTube, where it has the search, you know, the little magnifying glass where you would put in a subject. So you would want to put in Crises of Conscience by Raymond Franz, Franz, and it has a microphone attached to this little search thing. So if you don't spell well, like myself, you get to speak into the, you know, the thing, and you can say Crises of Conscience by Raymond Franz, and a few things will come up. The married couple that I'm talking about, I can't think of their name, but he's an older gentleman with long hair, and he has facial hair.
Now,
Really calming voice.
And yes, and they read different books. They're wonderful.
Yes. Can you remember the name of that channel, Pixie?
It's David. I wish I could remember her name. She's wonderful. David Aspinall, I think, is the last name.
Okay. And Gilbert Gonzalez said maybe include in the search audio version. Yes, yes, yes. Great suggestion. So you put in the name of the book, the author, even if you don't know the author. Put the name of the book and put in audio version or audio book. AUDIO, audio. But again, you can say it if you don't spell well like I don't. The name of the book and audio. Okay, give that a try a few times, Jonna Taylor. Good. She said okay. Good. And I love the fact that she straight up asked, because me and Brad were talking earlier, like, we feel so like it's tough to ask questions because we get these looks like, what are you talking about? She says, I can't spell. LOL. And Mr. Blue said, the book will change your life. And you know what, darling? I don't spell well at all. And my favorite thing to do is listen to audiobooks. I get so much out of somebody reading to me. And so I actually have a subscription to what is called Scribe. It's just like the Pharisees and the scribes, because scribes were writers of you know, back in the day, there were writers. So they were basically the only writers in town. They were the writers. They had their little, you know, stylus and whatever they were writing on, that's what they did. They were the ones that were the writers. And so this subscription I have is to Scribe. And I get to go in there, and they have a lot of books, and many of them are audiobooks. So it's just under $10 a month, and it's so worth it because I listen to at least 2 to 3 books a month, and I just really enjoy it.
I was surprised at the number of audiobooks that YouTube has.
And yes, YouTube has audiobooks too that is surprising. You wouldn't, I actually have a whole playlist of audiobooks from YouTube. Mr. Blue says he, meaning Raymond Friends, makes it very clear that it is a business, meaning the organization, not a religion.
Yeah,
And then,
Brother Franz was a very spiritual and religious man, and I think
yes,
he
he
was
was.
disappointed personally by it in that way.
Yes, he
They
was.
got power in countries, peeps.
He did not end up being what is called a mainstream Christian. Okay, but you could tell.
He was, but it was not announced at his death whether he had a heavenly hope or not.
Okay.
But he had some Christian pals that gave him a trailer to live in with him and his wife and helped
Right.
him. Beyond Christian Freedom is super, or In Search of Christian Freedom is a book, the second book. In Search of Christian Freedom is a terrific book.
So those are the two books, John, Crises of Conscience and In Search of Christian Freedom. So those are two books that Raymond Franz wrote. Crises of Conscience and In Search of Christian Freedom. I believe there's about 10 years in between the two books. And he was never going to write a book. And the guy that he was friends with, who also was a Jehovah's Witness, and left, he ended up getting to live on his property. He really encouraged him to write a book. It just didn't seem like the right thing for him to do, and he was very, very, very encouraged by his friend. You've got to do this, you know. And I today am very thankful, and when I think about it, it doesn't matter how old you are, you know, young or old, whoever reads that book, Crises of Conscience, really lets you know what happens with the upper echelons, okay? So if you picture like a pyramid, you know, there's things called a pyramid scheme or a pyramid business. Usually it's the leadership that are making the money, while all the other ones down here, especially at the bottom, think that they're going to be able to benefit from being part of whatever it is they're selling. That's the same way in the organization. We think we're going to benefit from whatever it is we're selling, which is paradise, right? And then we find out, oh, so Jesus is the mediator for only the 144,000 and not us? You know, so it's like we find out that we've been really, really deceived, okay? But yeah, when you,
I hear you.
what happens in a lot of groups is that the members have no clue about the atrocities that are happening. The people that do know the atrocities are the ones that are higher up the pyramid, and that's what is called the higher echelons. So the higher up they get, the more information they get as they're going up higher. So,
and you have to wonder, except for Brother Franz, you have to wonder if they are heartless narcissists, because they know what happened in Africa.
yes. Jonna Taylor was saying, I want to know what they do with all that money.
That you might enjoy is XVONE. The letter XVONE.
What is that? Regarding?
At YouTube, key in XVONE.
Is that the name of a YouTube channel?
Yes, and they have the Jordan Maxwell lectures. They have,
Wow.
there's there was one lecture by Fritz Springmeier of information that witnesses might want. They've got all kinds of upbuilding lectures and things on that channel.
Mention that channel again, please.
The letter X, the letter V, the letter O, the letter N, and the letter E. XVONE.
Okay. That does seem like a really fascinating channel to look into. Jordan Maxwell, very unique character.
Yes, they have the series of radio lectures that he did that were very crisp, and they were the most recent. And he's died now, but my dad knew him when he was Russell Pine, and the witnesses really didn't want him in the writing department back in the Kennedy era.
Wow. Wow.
And then Fritz Springmeier, there's one lecture that it was the audio and video, the picture quality was so poor, but there's a crisp audio of the Fritz Springmeier lecture that talks about the ruling families and the Russell family and all like that. And that's on YouTube as well. I think she's got it on there at XVONE, he or she.
Okay.
And then there was one where Jordan talks about the witnesses specifically, and that was on there. I finally found that one. So if you key in Jordan Maxwell and Jehovah's Witnesses, you might get that one short lecture of his where he talks about his youth. And also, the Insight book is incredible. Go back and look at the Insight book again if you have one, because they went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and all the great libraries in New York, and they do tell the truth in the Insight book about paganism and history, and I think that's why they don't encourage people to look at it anymore.
Oh, is that right? Now, if I'm correct, I believe the Insight book replaced the Aid to Bible Understanding book.
Both are good. Both are good, but I'm looking back now realizing that I got a lot of my information about the pagan world from the witnesses. They don't hesitate to tell you about Moloch and the Canaanites and all that stuff.
And the Insight book is like 2 volumes, correct? Kind of green.
You key in the right things. I mean, key in pagan gods at jw.org. I just, I have questions about who this patriarchal desert god was in the Old Testament that we were worshiping. I would have given
Mike
my
and
life
Kim
to the patriarchal desert god. He didn't care about me. He was a bad boyfriend.
Yeah. Mike from Mike and Kim just did a video within the last 3 to 4 days, and today is January 7th, 2023. So within the last few days, Mike did a video about the way he sees the Bible, and I believe it's worth looking at.
Oh, and he knows his research.
Yeah, he's closely tied to Jane Doe. I want to say ex-elder's wife or something to that effect. Her channel. She's also someone that pretty much has a video up almost every day. And I actually kept count of her videos until I got to 1,000. Okay. And
Wow.
it was like,
it's David and
she's just
Aspinall.
Say it again.
It's David and Vivian Aspinall.
Yes, David and Vivian. Did you hear that, Jonna Taylor? David and Vivian Asenel. I don't know how to say the last name. Okay. The husband ends up reading much of it. And I can't even tell you how comforting it is to hear somebody read a book to me. So he does read from both Crises of Conscience and In Search of Christian Freedom. Okay?
Yes, they're delightful. It's like having them. It's like having tea in your living room. They're just delightful people, and they have
are. They really are.
Literature. David and Vivian Aspinall.
Okay. And when you're at the channel when you see a ton of books in the background. It's like
Yes.
books everywhere, okay? They got books and books and books. Then it goes on forever. Oh, good, it's spelled out. And they have playlists, which I believe their son has made sure to do. I don't know, maybe they did it. But so
Good.
You'll see a playlist that says, Crisis of Conscience, In Search of Christian Freedom. You'll see their playlists, which will help you get to a place where you're going to be hearing it read to you, okay? Okay.
And if anyone is looking at that X-Zone site, all of Jordan Maxwell's things are in a playlist as well.
Okay.
Yes, and I
Just
think
so you
they
know.
have one. I think they have the one Fritz Springmeier lecture also, which was very hard to find.
And if you type in X-Zone space Jehovah, you'll get the Jordan Maxwell talking about being a Jehovah's Witness.
Wow, thank you.
I just checked.
He was quite a unique man, and I believe he just barely died last year. If not
He
last
did.
year, it was the year
Last
before.
year, I'm sorry that I didn't get to meet him. He used to attend magic meetings in California. He knew famous people in Hollywood since he was a young man. He knew all kinds of stuff.
Justin Florenzio, another XJW, it says another XJW named David Voice or Voss, VOCE, is an interesting to listen to as well. Is that the same name that Brad just got on and mentioned?
No, that
Okay.
mentioning the YouTube group XVONE.
Okay. Thank you for, putting out all these suggestions, everyone. It says Mike and Kim have also interviewed Mr. Gordon Maxwell months before he passed away. That's correct. I myself on my channel, Apostate Babe Linda James, have a playlist of those interviews, which I put together for Anne Marie. Like I'm going to put all these together and send it to her. Anne Marie is someone from Six Screens who usually does the beginning show on Saturdays, and I believe she also has a show on Sunday. It's every other Sunday. Bob Roberts asks.
Fantastic. I was even able to fix my own laptop. I went to YouTube and fixed my Apple, and I was able to fix my own computer. I mean, YouTube can be so educational and helpful.
It can be. Thank you, Mr. Blue. I'm glad you showed up tonight. Please show back up again. He's saying goodnight to myself and to you, Pixie, and saying happy birthday to all. Mr. Blue. He says it's 3 a.m. where he's at. It's 12 a.m. where I'm at. It's probably 3 a.m. where you're at, Linda. I mean, Pixie. That was odd.
Yes.
Yeah, Jonna Taylor, you're going to really enjoy listening to.
The other rock and roll show that was good was Lighting the Void, but that may be too edgy for most of the witnesses.
Okay.
Ed would like it though. Lighting the Void.
Lighting the Void. Justin says, and Veronica Houston, Smurf Girl, is great listening to. Jonna says it's 3 a.m. here too, and she's thinking about making some Americano coffee. LOL. It's so neat to hear all of these people talking about who they've enjoyed listening to. So Justin mentions Dan and Angela.
Angela has a brand new book.
Yes, she does. She has a brand new book. And she started it and then got to a point where she wasn't okay with it. She took it back off the shelf to not sell, did a little bit more, I would believe it's called editing, put it back out there. That was very good. She came up with another book.
Such a great talent. While you're at YouTube, key in Prince and do a little dance.
Key in what?
I said, while you're at YouTube, key in Prince and do a little dance.
Oh my God, Prince. I know he was a JW, but I'll never forget it was halftime for that football game. I know you guys are probably going to be like, I don't get it. And I don't. Anyways, halftime. And he did Purple Rain. And then it started to rain. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. That man was an amazing performer.
Prince movie, Purple Rain. That's one of the finest pictures. What a wonderful movie that was.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen it.
Oh,
Purple Rain.
It was sensuous, fabulous. Yes.
Okay.
You have to see that, Linda.
I just heard you talk about it, and I'm thinking the same thing. Party like it's 1999. That's right. That was Prince too. And I was out partying that night in 1999.
It's amazing, fabulous, and perfect. You've got to see that movie.
Okay.
Well, what else is in the chat room there? I'm not looking at the chat, so.
Well,
yeah, people that should come aboard and interact with us.
Someone says, has anybody heard of Jack Pine? Are you talking masonry?
Yes.
Okay. And then Tim gets on there and says, I know Jade. And I'm going, you mean Jade and Nita Jade? That Jade? From the Jehovah's Witnesses plays or little, what would they call those things?
Soap operas?
Stories. What did you say?
Didn't you
What did you call them?
Jade maybe wanted to have a groovy kind of thing, or was it just me?
Jade and I had her name a minute ago. I'm telling you, they had a chemistry like you would not believe. And you know,
I thought too.
Everybody picked up on it. It was mind-blowing. I thought, okay, I got it. I see it because I'm a lesbian, okay? But then it was like everybody was seeing it. Everybody. Prince had a disturbing family background. From what I understand, he spent time in Seventh-day Adventists, but yeah, that makes sense that he would have had a disturbing family background.
He had a happy marriage and his child died, and it was so sad. And there's all kinds of things. There's a whole backstory there. But whether you know the backstory or not, that movie is 5-star. Just watch the movie for the movie and then read about Prince.
Okay. It's always tragic when a child dies. The babies are not supposed to die.
To him. And my ex was his rhythm guitarist.
Your ex was whose rhythm guitarist?
Yeah, and I had an offer to go up and be a go-go girl for him on stage, and I wish I'd done it now.
Wow.
Because neither my ex or I are tall. Prince was not tall. He didn't want anyone taller than him on stage, which is very smart in showbiz land.
Oh, okay.
I wish I'd gone up there and danced the pony with Prince on stage.
Wow. Wow. What a trip. No, you're right. How tall do you think Prince was?
Well, my ex was 5'7" on a good day.
Okay.
So, not taller than that.
And he wore the heels too. Like
He wore the heels, right?
Like what's his name that would sing I feel good. Dun, 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 dun. That guy. He would wear those. Yes, James Brown.
Prince was also a tremendous guitarist, composer. He did a whole album of witness-themed things. There's libraries full of stuff that has never been released. I mean, there's so much. He was a great talent.
Apparently, he was only 150 centimeters tall.
Yeah, well, my ex-husband.
For those who aren't in Australia, which is everybody, that's 5'1".
Okay, so that's why he needed the shoes, because my ex is 5'7" on a good. My ex is probably really 5'6". So, yeah, and I'm not that tall.
When was your ex his rhythm guitarist? Because I thought he kind of famously had a female rhythm guitarist.
Well, I think he had different
I can't
people.
remember her name though.
Yeah, he had a woman that played the drums. It was fantastic.
Drums, yeah.
Wendy, maybe? Wendy?
Maybe.
Wendy something. She was in another band, Wendy and Lisa, I believe. It was either Lisa or Wendy.
Right. Right. Now, my ex was all about that and moved back to Minnesota and all like that.
Wow. You might have dodged a real bullet, though. Meaning, I'm assuming here that, you might have gotten involved in the wrong crowd and just things would not be as...
No, I don't do any kind of substances or anything. I would have gone up there and danced and gotten off stage and gone home.
Sheila E.
But the fact that I could dance and have the witness background, that was, they wanted me up there.
Okay. Jonna Taylor just mentioned Sheila E., which was who I was thinking of too, but couldn't think of the name, so thank you.
Yes, a great talent. She's in the movie. You got to see the movie.
Okay, I have seen it then, but I don't remember enough about it, so I need to see it again.
Do you remember him in the bathtub?
No, see, I got to see it again.
Then you haven't seen the movie.
Okay.
It is a beautiful movie.
I'm reading some of the comments. Now, Gabby says, Prince has a sister out of the blue, funny with latex suits. Rumors of faking his death for his exposure of chemtrails and mood and mind control. That's very fascinating. Then Jonna Taylor says, I heard Prince told the Watchtower he would make some songs and they told him no. Who tells Prince no? Yeah, I agree. The Watchtower.
Right? And he's got the Rainbow Children album, which has got kind of a witness theme to it. And, don't get me started on how the Watchtower could have all these great musical talents.
Interesting you said Rainbow Children because
John Williams
Jim
did
Jones.
them, and now they don't hardly even use it.
Jim Jones used to call his family the Rainbow Family because he adopted children that were of other nationalities. Matter of fact, he adopted the first, from what I understand, the first black baby boy and named him after Jim Jones. So Jim Jones Jr. is a black man who's, look him up.
That gentleman. He was
Say
sent
that
away
again?
by his father to a sporting event when the tragic murder event happened.
Yes, his children were at sporting events. That's true. Sporting events that they were playing, I think.
Mm-hmm. And the gentleman is now a sports commentator, I believe. He's living and prospering. That must be a hard thing to bear, to know that your parent was that wicked.
Yeah, I've seen him talk about his father as a loving man, so it's neat to hear him being treated well, that he experienced his father as a loving man. But I also know when you're raised in a cult, it's forbidden to ever speak bad or, despairingly about anybody in the organization. You're trained to never do that.
Yeah. Did you know that Jim Jones and Charlie Manson went to the same high school in West Virginia?
No, I've never heard this before in my life. I think Charles Manson was younger than Jim Jones.
Manson was older than you think he was. And so was Jones.
I mean, you just said they went to the same high school together. I'm thinking No, you simply said the same high school.
Together.
And I assumed it was together, right?
Oh, and I don't know if that was on William Ramsey Investigates or where that was on YouTube. There's new material on Manson and that whole story.
Wow.
Young teen, that was my first interest in journalism. I was reading Life magazine, and my uncle says, don't get involved in that story. I said, I'm not deifying any of those people. They were criminals. I said, but there's missing links in the way that Life has presented the story. And that was the beginning of my interest in journalism. And 50 years later, I don't know, I haven't seen the show yet. I don't know what I was missing, but I knew that story wasn't complete. 50 years ago, I knew that as a kid.
Yeah.
And now in retirement, I'm like, okay, I want to read that book and watch that show. What did I miss? Because I knew there was more to it.
Meaning more to Charles Manson?
Yeah. And Manson used some of the witness ideas. He was wicked, but wicked people are not stupid. We weren't taught about human behavior.
No, we weren't.
Someone is a bad human and a wicked human and does wrong doesn't mean they're stupid. Quite the contrary.
Gabby says Jim Morrison was part of the California group.
And he had skills in music and writing and thinking, and oh, he was a wicked, wicked man. But he was very, very evil, brilliant type brain.
Yes, yes. And I believe that whole thing with Marilyn Tate and them being murdered, that whole thing was based on he had sent some of his music to a producer, and I believe those people were somehow related to the producer that he sent his music to, which the producer turned him down.
I also think I don't know, but because I haven't read the new book, there might have been drug money or something. There were many deep other issues there.
Oh yeah.
But he was using some of this paradise utopia idea on those girls and all kinds of stuff.
And every time they come up for appeal, they never get let out. Ever.
They were true believers. Oh, have you read the book True Believer? That's another one. You got me.
No.
I had a nap today. It got me on a good day.
True Believers.
By Eric Hoffer.
True Believers by Eric Hoffer. Okay.
And it's a very short booklet, but it talks about what it is to be a true believer. And it could be a good belief or a bad belief, but they all have this in common. And it's about 20 pages that everybody should read. True Believer by Eric Hoffer.
Oh, that does sound educational.
All right. And Manson, those girls were true believers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's what that phrase means. But it could be, you could be a true believer in something that's very good, too. The true believer, that phrase can go either way.
Jonna Taylor is requesting that you tell us more.
That's all there is to it. It's called True Believer by Eric Hoffer.
Okay.
And it's the traits that make up the true believer. It's probably online. It wasn't a very big pamphlet. It's a little book.
You know, what I notice is about a true believer is that they are loyal. They are like loyal believers. The loyalty is a big thing because
it's a big thing in it. Yes. And it could be a noble belief, or it could be an ignoble belief. It could be a good belief, or a good belief. But the true believer, he or she believes, and those girls were true believers in Charlie.
Yeah.
They're not getting out.
Yeah.
That book is also available on YouTube in audiobook form.
There you go.
Yay!
It is 4.5 hours long, so I think it may be longer than 20 pages.
Oh, well, I guess I was young, and it seemed like it was 20 pages to me in those days. Wow.
Yeah, you read real quick.
I did. I was a crackerjack. I was something else.
That's impressive.
I'll come again.
Wow. I would love that link if you want to send it to me, Brad.
Sending now.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Captain Google. Yes, thank you. Jonah Taylor says, Pixie, she wants us to read, and we want to hear about what she read. LOL.
Well, thank you.
Oh, interesting.
When they read it to me on YouTube, but
Me too. Gabby says LSD was the control drug for the family.
whoa.
Now, Gabby, are you talking about the family, the Charles Manson group calling themselves the family? Because there's been quite a few different groups that called themselves the family.
Yeah, she's talking about Manson.
Okay.
Wow.
LSD was used by, there was a lady in Australia, a matter of fact, who had a bunch of kids that she did not give birth to, but she managed to talk people into giving her their kids, and she bleached their hair blonde so that they would look like they were related to her because she was a blonde. And she used LSD drugs on those children, and they were called the family as well. That was a horrific story. If you ever,
I think there was a desire from somewhere to discredit the 60s, because some of that Woodstock stuff was on the right track, and it is good to be kind to each other. It is good to eat whole food. It is good to be able to be a happy camper. And Manson and his girls, that kind of put a stain on the 60s ideology.
yeah. We have just gone from subject to subject, and I love where we're at right now as far as what we're talking about. It's interesting that there have been many groups that called themselves the family, because the whole purpose of a cult is to replace your family. Tear your family apart and replace it. They say certain things such as, we're your family now. Oh, you're part of the family.
That lady in Australia with LSD, she called her group the family.
Yes.
Leanne, her name.
Say that again?
Leanne Crease was her name. And she only got like 16 years for it.
Wow. Now, Gabby is saying Julian Assange was in the bleach blonde family, which is the one I'm talking about, the Australian lady, and that's what you're talking about as well, Brad. Brad, are you familiar with Julian Assange being one of the kids from the family, that Australian group?
Oh, yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
that's what I've heard too.
He definitely looks like he's from that group with his hair.
She would bleach everybody's hair to be blonde, but yeah, that bleach blonde family. I remember finding out that same thing too. Then I went to check and couldn't confirm it.
Yeah, I've never been able to confirm it either. I just remember seeing the news on TV when I was younger about it and ironically going, oh, wow, I'm so glad I didn't grow up in that cult.
Yeah.
Simultaneously growing up in my own cult. What the hell?
Yep.
I hear you, Brad. I hear you on that one.
And looking at those guys and going, oh, those poor kids. Whew, lucky I'm not like them.
Yeah.
And thinking things like, wow, when they're older, they're going to be really messed up.
And here we are.
Yep.
Gabby says photographs of Julian. See, it makes sense to me that he would have been one of her, adopted sons or whatever, because wasn't he considered like this whistleblower, and he exposed a whole lot of stuff.
He might naturally have that hair, though.
Yeah, that's the way it looked when he was older. That he seemed like a natural blonde. Yeah. And now he's gray.
Mm-hmm. Got the white hair.
Yeah. To expose atrocities, what are those? What is it called? That Julian Hassan is known for releasing. What is that called? Oh, interesting. Gabby says that Nicole Kidman was from a cult background. That's interesting. Because Nicole Kidman spent some time with Scientology guy.
Julian Assange started WikiLeaks.
Thank you, WikiLeaks. Yes, I've actually found some stuff about the JWs in there.
Oh, yeah, WikiLeaks was leaking anything they could find, anything truthful that they could find that was being suppressed. So that I'm not surprised that there was Jehovah's Witness stuff in there.
Yeah, I remember talking about it one night for the show. Very fascinating how some of the people in the upper echelons went over talking to people in Africa about some stuff. Is it interesting?
Yeah.
It's very fascinating when you find out that somebody has had a background of being in a cult,
Again, I don't think there's any business model, even in cults, like the Witnesses. Because they're claiming religion, but the business model and the countries
exactly.
they have for missionaries and all. The Mormons, the LDS Latter-day Saints, they're very wealthy. They were on the cover of Newsweek magazine as the wealthiest group in America or something like that. So there's great power and wealth there too. But again, their people are allowed to go to university and get PhDs, and there's nothing quite like Witness Land.
The college that they encourage them to go to is Brigham Young University.
It is, but they have a medical school there, and they have the highest and best education that one could have. It might have some Mormon icing on it, but the quality of coursework there is very good.
Gilbert Gonzalez says, LSD got it right. Give Jesus 10%. It is all okay. I don't know why I just read this. It made sense a minute ago, but now it doesn't. And Gabby was saying Tom Cruise is the big shot. So
mushrooms for migraine headache relief and depression and PTSD. So the scientific world is looking at some of those compounds a second time now.
Yeah.
So
it's fascinating how one medicine can be used for one thing, and then the side effect you find out later could be for something else that's a benefit as well. But I think
again, Manson was one of those short people. He looked younger than he was.
Yes.
I think prison was his school. I think the man that was behind Dillinger, Manson, met him in prison. I mean, there was all kinds of things there. And I'm hoping this new book will. William Ramsey Investigates. Look at that station, Linda, on YouTube.
William Ramsey Investigates? Okay.
There's all kinds of stuff on him.
You know, some days I think to myself, why do all of these cults get away with pulling all of this crap that in society at large would not be tolerated for a minute? But for some reason,
Why? 'Cause I'm still looking. I try to put it down and have my life, and I'm still looking at this issue. Joe Average does not want to be responsible for his own decisions and life. The key to being a happy camper is to be independent, self-sufficient, and adult, and responsible. And it's almost a father-son thing to learn this early. You know, to be in a Boy Scout or Girl Scout group or a community group, or have parents that teach you to think for yourself, to have skills, to be responsible, to grow up to be responsible, and to make your own decisions and to think. And the less people do that, the more vulnerable they are to have somebody else doing their thinking for them.
I think another part of it is there's this big portion of humans that can't fathom that they're not special, that they're just like other humans. And when you're a Jehovah's Witness, you're like God's chosen people, right? There is an arrogance behind being a Jehovah's Witness. And most of these cults have that sort of, well, we're going to take you away on a spaceship. You're going to be one of the only people that, you know, go on a spaceship.
that elitism.
You're getting something special, and the rest of the world who didn't notice me, who didn't notice how special I was, they get nothing.
Right.
That's how they
Listen,
work.
I need to take a 10-minute break. Are you guys okay with filling in while I'm taking a small break?
Brad and I are going to be special here by ourselves.
I'm special.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
So how are you doing with your magic?
Yeah, not too bad. I fell off my scooter and hurt my left hand. So I haven't been able to do a little bit of magic. It's only a sprain, but you know how those specific movements that you need, they need to look completely natural. So it's at the moment, it doesn't look natural. And I tried to do a trick to my daughter, because that's who I show all my tricks to, my 14-year-old. And she was just like, "What are you doing there?" You definitely, I don't know what you did, but you definitely did something right there. Like, oh, damn it, my hand.
I tell you what, yeah. Have the Bill Tarr books?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yes,
let your 15-year-old daughter see those Bill Tarr books too. That's the age to learn.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm teaching her. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, great.
Teaching her all the secrets. She's going to be excellent.
Great. That's what I wish I'd had.
She's going to be very good. She's good at coming up, not with actual ways of doing the magic, but things that will look magic. Because, you know, in these day and age, most of the things have been done, right? It's hard to come up with new magic. She's very good at going, you know, could you make it look like something got transported from here to here, or from inside this to outside this? You know, that sort of thing. She's really good at coming up with that, which I like.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. That's great.
Mm. So what were you doing double lift of a tarot card for?
Corporate tarot shows for corporations. and for when they'd have team building with their members and picnics and things. And I even read.
Yeah, I've done team building stuff.
Yeah, and then I
Very
read
common.
the president of Chase Manhattan Bank before the 2007 crash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew it was bad if they needed me to tell them what to think. I knew something was going to be bad.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Better read The Economist again before I go into the show. People don't know how much work it takes to be me.
Well, could you make it look so effortless, Pixie?
I try. I'm walking backwards in heels here, trying, you know. Try to make it look easy.
I've done that. That is difficult.
It is. I did a Houdini's metamorphosis. Did I tell you that? This will mean nothing to us.
Yeah, that's very difficult.
Yes.
You are small, aren't you?
I'm not anymore. I'm a plump girl now, but I'm not very tall, and I am limber. And
yes,
there were
short
people
and limber.
half my age that wouldn't do it, and I persisted, and it was beautiful.
Nice one.
I have a question for Brad.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, this is Tom from New Hampshire, USA. I have a question. So when I was a teenager as a JW, one of the older teenagers, he left the JWs. His mother was like, his parents were, really spiritual and everything. So we thought it was a really spiritual family. But anyway, he just dissociated himself. And then I found out that he got into magic. And then my cousin happened to be friends with him, and he told me how he actually, some of his magic actually was real, like he could make things disappear, but he didn't know where they actually went. Now, is that actually real, or is it all, is that actually real? Because he had me convinced, and he was convinced that this guy could actually summon spirits or somehow to actually make things totally disappear. Is that real?
Okay. I believe it can be, yeah. I couldn't say honestly if he was doing it, because the magic that I'm talking about is completely different. But I do know what you're talking about.
I know most
so
of
I'm
it
of two
is
minds, right? There could be a chance that he is using, and some magicians will do this, they will lie till the day they die to make sure that their tricks never get found out. Okay. But you're telling me that he was definitely convinced, yeah?
Yes. Because he actually
one of the things
he saw him take a box.
Yeah,
he had a box. He said he threw a sheet over the box, and it totally disappeared right in front of his eyes. And the guy didn't know where it went, and he was like scared. He's like, I don't know how I did this. I don't know. I think it has something to do with Satan and all that other crap, because he was an ex-JW,
Well, sometimes we do ourselves.
Absolutely. I would just say when I was first looking into magic, because I was a Jehovah's Witness and they view stage magic very similar to they view real magic, I didn't know specifically where to research what I was looking for, if that makes sense. I was looking to do stage magic to impress people and things like that. I wanted to know the secrets, like, how did they do that? Right. But I did delve into, I guess, what Jehovah's Witnesses would call pagan magic books, but I never pursued anything out of those things. So I guess I'm of two minds. He could have been totally lying like a good magician should. It's one of the only times that in my mind you're allowed to lie to the people that you love to the day you die to protect that magic, because if you knew the trick, you would not believe anything. Knowing the trick is shit compared to seeing it. You don't get.
I use my powers only for good.
Me too. Me too.
I was just wondering if that's possible.
The man that taught me.
Absolutely. I believe it's absolutely possible.
Yes. Tannen's Magic Shop was in New York, and there was a brother that did card tricks at our Kingdom Hall, and I said, oh, no. And half of me wanted to know how he did the trick. This was when I was very small. And the other half of me says, oh, no. And he was doing tricks for the children with cards. So Tannen's Magic Shop is one of the greatest magic shops that ever was, and it was in New York City. So the witnesses know all the tricks. Don't think they're not using mentalism. They are. Don't think they're not using neurolinguistic programming. They are. They know all of it, but they're not using.
Along the lines of what that gentleman was asking. When I was younger, I had a family friend who was a Jehovah's Witness, and I was, that was someone that I was talking magic with a lot. Later on, they stopped being a Jehovah's Witness. They're in New Zealand, and they could apparently find water for anyone.
I believe it. My dad believed in dowsing. He was from Nebraska. They had a 7-year drought before the Great Depression, and he told me that every dowser he saw amazed him. So I do believe dowsing is absolutely real. I know magicians that do magic as well. And just for the record, there are also gospel magicians that are on stage, prestidigitators that do a Bible-based show. So your show can have elements of any of that. The man that taught me said, sometimes you're up there and it will be real. Well, I hope that answered the question.
Wait, no, that doesn't, because housing is definitely real, because I inherited it from my old man. My dad, he douses, I douse, but I don't practice magic. But I can douse.
I wasn't talking about dowsing. I was talking about
but
being able.
She was comparing that to magic, and I don't think it is. I think it's just having, that I don't know, like a connection with the earth or something.
What this lady could apparently do was find water without going to the place. She could tell you where it was on your own land.
Yeah, that's different.
Oh, okay.
And she could apparently find anything that you lost. No matter what it was, she could tell you where you lost it if you still were in possession of it. That kind of means that if someone stole it from you, she wasn't able to tell you where it went, but she could tell you anytime you'd lost something that you were in possession of, which is, I remember my dad telling me this and going like, this is the dark part of the magic kind of thing. You can't do this. You can't delve into this sort of stuff because this is the sort of stuff that, Jehovah hates.
I think that's
I just remember.
That's my.
Well, if it's real, why is it dying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that bit at all. I don't think it's wrong. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Bible confirms or says that magic exists because Pharaoh's sidekicks were able to do the same magic that Moses did, right? Yeah. They just didn't do it as good.
As my dad pointed out,
they went.
Moses did it better than all the other magic practicing priests, and it
that's
was
right.
Yeah.
That's when Paul
I always argued with my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Paul rescued that girl, he never said that she wasn't accurate.
No. And I mean, Pharaoh's sidekicks weren't even surprised.
No.
Right.
It's something that they've done every day.
No,
they were sort of, what the hell is this?
Right.
Check this out. Bam.
Yeah.
And they were able to do the same thing. The only surprise was when Moses was
called
able to do
it
it slightly better than they could.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So, okay.
I mean, history talks about armies having magicians.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. So my question is, and you answered that. I believe that you answered that. Basically, that is possible. That is not what you practice. You practice the illusion, right? But that other stuff is possible.
Shaman, I practice all of it. There's nothing of it that I don't know about.
Okay. So like when we saw the guy on TV levitating, was that real or do you think that was an illusion? I'm just curious because I know
it was fabulous. The word for that was fabulous.
Yeah, that was fabulous. Okay, good. I'm sorry.
And when you ask how I do it, do you know how I respond, Brad?
Say again, sorry?
When I'm asked, how did you do it? Do you know what the correct answer is? I did it very well.
I don't know.
Did you do it? Very well.
With
so
great
it is
skill.
real. No, that was my question. I just wanted to know if it's actually real or if it's,
Yeah, I believe that I
know.
believe it's possible. Yeah, but I couldn't confirm
Okay.
whether what
Good.
he does
Okay.
is real or whether he's just being a great magician. Like, have you seen that movie, The Prestige?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Oh yeah,
Hugh Jackman and
all that stuff.
well, yeah,
3
one
times.
of those magicians was a twin, and he lied about having a twin his entire life. That's what I guess a true real magician would be like, right? He lied to his wife, to every single person that he knew. He cut his thumb off so they could match.
Well, that's disappointing. That's the problem. That's the disappointing part is when you see movies like that and it blows the whole magic thing right out of the water, you know. But then when you fucking, you know, when you do actually hear somebody that actually says, yeah, it actually is possible, and you see some stuff that there's no way that you can't really know, and that's that's all I was wondering because, you know,
yeah, I think so. I definitely keep an open mind about it. Yeah.
In the immortal words of the great magician, you got to believe.
I know, but you know, if you throw a sheet over a big box and it just disappears right in front of you, you know, and then you're in the living room of your mother's house. You know what I mean?
Here is a question. Here is a question.
All physics, okay?
There's no trick.
Well, let me explain it to you. I'm going to explain. I'm going to share some truth here.
Okay.
Recently proved, I was at a magic meeting. It was recently proved in physics that there are 11 dimensions. This was in the news. And a magician physician at my dinner table at the magic convention turned to me and he says, "Dear lady, why stop at 11?
No kidding. Yeah. There's 11 that they're aware of, but he knows more. Okay.
There is. And so it's quite possible. And we don't have all the science yet. So believe, be well, stay hydrated, and have a marvelous day.
Perfect answer. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That was all.
And good fortune for you in your magical career. But,
thank you. I have to start again. I've had great challenges in recent years with sadness and loss, and I've lost my tribe and my family members, and I have to start again and reconfigure a magic show for the world. Thank you.
It's tough to keep your focus on it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I've experienced magic in my life. I'm serious. I have. I'm talking amazing things that I have been able to basically by using the faith the size of a mustard seed, by actually believing and I learned from C.S. Lewis is faith is absence of doubt. And so by praying and just believing that what I want is going to happen, I have made some friggin' amazing things. I didn't make them happen, but I'm just saying that by my believing and my absence of doubt and my learning how to explode and visualize that doubt and get rid of it, I have had some amazing things happen that were magical. And so that's why I'm wondering, because, you know, I've actually
That's very helpful.
it.
Thank you for sharing that. You know, the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so shall he be. So with
and
ourselves,
and exercise faith. It says exercise faith.
It does.
So
it does.
Yeah, so it's like a muscle, you know, but faith the size of a mustard seed, which is tiny. So basically, all you have to do, and what he said, I never knew what faith was. As Jehovah's Witness, I was always told, have faith, have faith, have faith. I didn't know what the frig that meant. But then I read that and C.S. Lewis's book. I don't know which one, but it was like,
C.S. Lewis, that's The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I know like Screwtape Letters. Wow. I don't remember. It's been so long. But Screwtape Letters was one of them. That was supposedly like written by the devil. I don't know. But I just know that he was a Christian, you know, and anyways, but he's the only one that ever explained what faith was that made sense to me. And that was the 100% absence of doubt.
The Bible says
So
faith is things hoped for unseen.
Right.
The expectations of things
you know what they don't
not
say?
seen.
They don't tell you. They don't tell you that in order to have faith, you can't have any doubt. Yeah. So what you got to do is you got to get rid of all the doubt. And because we all doubt, we hope. We don't have faith. We hope. But
you know what was inspiring to me? Are you familiar with the great Walendas? Do you know who they are?
I've heard of them. I don't know.
Well, Carl Walenda, he didn't make it. He died in the 1980s. I was in the newsroom when that story happened. But his son walked across the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And it was the most beautiful footage I've ever seen. He prayed out loud the entire way. And about halfway across, he started talking to the Christ, and he invoked the fact that the Christ was a sorcerer. The Bible says Jesus was accused of being a drunkard and a sorcerer. Now, if you look back the Gospels, to me, I am inspired by Jesus as a shaman. I don't know if that's meaningful to add or not. But.
No, actually, you know what you just did? You just
I think
can I tell you
Jesus
something?
could turn invisible.
Hey, you know that experience I told you I had about the zero faith? Zero doubt.
The book
happened to be at the Grand Canyon. Happened to be at the Grand Canyon. You just brought up the Grand Canyon. So I live in New Hampshire. I traveled across the country when I was in my 20s, and we went to the regular Grand Canyon, and then we were told, hey, you should go up to the north face of the Grand Canyon. Beautiful. So
beautiful.
A 24-hour detour went up to the north face. So anyway, it was a long drive up into Utah. We spent the night in Utah. So anyways, we're going the next day, and all of a sudden on the radio, guess what? We got rain, clouds, all tours, all the plane tours, all of the helicopter tours canceled. And the visibility is going to be zero. And it's like, you know what? We drove all this way, and I prayed. And I knew 100%. I actually practiced. I exercised my faith by knowing for a fact that it was going to clear up for us. And we got up there, and I am serious, 100%. We drove down these dirt roads. We had to wait for cattle to cross and get out of the way. And we got out, and it was like the wilderness on the north face of the Grand Canyon. And there was nobody there because it was a terrible, cloudy, rain, dead, couldn't see nothing. The only person there was the actual park ranger. He was just cleaning up, and he left, and it was me and my cousin, and we're there, and I'm laughing. I knew it was going to clear up, and my cousin, because we have been driving from New Hampshire, we're way out there, and he's all mad that we actually took this huge long detour, and I'm serious. It's like, hey, let's go make a sandwich, and it's going to clear up. I promise. I know it is, because I knew it. 100%. So I got out, we made sandwiches, and guess what? The rain stopped. And guess what? We went to the edge, and it just, the clouds just started to slowly dissipate, a little bit at a time. And we got to see, and this is the most amazing experience I've ever experienced in my life. it opened up, and then all of a sudden you could see the other side of the canyon, and you could see all the way down. It was like over a mile down, almost straight down. There wasn't any where we were. There weren't any railings or nothing. It was just wild. It was awesome, and it was just me and him and my dog, and it just cleared up more and more. And I'm just laughing. I was laughing at him. I was like, "It's gonna clear up. It's gonna clear up." He was all mad that I kept driving out there, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't care. We're going. It's gonna clear up," and it did. It really did. It cleared up, and then all of a sudden, you could see one canyon. Then you could see the next canyon. Then you could see another canyon. And all of a sudden, it just cleared all the way up, a little bit at a time, that we just soaked it all up. And it was just the most amazing spiritual experience in my life, and the most beautiful thing I've ever saw in my life. And I actually ran out of film before it actually cleared up, so it's all in my head and his head. And because we ran out of film because they were charging like double when we were in Utah, so we didn't buy it because we were running out of money. But anyway, it just cleared right up, and I'm telling you, you could see everything. And then, so we both went our separate ways. We did our own meditation and praying and whatever, and our own experience, enjoying this freaking view. And we just spent, several hours. And then finally, we're like, we probably ought to head back because that was a long detour. We thought, anyways, it was a long detour, so it was like, well, we got to head back. And so we got back in the truck, and it started raining, and it closed right up.
Wow.
And that is the God honest truth. I will never, ever forget that. And to me, that was like magic. But it wasn't. It was faith.
It was magic.
I don't understand
what magic is.
It was. It was total magic. It was amazing. But I knew 100%. In my heart, I knew it. It's going to clear up. And it did. Exactly what I was praying for. And I just knew it. And it's amazing. So I'm just wondering, it's not something that I was able to, I've experimented with it, on other things. But it's not something that I turned into a practice, but that was the most amazing experience I ever had. And it had to do
Have
with
you ever talked to
faith.
Dan on this show?
What's that?
Have you ever talked to Dan on this show?
Not
Every
really.
now and again, a guy calls. Well, next time you hear a guy called Dan pop up, he Now, if Dan's listening, I'm only saying it like this because it's not that I don't believe you or anything like that, Dan. It's just this is the way I'm wording it. He believes that he's an empath.
Yeah.
Do you know what that is? So can read people's feelings and things like that.
I believe I am.
Yeah, so
I've been told
I guess he would be a great person to talk about this stuff with.
Yeah. So, okay, so, I'm just wondering if
The answer is yes.
Yeah,
do you
pretty much,
do
yeah.
any of that with your magic? Or do
The
you
answer is yes.
practice? Yeah? Nice.
The answer is
Yeah, I
yes,
believe it.
and sometimes the answer is both.
I just think magic is science that hasn't been found out yet.
Yeah. But I can't tell many people that. A lot of people, like when I started studying again, I went back and I started studying, and I was trying to explain to the elders about how I figured out what faith was, and I told them about all that. They didn't believe me. They were
you shouldn't have done that.
That don't happen. No, that convinced me that was Satan and all that stuff, and you know what I mean?
Well, they don't read the Bible. They read the Bible.
Even if it was Satan, it's still magic.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, yeah.
Read the Bible, they would know about the miracles that Jesus performed. They would have a definition that faith is the hoped for things
on. We're not allowed to be able to do that stuff here on it.
They
Yeah,
used
that's
to read
it,
the Bible
specific.
every day. They don't read the Bible anymore. A friend of mine who used to be a friend, an elder, called me the other day, and I talked to him about number 6. He didn't know what the 6th commandment was. He was complimenting me on how my family lived a long time and they're gone now. I said, well, I was just doing number 6. He said, what? I said, the top 10, the 10 commandments. He didn't know commandment number 6 was honor thy mother and father. They do not read their own book. That used to be the strength of being a witness, was read the Bible daily. They don't do it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a scripture about there was a scripture about Jesus' life when he was alive, and it said some people came to, get him or something like that. I can't remember specifically during his life. It was while he was an adult, but it says they surrounded him and he disappeared from the midst of them.
That's right. That's right.
I remember we were studying the Great Teacher book back then. Listen to the Great Teacher.
Yeah,
And, no, was it that one?
Yeah.
It was a thicker book. I can't remember. Anyway, it was at a book study, and I remember going, "Does that mean Jesus went invisible?" And everyone there, no one could answer the question. Everyone was like, "What? We've never even thought of that." I thought he disappeared from right in amongst them. How did he do that? How did he pull that off? I assume every single one of those people is looking right at him because he's the target of why they're there. Yeah, he was able to disappear right in the middle of the group. What happened?
It would be invisibility. But Jesus said, I am the same yesterday and tomorrow. Jesus said, I'm the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That implies that he had an understanding of quantum physics, dimensions, and science that would have been unknown at that time and is barely known today.
Yeah, I believe magic is just science that hasn't been discovered yet. That's all. I mean, if I went back 100 years with the chemistry knowledge that I have now, I would be a magician. They would call me a magician or a heretic or something.
That's true. Yeah,
chemistry looks like magic.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Jehovah never even mentioned to Moses that those guys, the Pharaoh's sidekicks, doing that was wrong. He never mentioned anything about that. He said, go do these miracles. He went to the miracles. They were able to pull it off straight away.
He's like, guess what? I'm gonna show you how to do it better.
I'm gonna send you to basically a magic battle. We're gonna battle with magic.
Exactly. Yeah. You throw your staff down, and your snake is gonna eat all their snakes. Guess what?
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm gonna give your hands leprosy.
Yeah.
I don't want that one, Jehovah.
And the guy with Ark of the Covenant was struck down in the Old Testament.
Oh, don't get me started on the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, I know, right? He was struck down because he didn't follow the directions. If he had used the wooden poles, he would have been grounded and would not have been electrocuted, but he didn't follow God's instructions. He touched the side of the box and he fell down dead.
I mean, it's amazing. This is the description of the Ark of the Covenant is describing a very crappy capacitor. A capacitor holds very large amounts of electricity.
Yes.
One of the things that I always found interesting is the person that touched it and got killed, it said that lightning shot up his nose.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Did it say that?
Yeah, that's exactly where it would go if you were electrocuted.
Did it say that? Really?
The point of least resistance, straight into the nose, into the eye socket, that kind of thing. It described the person who was electrocuted.
Yep.
Did it really? No kidding. I believe it. No, I don't.
The wooden
I
poles
believe it because
would have worked against that, so it was safe to carry with the poles.
Absolutely,
so you always
absolutely they would have.
You want to read your instructions with your magic.
Yeah.
When it comes to electronics, always read the instructions.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, please.
No, that's cool. I'm glad I got to get that off my chest because this has been, I'm
glad you did too.
That experience.
These are the sorts of things that you think about when you're staying awake at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, but not many
The
people.
unanswerables.
Most people think you're fucking crazy or something, you know. But I'm telling you, I don't care who you are. I experienced it, and that is exactly how I experienced it. And if you want to call me out on it, good for you. Don't care. I know exactly what I know. I experienced what I experienced, so I don't give a hell what anybody thinks.
I'm glad you got
it happened.
there. I'm glad you were able to attend the Grand Canyon in all its glory.
Oh, that was
it's
you
incredible.
know what?
It's
if
incredible.
I never get to go there again, I'm fine. I am telling you what, that was the most amazing, majestic, awesome experience in my life. And you know, I would love to go
It
back.
boggles the mind.
You know what? If I never go again, I don't think it could ever compare to what I experienced. Ever. I don't think it could. That was the most amazing thing. There wasn't even a helicopter or a plane in the sky, and it was crystal clear. There wasn't a single person besides me and my cousin and my dog. Right, and nothing. There was just us, all 100% open, clear, crystal, beautiful. We saw the whole thing, and then when we were ready to leave, bang, the rain came back. It was just miraculous to me. It really was. It was miraculous. And he will actually, you know, he'll tell you he was there. You know, he doesn't believe that my prayers had anything to do with it, but you know, because he's just, you know, he's not that way. But
I believe you.
he was never a witness. But I'm telling you what, he will tell you that's exactly what happened. You know.
Keep working with it.
Anyway,
Working with it.
what's that?
Yeah,
Keep working.
thanks for
with it.
calling in.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad I got to get that off my chest with you guys.
Yeah.
You know, I love this. I love this. This extreme thing is awesome. You know, it's awesome. I've been able to get a lot of stuff off my chest already. You know, but that's one thing that, you know, you just can't tell most people because they think you're friggin' nuts.
What happened at the Grand Canyon?
Understand it. Don't expect them to. Don't expect them
Can you
to.
hear me?
The road is
No,
narrow
they're
and
not.
few find it, sir. The road is narrow and few find. I'm glad you found it there.
Is someone
Can you hear me?
someone else trying to
You
talk?
know, I
yes,
wish
I can hear you.
to do that though.
Okay, this is apostate.
Oh, hey, Linda.
Oh, hey,
Sorry.
Hi.
Hey, you know
I
what?
decided since I'm taking this break, I'd go to the phone, and if I
Oh,
leave
Linda.
hi,
Linda, can I say something?
yeah.
You're my favorite apostate.
Thank you. That is so cool.
Yeah.
I've brainwashed him successfully,
Yeah.
but
I
ethically.
Yeah, I'm hooked on you, Phil. I love it.
I am so
Well,
glad.
you missed a
I
good story.
absolutely
You're going to
love.
have to listen to it later, but it's a good story. I'm telling you. And it's true,
Okay.
100% true, 100% real. And most people don't believe that stuff, but I'm telling you what, it's 100% true and real. You're going to have to listen to it later.
Okay.
Because you
Hey, I don't think Linda
you
got to
taking
hear
a
your
break.
story.
You were taking a break. What'd you do? What were you doing? Were you having some
I went
tea
to
or
the
something?
potty. I
You
went
did?
to the potty.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take you all with me
Yeah.
this time. There have been times that I haven't mentioned it.
Yeah. No, that's not. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I was able to get something out that most people don't think is real, and because your guy Brad, which he's awesome. I love listening to Brad, and what Trixie or Dixie? What's your name?
It's pixie, like pixie dust.
Pixie. Pixie, yes. So I love listening to both of you. And like Brad was talking about doing magic. And so I was asking him his magic. So anyways, just look to it. He was saying how most of his magic is just practice. But we were talking about real magic, and I talked about some of the experiences that I had with real magic. And I didn't really magic.
Okay.
And,
I heard there's Buddha in the Grand Canyon. Have you heard that?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is that what I was going to say? Is that Trixie, or is it Pixie or Trixie?
It's Pixie, like Pixie
With a P.
Pixie.
Brad.
Pixie had an
Brad,
experience about the Grand Canyon. Yeah. So, anyway, because she mentioned the Grand Canyon, I had to bring up my experience at the Grand Canyon.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But all right, I'll let you guys go.
Have a magic day.
I will never.
When I was getting to know Michael Wayne Moore, he was telling me about doing where you find the water when you hold the metal sticks.
Yeah.
He had mentioned that he had done that.
Yeah, I have that. It's like I inherited from my old man, my dad. He does the dowsing, and he showed me how to do it, and I can do it. I can find water without even trying. It just happens.
That's fascinating.
But it's not.
I've never
magic.
tried it, but it seems like there's got to be something that makes the sticks, which are made of metal, right?
Yeah, I use like bronze. What I use is I take bronze brazen rods and I bend them and I put them in this is the way my dad showed me how to do it. I would take a 4-inch piece of copper tubing and then hold them in my hand, and I would put the bronze rod with it would be like 45, 90 degree bend. Anyways, and put it in it, and then just walk around, and then when the bronze rods would cross, there would be water below. I didn't learn how to learn how deep it was or anything like that, and it's always worked for me. I just hold it straight, and it would just they would wiggle, and then they'd move, and then once they went straight across and were touching each other, right there is where I'd make the mark on the ground, and I knew that's how I found water lines. And one time I did that, and I was like, I made a bunch of marks on the ground wherever it crossed, and I'm like, that doesn't look right. I don't think I know what I'm doing. But then I ended up taking a little backhoe, and I dug up, and I found the water line right exactly where my marks were. The thing is, it was a flexible water line where they had it on a stupid skew, when they put it in the ground. It didn't make sense. They just dug a little ditch, and it was on a freaking angle and stuff, But anyways, exactly where I made the marks is where I found the water line.
Are you talking like a pipeline that had water go through it, or like someplace in the earth where?
Plastic line, yeah.
Okay.
Plastic line. So it went, and what it did is it gave water to. There was a clay tennis court where I was working, and we used to have to water it because it was clay, in the summer.
Okay.
So there was a water line buried, but we didn't know where the hell it was buried. But I was able to identify where it was buried because of what I was doing is I was installing a skating rink up above where the tennis court was. But I needed the water to fill the skating rink. So I had to find the water line so that I could tie into it, you know. And that's how I did it. I did it with that.
Wow.
Rods, and it worked, you know, and actually with my job that I do now, I have to find the water lines every once in a while because I have to dig in the ground and stuff all the time. And it works every time. It just gives me the location though, but I'm not like some of these guys actually are able to know exactly how deep the water is and how much water you're going to get if you actually are to put a well in there. I've never learned any of that. All I can do is tell you where the water line is, you know. And it's real. It's not even fake. It's friggin' real. It's like I just inherited it from my dad. My dad showed me how he did it, and I would do it, and it was always right on, you know. Every time I found the water line where I thought it was. So I don't know how it all works. You know.
My dad taught me how to play the spoons.
Oh yeah, that's the one I love playing the spoons.
That's a musical instrument.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
Not many people know how to do that.
Oh, I love it.
You have to teach me how to do that, Linda.
Okay. Put some
that's
tape
fun.
at the end of the spoons. That's helpful.
I can play the spoon.
Okay.
That's a very Australian instrument.
Is it?
Is
okay.
it? That's awesome.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was very hip.
Hey,
you know.
Have you ever tried water dowsing without the rod?
In Virginia, we use a stick.
I know.
As in
That's
wood?
why I'm
People
asking.
doing that.
That's why I'm asking.
People use it.
I think you can find them without the
people
rod.
use like a willow stick or an apple stick.
So there's something I do know about water dowsing, and that is no water dowser has ever passed a double blind test. Do you know what a double blind test is?
Nope.
So say I set up. Oh shit! Did my battery just run out? No, I set up 10 containers. One of them has water in it.
Yep. Yep.
And then Pixie comes along an hour later, changes where the water is, and then you have to find the water. It's not in the ground; it's in a container. No water dowser has ever been able to pass that test. I believe that water dowsing is real, but no one has ever been able to pass the double blind test. I think it has something to do with a hyperperception.
I think it has to do with
why.
I think it has to do with
genetic.
Earth. The Earth is living, and we are electric, and the Earth is electric. And I think it has something.
It's a type of perception that your dad gave to you, because water dowsing, it's so common to be in a line of a family.
Yeah.
Right? It's passed on generation after generation. And I think it's some sort of perception that you can find water in the ground, but you can't find it when I'm trying to test it, because for one, it's not in the ground, and you don't have access to those perceptions that you need to find it. I don't know what it is. Hell, you could be seeing differences in blades of grass, for all I know. That grass looks healthier.
It has to do with resonance and frequency of the Earth.
Of course, it could be that too. Something to do with earthing,
How can I
definitely.
find water in a plastic pipe? And the plastic pipe
Because
is on
it's
an
in the
angle.
ground.
And I have all these stupid marks that doesn't even make sense. It's like, what the hell?
I'm not 100% sure what it is that you're doing. I just think that that's what's happening. Either for some reason your brain can see such tiny differences, like pipes leak, right? No pipe is infallible. So somehow you're picking up either, the static electricity that is created, some earthing difference, something like that. But I believe that you can see it. I think people can do it without the rods. I think the rods are a useless way of directing it. Does that make sense? For your own mind, giving your hands
Yes.
something to do because they don't understand that you can find it.
I don't know.
Brad,
That's
it's
the only
like
way I
comedy.
learned to do it.
Brad, it's like
You
comedy.
either have it or you don't. You either have it or you don't.
It's like
Huh.
comedy, Brad. Comedy starts in your
Yeah.
feet.
Does it?
Okay.
Oh, I guess no wonder I'm not too funny because my feet they suck.
That's why I'm
Don't
hilarious, because I have size 14 feet.
No shit.
Talented. That's part of it.
Just filled to the brim with comedy and wit.
Yes, sir. That's awesome. Boy.
Wow.
So it's like 5 o'clock.
I've had size
Yeah,
14
over there.
feet since I was 10.
Yeah.
Really?
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
I don't think that I'm trying to be a dick, but I have size 15, so.
Oh!
15,
I did have a lot of
1.5.
How
You
tall
must
are you?
be a tall man.
Yeah, I'm 6'3". I have size 15, so yeah.
Dude,
I
you must
met a
know
guy
this.
one time.
Had to find
You
boots.
must know how hard it is finding shoes.
Oh, I
It
hate
is.
it.
You just
It
wear
is
boots?
terrible. Oh,
I just wear
usually
combat
when
boots.
I work outside.
Mhm.
It's hard. It is really hard looking. To find them comfortable, anyways. You know, it's like you're out of like 15 varieties.
Not just that.
One with a size
Also-
15.
Yeah, also finding a pair of shoes that you like the look of. I go into a shop and
Yeah,
I go, oh, those are dope shoes. Do you have them in a size
Yeah.
14? They're like, they laugh in my face.
No.
What are you talking about, you
No.
freak? No, we've got them up to 10.
Yeah,
Shut up.
14.
Get out.
14 or 15 gets through. Yeah. You got to
You know,
special
the-
order them. Oh, just order them online.
Another-
Kelly, I want to try them on first, but whatever.
Another really annoying thing. You'll go into a shoe shop and you go, hey, you got any size 15? And they go, no, here's a size 12. Why don't you try that? No, I know
Yeah.
the size of my feet, you idiot.
I know. Oh, it's frustrating as hell.
Oh, goodness. Why don't you
So
try that?
frustrating. I just get up
Yeah.
and leave if they say that.
You actually, I can wear. I actually always try on the 14s because some of them are actually bigger, you know. But until like I wear them half a day and then my feet stretch and then I have to take them off. But
Yeah, and then that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your feet go up and down about a size during the day, every day,
Yeah, they do.
through heat
Yeah,
and cool
that's
and
right.
all that sort of stuff. So it's just,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate it. Any shoe salesman that suggests a different size, I just leave immediately. I don't even say anything. I get up and I just leave.
Yeah. I should try my magic on that.
Brad, I wonder if there's a shoe in America called Vans, V-A-N-S.
Oh my God. Don't even get me started on Vans not posting to Australia, no matter how hard you try.
Oh,
They
that's
won't post
something.
to Australia.
You can't get banned.
Sorry? Trust me,
There's
I
a
look everywhere. for
Catalog here called King Size. It's online called King Size, and they might have shoes that might fit you.
shoes. Maybe. I just wear combat
Yeah,
boots now, every day.
easy.
That'll work.
I feel your pain, Brad. I feel your pain.
You know what was funny though? Growing up with feet that big, it was almost impossible
Yeah.
for my parents to ever find shoes, meeting shoes, that look good.
Right?
Oh, I know.
Sucked in.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Only kid in there in just like black sneakers.
Yeah.
I love sneakers. I really do. I'm all about
We have
sneakers.
that going on. Yeah. Yeah. My
My
son
son wears
he's there to the same problem.
large
Yeah.
size Converse shoes, and he will wear them not matching. So he has to get two pairs and separate them so he can have unmatching shoes. The
that's
high top
wonderful.
canvas shoes. And my granddaughter saw that and went, "Oh, I've got to do that." So my son was all proud. He took her to go get canvas shoes and was so proud that she wanted to do that like him. Now she's learning to play guitar like him. It's really cool. But wow, it's
My
not easy.
godmother does unmatched socks. I hadn't heard of the shoes. That's wonderful.
On purpose.
Yeah.
One good thing is they're starting to realize that the people are getting bigger, growing bigger because of all the hormones, I think. So
It's McDonald's. I blame it on McDonald's.
Actually,
Yes.
Keen actually has a lot of size 14 and 15 now. So with Keen boots, that's like, it's hard to find all the other ones, but Keen happens to have them a little bit more often over here. I don't know if you ever
Are you saying a brand?
Keen, but yeah, Keen is
Keen,
a brand.
is it
Yeah, it's a brand
K-E-E-N?
of boots. K-E-E-N-E. Keen.
Okay.
Yeah. They're really lightweight, but they have like the thing is I have to have steel toe or composite toe for my work.
Right.
So
Right.
he has those. So yeah, they actually, I can always find now, not always, let's put it this way, it took me almost 3 years to find any that I liked a couple of years ago. But now all of a sudden I have found like 4 or 5 pairs that actually fit me of jeans. It's like they're starting to throw the big size out here in the United States finally. But
Wow.
yeah, but yeah, I went 3 years. I couldn't find a boot that would fit, that was comfortable. And I work in New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine, and I would go to these boot stores in all 3 states looking for friggin' boots that would fit. And I went a couple of years before I found any that were close, but they, it was just close. But now I finally find them that will fit. This year and last year, they're starting to show up,
Okay.
But that's just the way it is. It don't matter. It's no big deal. But they are finally realizing that the kids are growing bigger than they used to be. People are getting bigger. Just like the cars were made back in the old days. If you bought if you get in the 1960 something pickup, if I get in it because I'm 6'3", I can't even push on the clutch, because there's no room for my legs because of the steering wheel hitting my knee.
Yeah,
because
I'm a tall woman too.
Yeah.
And it feels just like that.
Yeah, so now they've increased the size of stuff, and it's just the way it is. Same with shoes. That's all. No big deal. Just the fact. But what we were talking about was the faith thing. That was pretty cool. You'll like that. I had an experience going to the Grand Canyon. You're gonna like that, apostate.
Okay.
Again, or you want to go on to something else? Want me to shut up?
I wouldn't mind hearing it.
I only came on because you were taking a break and these guys were talking, and I just wanted to throw in and ask him because he had mentioned about he was doing magic, and I was like, hey, I knew a guy that was a Jehovah's Witness, and he stopped being a Jehovah's Witness when he was like 18, and my cousin was friends with him, and he started doing magic, and he was actually claiming that like he could make a box disappear, but he didn't know where it went, and he thought that that there was some spirits involved, or something like that, and I was just asking if that's possible, and that's why I came on.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I heard some of it, but I didn't catch the whole thing about your what you went through on the Grand Canyon. I caught pieces of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
But I can listen to it later, or you can tell me. I'm up to it.
All right, I'll tell you right now. Okay, I'll repeat.
Okay.
right. So I had been, I was a Jehovah's Witness, and I left when I was 18. And here I am. I'm 21 years old. I'm heading up, but I was still. All right, so I had gotten into all kinds of self-help stuff, and I had taken, I took this course. It was called IP, International Personal Development Course. I paid, I don't know, $600 back in the 80s, first year course. And it just taught you how to be successful at business, and at life, and how to do positive affirmations and all that stuff, and to unravel all the negative stuff in your life. And I learned all that, and I practiced it, and I made a lot of leaps and bounds. And I bought a landscaping business when I was 21 years old, and but then, I was here. I had buddies that I went to high school with, and they were over in Tacoma, Washington, and they were making more per hour over there than I was actually charging my customers, for my business. So I was like, hey, that's why I'm going to go over there for the winter, and maybe I can actually just work over there. I'll just pay off my loan and get rid of my business. I'm just paying off. It was like $80,000 I borrowed, and but the economy was going bad because it was 89 or something like that when I bought it. And so spent 3 weeks traveling the country, seeing everything, and but I had read a lot of stuff. So one of the things that I had read was C.S. Lewis. I mean, I had read a whole shit ton of stuff. I read the Quran. I read, just looking at all different religions. So I had read, C.S. Lewis, and he had brought up what actual faith was, and I had never knew. I always heard about faith. You heard about having faith when you were a kid, right? Being a witness. Did you ever actually realize what faith was? I mean, faith was the expectation of things to come, but it just never felt real.
Exactly.
And pray. I mean, did you ever feel like somebody was actually hearing your prayer? I never did.
No.
Me neither. Yeah. So I read this, and it's like faith, the size of a mustard seed. And I never had anybody explain it to me as well as C.S. Lewis did. And he was like, basically that means the absence of doubt, 100% absence of doubt. So the size of a mustard seed. So faith is zero doubt. Zero doubt. It doesn't matter how big your faith is. It can be the tiniest thing, but you just have to have zero doubt. So what you had to do was learn how to block the doubt out. And so I exercised it, and it said exercise faith. The Bible did, right? And he explained it in a very good way. So I tried it, and I exercised it. So after we went to Graceland, we went to Washington, D.C., where actually the government agents out there, because I had taken pictures of somebody upon one of the monuments in trench coats. They were making some deal. So anyway, we had the Secret Service come up to us, and they asked to see our cameras, and they erased all of our pictures, so we had no pictures of DC.
That's Secret Service.
That was part of it. That was pretty cool. And so anyways, so we ended up going to Graceland, all kinds of stuff, and we went to Phyllis Canyon down in Texas, and we went to the Painted Desert, and Petrified Forest, and get to the Grand Canyon, and we had met somebody who was like, hey, you know what? It's worth the detour to go to the north face of the Grand Canyon. So it's like, all right, that sounds good. So we're in Grand Canyon, and so we live in New Hampshire. So I have a road atlas that every page has a state, right? Or 2 pages for one state. And New Hampshire is so small that from the middle of the state to the edge of the state is usually a couple, hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours max, to get from one side to the other, because I live right in the middle of New Hampshire. And so I'm looking at Arizona, and so we're looking at to go to the north face of the Grand Canyon, like that, a couple hours, because it's, one page, So it's like, hey, yeah, if we leave now, we can get there by the sunset and have a nice sunset picture up there. So anyways, at midnight, we're in Utah at midnight, and we have to get a hotel. And so the next day, we were driving into the north face of the Grand Canyon, and all of a sudden, on the radio, it said, it's rain, fog, all the planes and helicopter rides are canceled for the day. So there's no tourism going on at the Grand Canyon. But we're already committed, and we're going out there, and so we're driving through dirt roads. We're driving over cattle gates and stuff. There'll be cattle actually right in the road. It was weird. It was like driving through, I don't know, the back country anyways, to get to the north face. And it wasn't paved at all. It was all dirt roads, cattle blocking the road. We have to wait and try to go around them and all that stuff. And we finally get there, and there's the only people there at the north face. There was the park ranger, and he was just emptying the trash cans and stuff, because there wasn't a single person there. Tourists, none. We were the only tourists there because it's raining. You can't see nothing. So why would anybody be there, right?
Exactly, right.
I was exercising faith. I was praying and exercising faith, and I knew that it was going to clear up for us. My cousin was sitting in the other side. I'm driving, and he's like, what are we doing? We're wasting time. Why are we driving out here? You can't see nothing. It's raining, pouring, and it's foggy, and you can't see nothing. I said, well, it's going to clear up. I promise. It's going to clear up, because I knew it was. I was exercising faith. I was doing what that book told me to do. And we get there, and it's pouring rain, and the park ranger comes up to us, and he kind of gives his condolences to us. And I get out, and I'm like, hey, let's have a sandwich, and I'm all inside, I'm bubbly, and I know it's clear up. I just knew it. I was exercising faith, and I knew it. And it was, like I said, pouring rain, foggy. You couldn't even see, you could go to the edge, but you couldn't see nothing at all, honestly.
Yeah.
Nothing. So I get out, and I made sandwiches, and we're eating sandwiches, and all of a sudden the rain stopped. All of a sudden, the wind just kind of comes in and starts clearing up slowly. And so we both got out. He finally got out of this pissy mood, and he got out. And so we went over to the edge, and the wind starts blowing, and you could start to see a little bit more, and you could see the other side of the canyon. So he went his way, and I stayed where I was. And then it just started clearing up a little bit more, and a little bit more, and I just knew it was. I knew it was gone. I was 100% faith. I had learned it's absence of doubt, and any doubt that I had, I was blowing up my head. And it honestly, it cleared right the hell up where you could just see everything. Totally, 100% clear. And
Of the Grand
but
Canyon?
it was like slow. The Grand Canyon. We were in the north, where there was no pavement. It was all dirt. There was no railings or anything. It was really cool because, like, I was sitting on the edge of the Grand Canyon, and I could actually look down. I actually took a rock, a big, like a, say, a 6-inch rock, and I took it and I threw it out as I could, and I watched, and it just disappeared. I never saw it again. And it was straight down to the river. I mean, I'm talking over a mile straight down. It was really cool. But you could see, all of a sudden it opened up so you could see the other side, and then you could see the next canyon, and then the next set of canyons, and the next set of canyons. It was just the most amazing thing. And the thing was about that was really weird is we ran out of film, and they wanted back then in Utah, we could have got filmed. There was a couple of rolls, but it was going to be like $8 for a roll, and that was like triple of what we used to pay at the time, because that was like in 91 or 2, and so we didn't buy any film, so we had no film for any proof of any of it. So it was all personal experience that we got to see, and so we stayed there for quite a while. It all cleared up. It was all both personal, own spiritual experience. And then we finally went back to the truck. It was like, we probably ought to get going. And as soon as we got the truck started leaving, it started raining, and it closed right up.
Wow.
And that's what I was talking about. Yeah. And that's why I was asking them, about magic, if it's actually real, because it felt like magic. The way I did that, my experience, it felt like magic,
It does sound miraculous. It sounds magic.
Doesn't it?
It does. Wow. Yeah. It sounds like it happened just for y'all, like.
It really
just for
does.
you.
It was a total personal, spiritual experience that I just can't, and the thing is, then I when I came back, at the time I had been studying with, I had been out of the truth for a while, and then I started studying a little bit before I left, and so I but I was also reading all this other stuff and checking into every other religion, and so when I got out there, we ended up settling out in Arizona. Spent 3 months out there, and ended up my first job that I got. It was so crazy. So I ended up getting answering an ad and getting a room to rent, and my cousin had to get another room from somebody else. And anyway, so I'm there, got the room, and we're outside, and I'm like, hey, let's head downtown and see what we can find for action. Well, this big Norman Bates looking guy was there for some reason, and he was like, what kind of action are you looking for? Yeah, he was huge. And I was like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm looking for work. He was like, what kind of work? I said, construction. I do construction, landscaping, stuff like that. So he gave me a card. His business card was something about Jesus. And he hooked me up with the editor of the local newspaper. And I ended up working for him, demolishing his house to re-renovate. And the other guy that worked there happened to be a disfellowshipped Jehovah's Witness elder.
Is that right?
So I ended up.
Now that sounds like a position set up for you too.
Oh, yeah, it was crazy. And this guy introduced me to all these books are like the lost teachings of Jesus Christ and all this stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm like, so anyway, but the thing that I was talking about was the experience at the Grand Canyon. That was pretty cool. But I also had another experience with I had one day there was a rainbow. I was driving back home from work, and that rainbow was like following me. It was like I went in between these two cliffs, and the rainbow was right in front of me all the way. And I got home, and the rainbow is right there at my feet at the house that I was staying at. It was really weird. I'd never seen that before either. So I had a lot of cool experiences on that trip. So yeah, my point was, is magic real? Is faith actually faith the size of a mustard seed, like Jesus said, or whoever said it? And that's what C.S. Lewis taught me, was faith the size of a mustard seed means absence of doubt. And so,
you know what I really like about that story?
What's that?
I really like that you couldn't take pictures. Yeah, you mentioned that the cost of them was like three times as much as you, and it just feels like it was almost just like, say, let's just for shits and giggles say for a hyper, like it was proof that you couldn't use to prove to anyone else. It was your own proof.
Yeah,
you would get to carry for the rest of your life.
Right.
You could never show photos to anyone and go, see, use this as proof. It was just for you. No, that's not a problem. That to me is more, it makes it more special, because faith is about you. It's not about other people telling you shit. It's not about trying to convince other people. It's only about you. And that to me is like such a poetic part of that story. Is I didn't take photos. They cost too much. I don't know why I didn't buy the stuff. I just didn't. So you get to carry that proof. It's your proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I like that part of the story. I think that's something kind of magical about it.
It is kind of, it's almost aesthetic, but it's also magical, as you say. It's like too cheap. I was, too cheap to buy film because it was so expensive. But we had been, and you're right, 100%. It was totally.
But I mean, that also could be. Oh, I had a spare. I wanted to take a picture. I had a spare roll in my pocket. I pulled it out. Oops! I dropped it into the canyon. That could have been another. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, it just, you don't know why that stuff happens, but it feels to me like you needed proof. You had the faith, and you got shown personal. Like what you said before, I've never felt like anyone listened to my prayers ever.
I never did, ever. No, and this time it happened. It was so surreal that it just. Let's put it this way: when I actually went back,
and you were asking for nothing, really.
No,
you were asking for nothing. I just want to be able to see the Grand Canyon, nothing else, with my cousin. That's it.
This wonderful gift that he had provided for us.
There's nothing selfish about that. There's nothing narcissistic about that. There's nothing ego about that. There's just, I really want to see the Grand Canyon with my cousin.
And I knew that I was going to be able to too. That was the magic part. It's just knowing, just knowing.
Mm-hmm.
I just knew it. I 100% knew it. And everything that was happening told me that it ain't going to happen. Everything that we heard on the radio that it ain't going to happen. But I knew it was going to happen. Somehow, I exercised that faith for the first time in my actual life. And it actually happened. And it actually has served me on many other occasions that I don't even, realize,
It sounded like God wanted to do a little magic for you.
Yeah, but, nothing that's spectacular, but, and the thing is that I was not a Jehovah's Witness. I was smoking, I was drinking. I was not, and according to Jehovah's Witnesses, if you weren't living the perfect life, answer your prayers, but guess what? He answered my prayers, and I was not living their life. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
they're the Pharisees. You know that now.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing about it. You know, that's because when I finally I went back to New Hampshire and I started studying. I was studying with the guy used to be a circuit overseer or district overseer or whatever. He was just a wonderful teacher, elder, and he could not explain it. He thought I was nuts. You know, God would not answer your prayers because you were smoking. You were dissociated. You know, you were not. You know, there's no way God would answer your prayers. So
That's really presumptuous of him. That's really presumptuous.
What's that?
That's really presumptuous of him.
Yeah, all of them. Nobody believed me. They all thought that I was nuts, and God would not answer that kind of a prayer.
How do they know what God answers?
They don't. They know what they're told. And they're told that if you're not a Jehovah's Witness in good standing, God does not hear your prayers. Well, I was not a Jehovah's Witness in good standing. So, you know, I wasn't baptized. I was I was an unbaptized publisher, and when I left at 18, they had disassociated me or disfellowshipped me, whatever they called it, because they treated disassociated. I was treated the same as a disfellowship person for 2 years, and then they changed the rules.
I've heard this about somebody else too. When they're not even baptized yet, but they get disassociated. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
That's just
my mother totally ignored me. Everybody ignored me as if I was dead. But then 2 years later, they changed the rules. Guess what? He wasn't baptized, so we can't treat him that way. You can still talk to him. So I was able
2 years to figure that out.
What's that?
I said that it took them 2 years to figure this out.
Well, 2 years is my lifetime. But you know how many years? But it was several years because a lot of people got this fellowship before I. You know, they were doing that for a long time.
If they keep doing that, they don't have any members.
I know. I wasn't even baptized, and they were treating me like that, you know. But anyway, so when I got back to New Hampshire, I started studying again, and when I was telling any of the elders that I was studying with, they didn't believe me. They thought I was nuts. You know, God wouldn't answer my prayers because I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness. I wasn't practicing. I was just smoking, you know. So there's no way that my faith actually made that happen. So it actually made me question whether or not it was real or not, but I know it was. So I was there, and my cousin was there, and he's still alive to testify to it. And he wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, so he knows. He knows that he was there. He was like, why in the hell are we still driving, 8 more hours to get to this place where we know that everything's closed down and you ain't going to be able to see nothing, you know? And I was like, I don't care. I'm going to. I know it's going to clear up. And it did. So, and he will tell you that that's 100% true.
That is so amazing.
It is.
It sounds like the great magician waved his hand so that you could see his handiwork.
I'm telling you what, that was the most beautiful experience of creation that I have ever seen. And like I still say to this day, if I never go to the Grand Canyon again, I don't care, because I don't think I could ever compare with what I saw. You know, it was so amazing.
That's a beautiful story.
Yeah. But the problem is, the problem is you would think that somebody that had that experience would be able to practice that on a regular basis in his life.
You can.
And have the most amazing life. But I was shot down so much and told that it wasn't real. and doubted. I doubted myself for so long, you know.
I hear you.
So
Well,
I really,
people, see, those people have never been past the matrix. They've never been west. How could they even know what's out there? You were asking and confiding in the wrong people because they never even get out of their car to mail a letter. How could they even know what Wyoming, Utah, Montana? How could they even know Arizona? They couldn't even know what those words mean.
I know it's true. Yeah,
And of course,
I don't know.
sounds crazy to them. They're never going to see anything like it.
No, they won't.
They had me convinced of that.
You know, like I remember asking when I was a kid why Jehovah answered other people's prayers, like famous people's prayers. Oh, what are you talking about? And I go, well, they just thanked God for winning that Oscar. So I guess they prayed it. They prayed at some point for that Oscar, and now they have that Oscar. Why did Jehovah grant their prayers, and I don't even feel like he's listening to me at all? And I would always say, well, no, that's not Jehovah doing that. That's Satan. Satan owns the world. I'm like, I don't care. Somebody answer my prayer. I don't care if it's God or Satan. If Satan answers my prayer, it looks like God. So it's no different.
Yeah.
Wow.
And of course, everything seems like the devil when it's magic because you never get to see it. You never get to experience it as a Jehovah's Witness. Anything magical that you experience, they go, that's demon.
It's the devil. Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's what I thought. You know, I'd get all these great ideas or thoughts or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's the devil. You know, it was, you know. Yeah, but I always wondered, why would the devil pay so much attention to me? Because I'm not special, you know? Why would the devil do this shit to me? You know?
Oh, because he was trying to stop you from being a Jehovah's Witness. That's what I got told.
Probably. Yeah.
Well, but they're counting trees. Okay, gentlemen, at the top, we're told we can't be anything. And somewhere in upstate New York, they've got maps and they're counting countries where they've got money in each country. Huge parts of countries. They can do whatever they want to. They know the sky's the limit. They have $1 billion. Don't let them tell you you can't be anything. They have.
Satan is the one that's answering prayers. Maybe we're praying to the wrong person.
Yeah.
He's the one that can get it done down here. Maybe.
But you know, I always was confused because I believe that Satan can't actually read your thoughts.
He can.
I mean, for some reason, they said that he can't read your thoughts, but he can watch you and see your actions, and then he can influence you because of your actions. But
you need to get them out of your head. Still running in your head. Don't let them rent that space in your head.
Oh, I don't anymore, but I'm saying that was an issue back then, you know.
Oh, I do know.
Not anymore. Honestly, I'm all set now. It's been, you know, a long time. It was a long time ago. That was 30 years ago. So, yeah. But
they believe they can do anything. They believe they can be in every country in the world.
I know.
Pretty much.
They believe that they should be in every country in the world.
Yeah.
Which is more dangerous.
Yeah. So they're not letting anything stop them.
This is true.
I studied after I came back from my trip across country. I studied with elders, very, very good teachers, very high up elders that were circuit overseers and district overseers in the past, and they could not answer my questions. They would just say, "You got to Jehovah, leave the Jehovah's hands." They could never answer my questions, you know, and
they've not been Mississippi River is part of it. Anybody that travels has had marvelous experiences and scary marvels and miracles too. If you just talk to people that have never left the East Coast, they're not going to know anything about what's out there.
Right. Yeah.
But at the time, we were thinking they were the only trustworthy people to listen to. And still, we didn't get our answers. And that's really frustrating.
Well, I kind of knew they weren't from a young age. I stood up.
I don't know. I'm like, when I was in my first job that I got out there in Arizona, I ended up working with Leroy. He was an ex-Jehovah's Witness elder, black guy. And I would actually go after work and stuff. I would spend time. I'd go to his house and I'd spend time with him. And he was telling me how all of his experiences as an ex-JW elder. You know, it was like, is Satan guiding me? You know, obviously, is Satan misleading me? Then now all of a sudden, my best friend is a ex-JW elder that I happened to get my first job with, you know, out here in Arizona. And he's actually introducing me to books like The Lost Teachings of Jesus Christ. And oh my God, you know, it was really weird. It was really weird. But I learned a lot. I don't know. And then I came back to the United States. I mean, back to New Hampshire. And then I ended up getting married. Ended up, she wanted to find a religion, and we checked with a whole bunch of different churches. And I was already kind of biased towards Jehovah's Witnesses because that's what I grew up knowing. And we ended up somehow convinced her that Jehovah's Witnesses was it. So we were studying with these pioneers, full-time pioneer elder, used to be a circuit overseer, and she ended up getting baptized, became a pioneer herself, and then we had kids, and I never ended up getting baptized, but I supported them, and that's how my life turned out. I wish I had, I don't know. It was crazy. So both of my kids raised as Jehovah's Witnesses. I never actually got baptized ever, but I went to all the meetings with them. I supported them. I tried, but they just could not answer my questions. They could never tell me how. The only thing that kept me from it is, to me, truth is truth. So how can the truth change? If it was the truth 2 years ago, how can all of a sudden now it's not, we're going to change it and it's not. So the truth that was true 2 years ago is not the truth today. They could never answer that for me. And so it's like how come when I left at 18, you guys, they shunned me. I was treated like I was disfellowship. My mother wouldn't even talk to me for 2 years. My little brother and everything. And then all of a sudden, the new light came out that, guess what? He wasn't baptized. So now you're allowed to talk to him. So now I can have contact with all of my relatives. But my brother was baptized, so he can't talk to any of them. I was like, how do you justify that, that it was the truth back then that I was to be treated like this, but now the truth has changed? If God is a God is honest, they could never, ever justify it for me. And so I just was like, you know what? I can't. I'm not going to devote my life to you guys because I can't. But my wife, my ex-wife now, but she took to it. She became a freaking pioneer. He had kids and all that stuff, and I just supported him. I would go to the assemblies with him, meetings with him, but I would have to get up in the middle of the meeting and just walk out. I remember going to a Kingdom Hall one time, and I felt like it was so evil. I just felt evil, you know? And I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. I got to get out of here, you know? And I'd walk out, you know? And a lot of times, I just couldn't do it. But I always
And you thought it was
supported
something
them.
wrong with you.
What's that? Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
you just thought it was
looked like
something
there was
wrong with
something
you.
Yeah, there was something wrong with me. So that's how that works out. So, but that was one of the most amazing experiences of my life, though. That Grand Canyon experience. If I never see the Grand Canyon again, I don't care, because that was the most magical thing in my life I have ever experienced.
That's a very cool thing.
Yeah.
Definitely a very cool thing.
I think it's interesting. Four of us didn't get our questions answered.
Awesome. What's that?
I am inspired by your beautiful story. It was wonderful to hear it a second time. But I'm also interested all of a sudden by the fact that all four of us did not get our questions answered.
Which one? Which question?
Well, all four of us are from different corners of the earth. We all grew up as witnesses young, and not one of us got our questions answered by the elders who were supposed to be guiding us.
Right? How can the truth change? If it's
Yeah.
true,
If God,
true
if
yesterday,
God is
why
the
is it
same
not
yesterday, today, and forever, how does this change thing happen?
Exactly. And it never has. Never.
Well,
Not
that's,
even once.
I started realizing they weren't
actually,
leaders because they couldn't help me. They couldn't answer my questions.
yeah.
I was a little kid and I would ask them stuff. My dad had good answers. The library had good answers, but the people that were supposed to be spiritually guiding me, they couldn't give me answers. And like I said, last week, the elder didn't even know what the sixth commandment was.
Yeah. What do you think the answer was for me? Was my experience up there at the Grand Canyon.
Well, you told me they
the devil.
Yeah, what do you think they thought? Yeah. I was fucked up. I am sick in the head if I think that Jehovah answered my prayers. Yep.
That is
He would not
demeaning.
answer your prayer, something like that, if you're smoking still. Yeah.
That's
He
just
would
so
never answer
demeaning.
that prayer. Yeah.
You just don't qualify.
Yeah.
Wow.
But guess what? I was there, I saw it, and I know better. So I know.
they're not qualified to be ministers. They have a little book, but qualified.
Guess what? I also know that faith and prayer has nothing to do with being a Jehovah's Witness. It really doesn't, and it doesn't work. I've experienced pretty fucking amazing things in my life.
I have too. I'm amazing that I'm living.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. I'm amazed right now. I'm standing. Last year, I couldn't have done what I'm doing right now. I'm standing outside against my truck. It's 24 degrees outside, but I can't be in the house because everybody's sleeping.
I remember.
So I'm outside and I'm talking to you guys, and I'm freezing my ass off.
I remember you got in trouble.
What's that?
That was so sad. I remember you got in trouble that one night. You were talking away. Somebody in your family got in
trouble earlier. Yeah.
Oh, you find a corner in the kitchen or something? Get a chair next to the refrigerator or something, and where you can.
I was in the kitchen. Oh, guess what? My daughter.
What?
Actually, she just associated. Jewish girl. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She's 90 years old. Yeah. And she's staying at my house.
That's really cool.
Because, yeah. So last time I talked to you guys, I've talked to you before, I was just getting a relationship with my kids because my ex had totally alienated me from them. And they were both baptized. And so I have a son and a daughter that are baptized. And then my daughter just recently decided that she didn't want to be neither Jehovah's Witness anymore. So it was announced the Tuesday before Christmas that she was no longer Jehovah's Witness. And she's staying with me. And yeah. So that's
You know what
it
is for everybody, but also at that age, the book Boundaries. The book Boundaries is wonderful and important.
Yeah.
And the library probably has a copy.
You know, the thing is, we'll get to it, but she's just, she's wrapping her head around the whole thing.
Sure. Yes. Takes time.
Yeah, it does. So we haven't really, she's not ready to talk about all of it yet, So, letting her
just keep planting love.
Learn who she is.
Keep planting love.
She has a safe place. She can stay here as long as she wants. And I freaking love it. I love it. It's amazing. It really is, because I did not expect that of her. Honestly, I never expected that. I was totally shocked. I was totally shocked because she was just so spiritual, I thought, She was so...
That's why she's not there anymore, sir. That might be it, brother. If she's real spiritual, maybe she had to leave.
Yeah, no, she was just totally indoctrinated, And, I just assumed that just no way, because she was the one who wouldn't talk to me over I could talk to my son because he was more tolerant of me, regardless of what their mother said. But she just never really wanted to talk to me because she thought that I was just too bad, evil, because I had left the mother and left the religion and all that stuff. And now she's living with me. He's not, It's totally weird. It's just weird how it all happens.
I think the kids will see through a lot of this stuff because they're making programs for the teen and younger audience, but I think the kids can see how fake it is.
I think so too, and that's really cool. I'm just happy. I'm really happy that we are where we're at. It was unexpected. She made the announcement. She never even told me. She texted the elders, and then later that night, she happened to be at my house visiting with us, and she blurted it out. But she had already told all the elders and her relatives, and then she told me afterwards, later, because she was.
Well, did she have a reason? I mean, did she have a question the elders couldn't answer or something?
Well, no, she just realized that she just doesn't want to. She doesn't believe it, She's like, this is bull, Like, this is stupid,
Well,
she hasn't quite come to grips with it 100%, and she is not there yet to talk about exactly what it is. But she
what I think happened when we're all locked down, and this was true for the Methodists, it was true for people in esoteric occult lodges, it was true for the witnesses. When people were locked down, they were forced to go back to the kitchen table, their own self, their own little apartment, their own people that were locked down with. And people don't want to be putting the suit on and going door to door. They don't want to be showing up for things that don't help them. people have given up on some jobs that they couldn't stand the boss. This has been a worldwide thing.
Yeah. So anyway, it's very fortunate, and it's very fortunate for her that I'm in a position where she has a safe place to stay. She's going to be shunned. Oh, she's already. So they announced it Tuesday before Christmas. So everybody that she has known all her life growing up is shunning her, but she has me and everybody that her mother would not let her know of my family and my friends. So,
well, again, if she has public library, when I was a teen, the public library saved my life.
Yeah.
She's most likely going to be going through a mourning stage and not even realizing
hell
it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. They all.
Yeah.
Oh, her brother devastated because they were best friends. Nobody saw it coming.
Yeah.
I never saw it coming. None of us. She did it all on her own. She just made that decision and just friggin' threw it out there. Nobody even expected it at all because she was living the life. She was living the life, doing what they all thought she should do, and pretending like
absolutely.
She was doing what she had to do. Just smiles, doing the pioneering, everything. Everything they expected her to do, she was doing. And then all of a sudden, just for some reason, she just snapped and just let it go. And thank God that I'm glad that she got to know me and my my girl. And,
your partner is very familiar with the organization as well.
Yes, you know that. Yes, yep.
This is like.
Yeah.
What this tells me is that she knows of your love.
Yes, she does.
She wouldn't be there unless she knew of your love. So the love that you've put out, that you have planted, showed up.
Well,
to where
she said.
You know what?
Before this happened, she was like, "Dad, I know you have unconditional love for me."
There you go.
And she didn't know what unconditional love was before that, but she
That's
was
right.
like, "I know you have unconditional love for me." So she was comfortable with finally coming out because she knew that Dad was going to be there. Yeah. And she knew that Barb was going to be there, and it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm ready to cry. I'm so touched and I'm so thrilled. And I know it's not like you guys are jumping up and down and hugging and everything, but I know she's in it in her head. There's a lot going on in her head, a lot of battling and stuff. So you're really intuitive to be like, you're just letting her be for now. And that is really wise. That's really wise.
Yeah, I don't give a. Yep. You know what she did? This girl, she was so sheltered. Her mother was so controlling. She couldn't do nothing. Her mother was so controlling. I'm talking total nonsense. And guess what she did for New Year's Eve?
Got a tattoo.
Her and her friends drove to New York City.
Oh, wonderful.
And they watched the ball drop in New York City in Times Square.
Oh, wonderful.
How fun is that? Yeah.
It's awesome. The girl has never been, she's been so goddamn protected. I'm talking the most pathetically protected you can imagine as a JW.
Well, isolated, yeah.
So,
that's why I said the boundaries, yeah. But that's wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, I am so proud of her for doing that. She didn't dare to tell me. She told my daughter-in-law, not a mom, so a stepdaughter to be. My girlfriend, so my fiance's daughter, you know, and told her which she was going, but she didn't dare to tell me because she thought I would try to talk her out of it. So, but no way
she's
I
bonding.
would have been totally 100% behind her. But she's learning. You know,
She's bonding with
yeah,
somebody.
tell Dad.
That's great.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I'm going to make another announcement.
Okay.
So Friday the 13th, which is next Friday, me and Barb are going to tie the knot.
Wonderful.
Say what?
Yeah.
You and your gal?
We're tying the knot.
Wonderful.
Congratulations.
We got the marriage license yesterday. Yesterday. Yeah, we got one yesterday. Got the marriage license from the city, and we're gonna have a friend of hers that's an ordained minister come to our house, and we're gonna do a little tiny ceremony, and we're gonna tie the knot. We've been together 5 years, and we're gonna actually do it. So
wonderful. We'll get a good picture. That's like a marvelous day.
Yeah. I'm gonna dress like a lumberjack, and it's not gonna be. We're not doing a big deal. We're just doing it right at the house. Yeah.
Hey, you know who has a good cake? Get that Pepperidge Farm white coconut frozen cake.
There you go.
It's not expensive, but it's a wedding cake type cake, and you have to thaw it out the night before, but it's a delicious cake.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. I'm going to have to look into it. Yeah. Yeah, we're just doing a small little thing, you know. And, so anyway, it's happening. I swore against ever getting remarried. After 23 years with my ex, like, never ever get married again. But I've been with Barb for 5 years now, and like, you know what? Guess what? 5 years, it's been pretty cool. So I guess we might as well.
Well, you know what the definition of the second marriage is, right? The second marriage is over experience.
Yeah.
So I wish you the best. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, well, hopefully, I can't even believe I told you guys this. I did not intend to tell you about my daughter. None of that stuff. Hopefully, she doesn't know.
He gets on the show and he just like truth serum just happens to him.
I know.
Your show does that. I think it's wonderful. Your daughter will be there for your second marriage, and the daughter of your fiance. It sounds like it'll be a lovely time.
Yeah, well,
please have somebody videotape it or set up a phone somewhere and do a little bit of a sound test so that it can be videotaped.
And some nice pictures.
That's a good idea. We just, like I said, it's gonna be That's a good.
You got to do some selfies there with the bride.
Yeah, we have to do something. Yeah. Well, you know, it's like it's almost going against my grade because you know, but I'm doing it because, you know, hey, I don't even know why I'm doing it.
You know why you're doing it, because your woman's pretty amazing.
What's that? Yeah,
I said, I know why. Your woman's pretty amazing, and
yeah, she is.
She really is, and
I'm just
so
worried about
your circumstances. You're worried about what?
The wedding.
If it goes bad.
Well, that's what happened with my first one. It's like soon as
I know there
married,
was a wedding.
It's like everything changed. I just don't want everything to change. So
it'll be better.
Normal fear.
But this was different, yeah. Because we've been together for 5 years, so I should actually I know it's going to be all right. But my other one,
Well-
I married like a year, so. And she changed.
And-
because I
and-
married her.
Yeah. And you guys both have some wisdom on the side of recuperating or recovering, deconstructing the things of the organization. So you're kind of over this hill, not to say there won't be any troubles, because triggers happen all the time.
Right,
You never see them
Right.
coming, and they do. So
right.
fights will happen and you don't even know why. But then if you reflect, you realize, oh my God, I've been triggered. It wasn't even, I don't know why I got so upset over
Right.
this.
Well, think about-
And it's usually a
think
trigger.
about- So this is another thing that helps me, because I've been living with her for 5 years. We've had at least two, maybe, I think, kind of 2.5 fights in 3 years. I mean, 5 years.
Is it,
They were
That's all?
fights like this. Yes, that's all. And they only lasted while they lasted, and they never extended the next day. You know what I mean? We always, every time it was just a short period of time. It was like a trigger for me or something that I went off and did something stupid and said something stupid. And then, but then we immediately were able to. So honest, every time, immediately fixed it. It never actually escalated past an hour or two. Every single of the 3 fights that we've had in the last 5 years. So that kind of gives me a little hope. It gives me a little confidence. That's pretty good, though.
It does.
5 years, I think, living together, 5 years.
Hold on, folks. We got to get the telephone back.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, now please enter your... Thank you. There are 6 participants in the conference.
It was so awesome.
Thank you very much. We'll go inside and have a happy Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna have a happy Sunday. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, life is pretty sweet right now, and yeah. Anyway, I enjoy you guys. I enjoyed the shows. I've been listening all night. That's probably 9:30.
And have a wonderful wedding, little cake, some flowers, and a photo, and enjoy.
Thanks. Yeah, we were just we wanted to just do it just like, nobody here, but we've told a few people, so I'm sure we'll have a couple people here.
Sounds like it's going to be a wonderful...
We'll do a celebration in the summer. We'll have a little party in the summer. But it's kind of like an elope.
Like a little party on the... to be perfect. Sounds like you have all the right people there.
Yeah. Anyways, good talking to you guys. I don't know. Hopefully, somebody can at least get something out of the what I said about faith beside of mustard seed, which means, from what I learned, was the absence of doubt.
I got a lot out of that. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah.
I got a lot out of it.
And I'm telling you, if you can just get rid of that doubt somehow, and what was like to almost visualize the doubt and explode it in your mind, so that it would just go away. And you had no doubt, and you just knew 100% that whatever you were praying for was going to happen. And that's exactly what I did at that Grand Canyon, and it worked. And that's all I can say. I've had other experiences, but nothing as monumental, as memorable as that. So yeah, hopefully somebody can try that. Try it. Exercise faith. And what does that mean? Nobody ever told you as a witness. It means absence of doubt. Get rid of the doubt.
I like
and just
that.
know.
Thank you. And that visualization of getting rid of your doubt takes it even further.
Yeah. Explode it. You just see that doubt. Whatever the doubt comes up, you just somehow make it explode. Just throw a visual hand grenade at it and just make it explode. And it works. It did. It worked for me. That's all I can say. And if people don't want to believe, I don't give a fuck, because I was there and I just experienced it.
It was meant for you. Yeah. It was meant for you.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like you said, there was no film to prove it. It was a personal experience. So, but if I can help somebody to at least, that's the biggest thing, is I never knew what faith was. They never told us what faith meant. They just told us to exercise faith. They never told us how. They never told us what it meant. Did you ever know how faith works?
Well, Hebrews 11:1, faith is the evidence of things hoped for, right? Or things unseen, something to that effect.
Yeah, well, does that help?
Faith doesn't seem evidence-based. It seems wishful thinking.
Yeah. Do you feel like any of your prayers were ever answered? I never did. I just honestly just never did.
Right.
Until I tried that.
When I was put on public reproof as a teenager, I was told that God would not hear my prayers.
Yeah.
How dare them tell me that? Today, the adult in me is like, how dare them? But when I was a young teenager, 16, I believed it.
Isn't that terrible? Yeah.
So I had faith in that these elders were in a position of authority, and there was no evidence for it, but
I never had faith in the elder system.
Good for you.
I had faith in my dad,
your father,
and that was before they put the elder system in. And when I saw how they tried to kick him out of truly helping, I never did that. And I still don't understand why people go and confess to them. We were told that you just confess to Christ that you're sorry and it's okay. And we were told that confession was a thing Catholics did. And all of a sudden with this elder thing, now they just feel so guilty and they go in there and they have these window washers telling them stuff. That was part of my reason for not buying into it.
Yeah, when you confess things to them, they have stuff on you. You're giving them stuff to
that. I saw through that. And my dad says, don't get your name on any cards. They had a box of cards.
Yes, they did.
And they tried to ruin my family, and we finally got back together, at the end of Mom and Dad's life and all. And I saw that as a teenager, because I saw how they started treating me bad. I was the star of the show as a toddler, and then as a teen, they're just trying to find fault with everything I did. And I'm like, how can I be the star one day and the scapegoat the next?
You became, like, in my head, that usually shows up right about the time of puberty. becoming
Well,
a young lady.
did, but it also showed up when my parents started having trouble in their marriage, and when the elder system came in, tried to push my dad out, and we were a happy family most days, and you know, it's like it wasn't any
So
of
they
their.
were little by little breaking you all down, like your dad and you, probably your
Mom
mother
too.
as well.
And then that younger elder guy who was really, he just seethed anger and wickedness to me. Like I said, I think he has a cult in Costa Rica. I don't know if those are witnesses down there, but his Facebook page, same evil guy, and he has all these beautiful women around him like he's something. He was never anything to me. I saw through him immediately when my dad said, leave my daughter alone and leave me alone. He was a wicked person, and they put him in there in this really good congregation, and the whole thing fell apart. And I still don't know.
This is kind of a thing that men will do, and women will want to get their approval. Women that are insecure, and it's a way of grooming women or victims. Okay, you give them that whole disappointment thing and put them down and everything, and then when they behave in the manner that they want them to, then they perk up and they're happy. But if they act in a way that the perpetrator doesn't want them to act, you know, there's punishment, there's talking them down, dismissing them. This is a form of grooming his victims.
Well, I don't know who the man was that was this younger elder, but he was half the age of my dad, and he walked in there like he was something, and he was a short little Napoleon with an attitude, and he's the one that told me that my neckline was too low when I had no cleavage at all. And then I went out that day and placed all kinds of magazines. He took me to the worst neighborhood with these other kids, thinking we wouldn't place anything, and I placed the whole thing that day. And that's the last day I went door to door. That was long ago now. I was a skinny little flat-chested girl with high shoes.
Well,
but he had to find something. He had to find something, you know.
Yeah, he did.
To down you, to talk down to you, and to correct you. And he was in this placement of authority, and you were the one to receive his teaching. You know?
Yeah. And then my dad and I, we said, well, let's go out in service next week together. And we were going to go father and daughter out in service, which I normally didn't do. My first day there with the guy, and I placed all that stuff. And they left us on the curb. The car group left my dad and I on the curb at the Kingdom Hall.
Wait a minute. The plan was to go to a certain location. Everybody gets in their car from the Kingdom Hall, goes to the location, and you and Dad are still standing at the Kingdom Hall?
The only time we ever went together as a father and daughter, teen me and Dad, after this guy tried to boot him out, the elder guy criticized me so bad that week I had magazines. He took me and the other teens to this bad neighborhood where the bowling alley was, and I placed every magazine, and he was amazed because he thought he was going to do something, not physically or sexually, but like emotionally to like down us. And so he took us to this bowling alley neighborhood, and I succeeded like gangbusters. Every magazine was gone. And so the next week, my dad says, well, let's go out and service together. I said, okay. And I said, I'm not usually into this, but let's do it together. So we went, and we were happy. And father and daughter, we used to be close. We're close again. We go to the Kingdom Hall, and the car group left us in the parking lot. And my dad was so disappointed. He says, I was really looking forward to going out and service with you. I said, well, let's just go home and have a brunch. And we got in the car, and we went home, and we had a happy day. But they left me and my gorgeous, chiseled, perfectly suited dad in the parking lot on purpose.
Yeah, because see, they assign who's taking the car situation too. They assign who's going to be with who and who's going to be in what car and everything.
And my dad had been the second guy there before they had the elders. My dad had authority there. I saw him take money out and pay a sister's rent once. I saw him be a true Christian. the guy with the sermon in his pocket when somebody didn't show up. He was up there on stage giving it. They did not treat us well.
Wow. This is the first time I've heard of an elder reaching in to help someone, and if that someone couldn't pay the congregation back,
out of the wallet,
he had the kind of character,
his money.
Oh,
and
his own wallet.
It was $250 of his own money.
Okay, then I stand corrected. I thought it was out of the congregation money, and I thank you for correcting me. It was his own money. That I've heard of before. Okay.
My dad was like Peter Fonda in Grapes of Wrath. He was there, but he was in a perfectly beautiful, the most expensive suit you ever saw, made to fit him. And there he was looking like John Hamm, my handsome daddy. And he took that money out and handed it to that poor black sister who had children in an apartment and couldn't pay her rent.
See, your father had the compassion of an honorable man.
He was in every way.
And I've had people open their wallets for me and hand me money when I needed it. And there's been days when I've gotten to open my wallet and give to others. And each time, it's just as fulfilling, It's just as fulfilling. And I believe that, this happens more often than we know.
For my dad, that was like $1,000 to another person.
Absolutely. Back then, that's when you carried cash in your wallet, Today,
that was like the emergency part of the wallet for if the car broke down. And he took that out of his wallet and handed it to that sister. And we didn't really even know that sister very well. I don't even remember the sister's name.
That's pretty amazing.
And that sister didn't look like us. That was a black sister from a white brother.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't make a difference.
Yeah. I was very sick with my son, my youngest, very sick. And a church I had gone to, one of the pastors or somebody would call me every so often, see how I'm doing. And I was saying I was really sick, and could you put is there anybody there that could help me? I had asked because I was literally sick the whole time. I lost 11 pounds. I gained.
Wow.
I didn't gain anything. I lost 11 pounds, and I'm a hefty, full-figured woman to begin with, so I could lose a few pounds. But what that says when you're pregnant is that it's not. You're supposed to gain some more over whatever size you are. But I could not keep enough food down to gain any weight, and the baby always takes the nutrition that it needs from your body. So it was shortly after that my teeth started cracking and stuff like that. So my body took a real toll with being pregnant with him. But he ended up being one of my easiest kids because when tired, he actually would go to sleep. So that turned out to be okay. But during my pregnancy, I was sick the whole time. And so I had asked if there's somebody that could help. And some lady looked at it. It was on her heart to come and help me. And I never met her before in my life. She came over. I think I want to call her Miss Pearl. I think that was her name. And she would come over. She would fix me a sandwich. And she would go through the house, just straightening up a little bit. And just just came over and sat down and talked with me a little bit and would leave. Like she knew what to do with me to help and I was on the couch when she'd show up. This gal. It was just the best thing ever, and he's 31 now. So that, this is 33 years ago. I was sicker than a dog, on the couch in my home, and never knew her from Adam. She was a black sister. I don't remember her from the church that I went to or anything. She didn't know me, and she just showed up. Her heart just went out to me. Wow, just thinking about it just blows me away. I don't know where she's at right now, but there's times that come up and it's either on your heart to do something or you know, sometimes you can't or you won't. But I love to hear these stories, and I've had them happen to me, and it's really beautiful when you can give and when you can receive. Sometimes it's harder to do the receiving when you're
I had a
more
lot of
equipped to do the giving.
people could have helped me, and they did help me, but they had their hand out for money.
Okay. Yeah.
This last decade was very much meeting takers and people that were trying to exploit the weak.
Yeah. This gal, when she showed up, I never got the impression she wanted anything back.
That's Christianity.
You know, and I've often wondered.
Christian
Exactly.
lady.
I've often wondered where she was at, you know, so I could give something back. And it's, you know, I don't know where she's at. But, you know, here I am talking about 32 years later. That's the impression she left on me.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And so when we get to be for others, it really makes a difference. You know, there's this one, when my mom used to take me out door to door, because, you know, we had to do that.
Yeah.
I'll never, there's another memory I have, and I know I've mentioned it a few times, but I will never forget. There was somebody at the door she was talking to. And I remember, I don't know what they were talking about, but I got his love. I got his sincere stance of that he cared. And I was a kid, you know, maybe a young teenager, but I really saw that. And to this day, I remember that. And that went against everything we were taught. How could this man, who claims to be a Christian in Christendom, who's under the influence of Satan, be so loving and caring to my mother when she's at the door? And it was more than only for her to receive. I received it too, as an observer.
Uh-huh.
You know, it just counteracted that whole thing. Yeah.
There has been an undercurrent of us and them, even before Rutherford. Even with Russell, there was some of that. But with Russell, it was more mystical, like, you know, we're special and chosen and mystical and all that. With Rutherford, it was downright us and them, and the rest of the world was in Satan's power, and they were no darn good.
Right.
And
when he got out of prison,
yeah,
man, did he take off with a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
and
it really be considered hate speech today. The more I read about him in the book Rutherford's Coup, and the more I look into it, it was hard hitting. And my dad mentioned that times, and how, you know, before World War II, the country had famine, and the country had political division, and some of the people on the radio shows had what we would consider hate speech. The country had all kinds of stuff going on, and this was before television.
Yeah.
Some of the radio
I've been thinking about this lately, how it seems as though history is repeating itself.
There are some sense to it. There are. It's rhyming. It may not repeat exactly, but it's rhyming. And
yeah. So we can't forget our history.
No,
it's important not to.
The drought in the Midwest was 7 years, and then they had a terrible famine. And then there was World War II soon after that. And the people in Britain were hungry. They were happy to get Spam and that hard Christmas candy that nobody likes.
Okay.
And they were happy to get it. That's what my parents told me. That was common knowledge, that we shipped them Spam and hard Christmas candy. And usually Uncle Sam had good foods to ship, but it was hard around the world for everybody.
Yeah, and see, even many people that live below the poverty level have not experienced that low of an existence. You know what I'm saying?
It was
that
mostly
low of poverty.
It was mostly beans, and my grandmother made delicious homemade bread like you'd find in a fine restaurant, like an Italian restaurant. She made this delicious homemade immigrant bread that was a marvelous loaf of bread, and she would sell that bread. So they had that with every meal, and they sometimes had beans, or sometimes they'd have some meat with it, or sometimes they'd get government pears, or sometimes somebody would rifle and go shoot some animal, and they'd clean it and make a stew with some onions. But the East Coast, I asked a lady, a friend of my family who was my parents' age, in Carolina, people had farms. They didn't experience it. But if you lived in Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, people were hungry. And so they were really getting by. That Grapes of Wrath book and movie was based on truth. And there were people that were worse off than where my family was, and they got in their cars and went to California from Oklahoma. Those people started out poor. My family started out with things and clothes and fine fabrics and aristocracy, and they went down a level. The people that started with nothing, they really went down.
Wow.
So
I grew up in Los Angeles County. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll share mine in a minute.
You had delicious produce no matter what happens. That's the advantage of California until very recently. I don't know what this next season is going to do. Bread prices are going to go sky high. Put some jam away, put some rice away. These are just basics anybody would do.
Beans and rice are a real, staple. Even if
jam, some tomato sauce, basic things that keep on the shelf, pickles, things you like. But I do not think that people are spiritually prepared for this. People don't have a spiritual center anymore.
How so? In what way do you mean?
Well, the people I came from were Methodists, and then there were other people in the family that had other religious views. I have neighbors with a variety of views, but in my case, you can sit and read the Bible and get some strength from it, and you can say a prayer. And you might not have anything, but you can sit with a glass of water in that Bible.
Yeah, and have the freedom to receive what it says to you, as opposed to Watchtower doesn't allow that. We're not allowed to let the scriptures mean what they mean to us as we read them. We have to look up what they have decided those scriptures have been interpreted to mean.
Well, I'll tell you what my dad said. I asked him about those days. He says, we knew why the economy failed. We couldn't do anything about it. He says, but we knew why, and we'd have coffee and donuts and talk about why.
Okay.
So it might be coffee and donuts. That might be high living for you.
Yeah.
And coffee and donuts and talking about why, that might be it. Or a cup of coffee or some mint tea and a Bible, that might be it. You've got to realize that there's ways you can get spiritual sustenance in this world, because you might not have your TV, your radio, your talk show. And you might not have your steak. I'm going to be missing my steak, but you might not have it. You've got to have that center that is not materialistic. And I love my fine clothes. I do have extra blankets here. Okay? I'm comfortable.
But you're really talking about knowing who you are spiritually.
That's
That-
it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. And the one thing we did learn from the witnesses, it's a good practice, is read your Bible daily. They don't do it anymore. But there's nothing wrong
They
with
still-
getting up in the morning and having a little 12-step book or a Bible verse or something every day that you can depend on for you to do. A routine, a little routine.
Yeah.
Because
And
that will
that's
anchor
promoted
you.
in mainstream Christianity as well. To
That
read
will
a bit of your
anchor you
Bible
because
daily.
I hate to be preaching. I said I wasn't gonna. Those people there, those people, Pixie's preaching. Those people out there, they are not going to be, and they're going to be coming for your can of peaches, and they're not going to be spiritual, and they're not going to be reading their Bible daily. And you're ahead of them if you do.
Yes, because when these things happen to us, we have to have a center core that will still have us stand up again, to go again.
And I do believe in angelic protection. I don't know if the witnesses still teach that or not, but I do believe in.
They still do, yeah.
And I don't believe they can take that from me because Corinthians tells me nothing will separate you from the Christ. That's in the book. And the Bible study lady tried to tell me that meant something else. What else could it mean? It's there.
Exactly.
What else could it mean? There's nothing will separate you from the Christ. That is a simple sentence.
That's right. What part of nothing don't you understand?
Again.
Nothing. Things are created, and the Creator is not a thing. The Creator created all things, therefore nothing can separate you from Christ.
And separate you from the Christ. It's right there. And then you read the Psalms. You know, the Psalms is full of protective verses, and there's even one, I think it's 4:8 that says you'll sleep well. You know. And then there's another one that says prosperity will come to you with no sorrow with it. I read that one recently. I thought, how did that one get by me? Prosperity will come to you and there's sorrow with it. Hey.
I don't know why, but you know what's coming to mind right now, Pixie? Is that one, I think it's Old Testament, where if your wife is really nagging you, you know, it's better to be like in the corner of your roof.
Yes, they're giving us that, but they're not telling us to have prosperity with no sorrow connected to it. They're in our business Bible, throwing the Bible at us. Yeah. So go back and do a little Bible reading for the year, and if you start, you know, and do a little bit, and have some tea and stay hydrated. Have your water and your coffee and your tea and. You know, basics.
And if you're not a Bible believer, you know, like what Pixie said, there's other books that, you know, are positive reinforcement kinds of books that really speak to your soul, that really speak to your inner being. Whatever you choose to read, make it edifying.
Just
because
a little
that's going to build up
of something. Something. It can be Marcus Aurelius. It could be a Roman atheist, but something to give you strength. And I find the Bible is one of the 100 great books, and I have it right here. I don't need to go out and buy one.
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's they're people are doing what they've been doing, and if stuff happens, they're so surprised. They're not prepared for anything. They're all off doing, having their cocktails and going to big store and taking big pill, and you know what they're doing.
Right. Yeah, I've heard lately that a lot of the witnesses are very bothered because at the beginning of the pandemic, the leadership really made it sound like this was the beginning of Armageddon.
Oh yeah, and they said they'd take care of us. They didn't come by. Well, they did when the Trump people had the box of food, and they said Jehovah brought it to me, and I said that's not what the paper said on it. And
that was those food boxes that they weren't supposed to tell anybody about, not take pictures and put it on social media. They were supposed to keep that, on the down low. That plus, when it came to the memorial, all of the elders made sure each and every person, from the Kingdom Hall had their own little, thing of being able to drink wine and their own little crackers, however that was made or bought. Everybody had that, and they delivered it. A lot of them, their wives put it together. Okay, so they all went to everybody.
I have it here. I have it. I said I have my stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw that, and then the next year they decided just to give everybody the recipe on how to make leavened bread. I was like, this is good.
Well, mine's got to be gluten-free. I don't do miracles.
Running crazy. Okay.
I have my little rice.
Do what?
Got my little wine from Aldi. I'm good.
Yeah.
Good.
They had the elders running the first year of the pandemic big time, above and beyond their normal already running,
I know it.
And I remember thinking,
ask you, do you need anything? And then they don't come forth with it. They were a lot of talk. Oh, do you need anything? And I'm like, well, yeah. Could I give you? Could you pick some postage stamps up for me? They weren't here helping. Even if I had the $20, oh, could you? No, they're not helping. They were a lot of talk.
Huh.
And then they congratulated me. Oh, your mother lives so long. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing the sixth commandment. And they're like, what? I said, the sixth commandment, honor thy mother and father, that your days may be long upon the earth. Don't you know the sixth commandment, brother? He didn't know the 10 commandments. And he's the top elder in the thing. Did not know the commandments.
It's fascinating how so many teachings and meetings start off Old Testament anything, right? And then they go into, this is Old Testament, and, it's past tense, and it doesn't apply to us today, but the principle does. And then they go into why it all applies.
We're not. Jesus said we're not under the law, but they're putting the blood thing on us like we are.
Exactly.
So they themselves, they do not understand the Old Testament, the New Testament. They couldn't find Sermon on the Mount if you asked them, I don't think. I don't think
we can ask Gilbert Gonzalez, and he'll tell you where the Sermon on the Mount is, because,
I think it's in Matthew. Am I wrong? Wrong?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you right this minute.
I think it's Matthew. But they do, as my father would say, they do not get the sense of it.
Yeah, it's very strange.
It is. And again, my new T-shirt's going to be, who are these people? Generations. My other T-shirt's going to be, Jesus' brother was James.
I know, right? I love that.
And my other one's going to be, who are these people? Because who have we given power to? Thousands of people in the freest country in the world, in the United States of America, which I love. I'm so glad to be free. But in other countries too, they have given their power over to a group of window washers, and they are in a cult. I never thought I could say these words, but I can now.
Isn't that feel amazing?
It does. I was such a believer. I was
clearly.
Every witness girl should be. I would have died for those people.
That's the thing right there.
I would have been in the front. I would have been in the front of the line.
Absolutely.
I was a true believer.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That total devotion and loyalty.
And I was betrayed.
Yeah.
The the word. I was a true believer, but I was betrayed. And I'm over the anger. I can look back on it, and now I say, I was betrayed. Who were those people? Who were those people that bright people are giving their power away to? They are not qualified to have my power. They are not qualified to make decisions for me. They are not medical people. They are not legal people. They have barely finished high school people.
Yes.
And
Yes.
they are
I was
men
reading something.
ego problems trying to tell women what to do, telling families what to do. They don't know what to do themselves. Look at the fruit. Where is the fruit of the lives of those elders? Show me the fruit.
The wives have to do a lot of filling in for their husbands that are elders, and they step up a lot and take up the slack a lot, more than people know.
Yeah,
and
we had
support their husbands that are elders. You know, well, you've probably seen some
we
of
had
that going on in your family.
Everybody that traveled, they stayed at our house. All these people from New York, and they were fed well. They had the finest of accommodations at my beautiful home, and my mother worked herself to death to put those dinners on the table. But I don't remember a hostess gift or a thank you, sister, or anything. I think there are a bunch of takers. I think there are, now that I live in the 21st century, I think there are a bunch of takers. They're taking from the people that worship them. The worst in the Pharisees and the priests of Israel, who, at least the priests of Israel, seem like they tried to have fair-handed law, but they're takers. The people can't see it.
Explain to me what a hostess gift is, please.
In large cities like Washington or London or New York, if someone is having a dinner party or someone is having a party with a lot of people, like a cocktail party, it's considered appropriate to bring a hostess gift. And it could be an inexpensive candle, or it could be some extra paper napkins in a pretty pattern, or it could be something that contributed to the dinner, or it could be a nice something for the hostess, perhaps a bottle of perfume, bottle of champagne, something to contribute to the party that's being hosted.
Nice. Okay. I've never known of this. This is etiquette I've never known about. This is wow. Okay. But I also didn't know back in the day about thank you notes either. So,
right.
Wow.
Or if someone's having a dinner party and the gentleman might bring some vanilla ice cream to go with the pie. Something.
Maybe some flowers?
Something, because the hostess has gone to a great deal of trouble to host the party.
Okay.
We had these super duper missionary couples in and out of our house at our guest room, because we had an extra room with a bath and a formal dining room. And growing up, there were all these people that were at dinner all the time. I don't remember any of them bringing a can of coffee, wine, anything to help with the dinner.
Wow. Okay.
Like, we're from Brooklyn, you're supposed to provide for us, is the attitude. And some of these people were very classy and very nice. I liked meeting them. But looking back from where I come from in the big city and from where they came from in the big city, they should have known to bring something, a can of cocktail peanuts, anything, something.
Okay. That would have been part of just being in that area. Okay.
And it could be a $1 can of cocktail peanuts from Dollar General. It certainly doesn't have to be anything lavish, but hi, I'm here for dinner. Here, this will make it fun.
Okay.
Okay.
That's amazing. I did not know this. Thank you for explaining it to me. Thank you.
That's not an old
I was
concept
wondering
either. That's still around. I've always been told to bring a gift, if I'm going somewhere for dinner. And usually I'm supposed to bring a gift specifically for the hostess, the female, the wife, the mom, whoever, because she's the one that's doing all the cooking usually.
Mm-hmm.
But in saying that, if I go to a barbecue, I usually bring a present for, or a gift for the man, because he's usually cooking all the barbecue, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
But in a barbecue situation, because it's more of a picnic environment, you might have a casserole to go with it, or a salad to go with it.
Through that, yeah, bring a plate.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to just show up at an Albertsons or a supermarket where they have pre-made, let's say, pasta salad or pre-made potato salad.
Yeah.
There's things that are pre-made that you can just go to your local store usually and just grab it, and it's something that you can take and it's ready to be served, you know. Maybe grab something to put the food in and spoon it. You know,
one of the things that I've always realized about it is you're still up, right? So you're never spending how much it would usually cost to feed your entire family. You know, it's always something less than you were going to spend in the first place. So that's the only reason I've always thought it's rude if people don't bring something, or they didn't know at all to do that.
Yeah. But we had one missionary couple after another, and, you know, they're there and they got clean sheets and a formal dinner and their own bathroom and their own parking space. I don't remember seeing
very many circuit overseers come to dinner at our house, and their wives, they never bought anything, ever.
They never do. They never do. They show up like they're on stage and they're the stars, and you're there to meet their needs. And they're a little bit haughty.
Whereas we once had a Japanese guest that my dad had to have over to dinner, because it was he was the Japanese kind of counterpart to my dad for his business, and he bought presents for all of us kids. He bought this ridiculously huge bunch of flowers for my mum and like a $1,000 bottle of whiskey for my dad.
Wow.
You're kidding.
No.
Nice. Now that would have, you know, appropriate to my era and
not
where
a
we
witness
live.
at all.
If those missionaries had brought just a simple bunch of flowers for the table, that would have been appreciated. You know?
Yeah. See,
just
wow.
And I hadn't really
so enlightening to me,
seen back
because I did not grow up learning this.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a Jehovah's Witness thing that I don't know it, but more of my mother wasn't taught. She was raised by her father.
Right.
For the most part. So, you know,
it's not something that I learned from my parents. I learned it from watching movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only place I saw it.
A friend of mine who lives in Baltimore. So they're still doing it in Baltimore.
What? Can you say that again, Pixie?
I said I learned it from a friend of mine in Baltimore.
Okay.
And my friend in Baltimore used to have these lavish parties where everybody would bring a dish, and she had this beautiful yard, and she likes all these cakes and things. And her friends love her so much, they came to the last party I attended there, and most of them brought her a very nice gift. It was like it was a birthday party or something. And as witnesses, we're not used to hostess get gifts. And her whole hallway was little things like lipstick from Sephora and little bags of stuff. And I'm like, wow.
This is just amazing to me. I mean, I've had birthday parties since I've left the organization. And every time I make plans and invite people or whatever, or have somebody else do it, I always forget that I'm going to get gifts. And then the time comes where I have gifts to still open, and I'm always so surprised.
Well, I hosted
about seeing the same kind of thing.
fine house. Nobody ever brought me a hostess gift. They should have brought me something. They should have known.
I still find it so weird getting gifts.
Mm-hmm.
I rarely get
So
one.
strange. It's like, why are you giving me this?
Yes.
Right?
I'm not anything.
Does this mean we're dating?
They're like, it's your birthday. And it's like, yeah, but so?
I know, right?
Well,
Yeah.
you realize I'm hanging out with the wrong people.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Yeah,
you've actually hung out with
pretty
some
much.
people that you've learned some real good cultural etiquette from that I just knew
I know,
nothing
but
of.
when I lived in a really fancy house and was having these potlucks and all, they would bring a dish, but nobody recognized that, you know, I was living there. Like Brad says, the hostess should get something. And I remember one dinner party I had where it must have been 30 or 40 people. That group, they should have known to do that and didn't. So, you know, I think sometimes as witnesses we kind of learn to take bad treatment.
Oh, absolutely.
We learn to be,
Yeah, definitely.
you know. And
There should have
like,
been at least a bunch of flowers. At least.
Yes. Yeah.
So that as you were working, you could stop periodically to look at the flowers and smell them.
Yeah, and have
I've
them on
seen
my
that
table
happen.
with the dishes of things that people had brought. Somebody should have brought that, but I'm
Bring a
hanging with
centerpiece.
God. Now in the magic group, I mean, they're always gifting.
Oh, that would never happen. That would never happen. You'd get like a bunch of flowers that would turn out to be a bomb or something like that. You get something ridiculous. I know that. I've been given some really crazy gifts. Yeah.
Like some of those. I'd like some of those feather flowers. I'd like some of those.
I once got given a cake. This really nice, perfect-looking cake, and when I cut into it, it had the entire inside was a balloon, and so it exploded when I cut into it, into the cake.
I would hate you forever if I got a cake like that from anybody, including you.
Great gift.
Because I had that really bad startled. Yeah, it's a gag gift, and it would be bad right after. You know what? Why I'm saying this is because I have that startled thing that's super exaggerated. I don't get startled like normal people. I get startled like scared out of my effing mind, you know, and it feels like I'm being hit or punched. And then I have to calm myself down and make sure I don't hit anybody. I feel like I just got punched. Okay. And then
this bakery in Baltimore.
Do that.
Brad, this is amazing. There's this bakery in Baltimore. I don't know if they have a bakery like this in Australia. The cake baker in Baltimore is so talented that he could make it look like it was a suitcase, and when you cut into it, it's a cake.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We don't have places like that so much in Australia, but before I was selling alcohol for a living, 2 jobs ago, I didn't feel like working at a normal job, and I couldn't really find one. But to be honest, I wasn't really looking, and I watched this show called Cake Boss.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching it late one night. I was like, man, I could do that. That doesn't look that hard. And it turns out, yeah, I can do that. And that's what I did for a little while. I'm quite talented at making cakes that look like objects.
Cool. I think that's the coolest.
But in this day and age, I don't know what it's like in Baltimore. It must be better than it is here. People don't want to spend what it costs to make a cake like that. You know, they're always trying to get it for much cheaper, and you just can't make a cake like that for super cheap, especially for the amount of time it takes. And so it turned out I was working for basically free for my time.
Yeah.
And so I had to get a real job. but it's something that I've always wanted to fall back on one day.
You have
Yeah,
a real
the economy
creative
got any
streak
better.
to you. And I would
Yeah,
like to know what it is
not that
that
much
you
that
use
I've
to
found
make
that I
those
can't
earplugs
really do.
with the resin. You said because I've been looking for a mold or whatever to make those earplugs, not earplugs, but what do you call them? You said you made some.
Plugs. Yeah, plugs. Yeah, that's what they're called, earplugs. Stretchers.
Stretchers, that's it.
For people that have
because
the
I'm
stretch
wanting
ears, yeah.
to make some, and I can't find a mold, so I'm wanting to know which one you use.
Do you know where you can get any of the actual stretchers?
Well, I've checked Amazon, and then I read the reviews, and that's about where I stop, because I don't know which ones to pick out. What?
Your son sounds exactly like the sort of person that would know where he can get the stretchers.
Yes,
all
he
you need,
wears them, yeah.
Yep, all you need is a plastic set, and I can send you information of a very cheap product that you can get so you can make your own molds.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's makes
and that's
sense.
where
Yeah.
that's where I think making resin stuff really comes in handy, because you're producing unique molds based on anything that you like. Another thing
That's
that
my
makes
next
that
thing.
you can sell for
Learning
very
how to make the mold.
good prices. Yeah, another really good thing is I was going to suggest is keyboard keys. Custom keyboard keys.
Why?
Now I have a gaming keyboard sitting in front of me, and I probably spent about $200 buying about 4 custom resin-made keyboard keys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
People buy them, especially gamers, like crazy. You put that sort of stuff on Etsy and people will be going crazy. And because of the personality you have, I assume you'll be making things that are really pretty. And, you know, gamers tend to make them for gamers. So like one of the things that I found very difficult to find was something that I wanted for my personality. And that's something that has to do with magic. So the reason it costs so much is because I got someone to custom make them with playing cards in them.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Nice.
and because they were custom made, they cost a lot. But now that I know how to make them, it's like, oh man, you saw me coming from a mile away.
Easy peasy.
Because it probably cost the guy about $5 once he had the mold.
Wow. Yeah, yeah.
I'm wondering if you could use a candy box
I'll
for
send
mold.
you some info on how to make the molds. It's very simple. Say again, Pixie?
You know, when you have a nice box of nice candy or cookies, and you're done with your cookies or your candy, and you've got this mylar little box you're going to throw away, I wonder if you use that for a mold. Like you could use that for like barrettes and stuff. Like if it was a nice cookie with a fancy edge around it, you could pour some resin in there and pop that out, and you'd have a barrette.
Like where the cookies were placed in that bit of plastic?
Yeah, like the
plastic.
I
think that would be.
Hey, that the cookies and candy were.
I think you could get a good 4 to 5 uses out of that before it breaks down.
Yeah.
I think it would,
Chocolate
or make a mold.
Chocolate molds are really good.
I thought of you the other day because that Aldi European cookie the mold was so pretty of the thing when I was getting ready to throw it out. I thought, wow, they could do a barrette or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of, when I look for molds, I see a lot of them for making candy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or cake decorating stuff to put on a cake. Speaking of cake, remember me telling you guys about my first apostate, Cynthia Hampton? She's all over Facebook and stuff, and she got into cake making. So she'll make a cake all the time, and take a picture of it and show it on her Facebook page. And the other day, she said she took a picture of herself holding her own cake that she made for herself for her own birthday. Was that the coolest thing ever? I was just so thrilled. Talk about freedom. Freedom. Like, yay.
Hey, what's this thing that's going to happen on Halloween in Washington where it's supposed to be free in 2023? It's the first I heard about it today.
Halloween and free in 23.
The first guest today that was talking about his life, he said they're going to have something in Washington. And it sounded like an
talking about.
I want to get up
about
all along the Watchtower
within the XJW community.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know all the details, but they're protests, some form of a protest. Halloween Day, because that's the day associated with Charles Taze Russell, the day of his death. Is that? Am I talking along the lines of what you're talking about?
Yes. If you have any,
I don't know all the details. I'll have to get them.
Message if you have that.
Okay, I'll have to get the details because I don't know who's, orchestrating this and the exact location. So I think.
Well, I have a real dream that I'm on stage singing all along the Watchtower with 20,000 people.
Okay.
I think that would be tremendous.
I do too.
I know all the words, so I will leave them in
something else.
There must be some kind of way out of here.
That's right.
To the thief.
Oh, that's so amazing. That's like so appropriate.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this is great. Great stuff. Yeah, my next thing to do is to make molds. And so thank you, Brad, you're going to send me the information on what to use, I believe is what you're saying, to make the molds. And as long as I get myself my first set of those ear
or
stretchers.
A cheap way of doing it to start out,
That sounds really good because as I looked them all up, there's all these centimeters and and I don't know exactly what sizes there are available, and I want to be able to give all of the sizes so that somebody that is doing the stretching will go from one to another to another to another,
Yeah, that is one of the things, putting them, I think they're all 2 mil apart pretty much, but that is one of the things, I'm sure your son can help you with that heaps.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
Sizing and things like that. No, you're right. It's super fun. Such a great way to.
My oldest daughter got her first tattoo yesterday. And before she got it, she said, Mom, I need you to write in your own handwriting, love you, pretty girl. Because that's the term, pretty girl, is a term of affection I'll use on women that are, my daughter's age and, or a younger sister, and I'll ask, I just naturally, it's a term of affection, this, that, and the other pretty girl. And so she had me write it out. So I wrote it on the back of an envelope about 5 or 6 times and sent her the picture. She went to a tattoo place and that lady blew it up and then traced it. And my daughter has on her left arm, it says, love you, pretty girl, in my handwriting.
Wow.
It's amazing. Yes. And then they did this other kind of splash kind of thing of different colors, purple and orange and something else. It's really, it looks like it's almost covering it up, but it's going to fade. So, gosh, that was just, wow. My son has tattoos, and he was going to get a tattoo at the same time as she was, but they both live in different places. And then my other daughter has started a sleeve on her arm of tattoos, and it looks, today's people that are doing tattoos, it's body art. It's not the way it's like from my generation or from my age, it was either, you know, Hell's Angels and biker kind of tattoos were associated with that, or if you were in a gang or in prison. Like those were the two opposites of how I would think of tattoos. And
My uncle
today's
had a
tattoos are just not.
South Sea Island.
Oh, really?
He was born in Kentucky. He was in the Navy, and his mother was a Native American person. And when he was in the Navy, he got tattooed on a South Sea Island. So if I ever have a tattoo, to be from like a island peoples or something, like an indigenous, primitive kind of looking thing.
Okay.
That's why I don't have it.
See, and I have none.
Artist that could do what I want. And a friend of mine, she was in Vegas, and they asked her on the job application where her tattoo was, and she said she didn't have one. And the lady said, "You're the only person I've met in Vegas that doesn't have one." So we're like the two white girls that don't have tattoos. We have our own club.
The non-tattoo club.
We're like non-tattooed. The thing now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
In New Zealand, the Maori culture, it's very common to get tattoos on your face. It's called a moko. Looks really quite pretty. So I grew up seeing tattoos everywhere and facial tattoos. And when I came to Australia and people said, you know, when I was younger and people were like, oh, no, tattoos are like, you know, if you're in the army or if you were in prison. Like, no. That's not true. That can't be true. In New Zealand, there's people with, it's very common to have them on their face. And people are like, oh, no.
I have an ancestor.
But now it's much more common.
She was kidnapped
It really is,
in the 1800s, and she liked
Yeah.
living with Native peoples in the American West. And I don't know what tribe it was. I have to look it up, the whole story. But it's a real famous story. And she was tattooed on her, around her mouth. She had a tattoo. People she lived with.
On her mouth, from like her mouth down her chin.
Yeah.
I've seen this story. And there's an ex-JW who's done this.
Her last name was Oatman, and she was an ancestor.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
That the tattooing on the chin, under the mouth,
Yeah.
and around the mouth, that's very similar. That's what females will get, female Maoris from New Zealand will get.
Well,
And the men will get basically their entire face done.
Well, that was some of the culture. American Western tribes had that, and I don't know which one.
Yes, I've heard of this story that you're talking about, and that was an ancestor of yours. That's fascinating.
It was, yes. She looks just like my cousin. So I know this is true because she really resembles
Genetics are super weird.
That's that way. And and about the Grand Canyon, they had these rumors that there's a Buddha-like figure and that there were some Egyptian figures in the museum, and he wanted to see if this was true, and they would deny it. And I saw 3 videos last week that imply that it is true, but they cannot get into that cave.
Oh, that's crazy.
And I had an Indian friend of mine. I've worked with him in the film, and he's a really cool guy. And he lives here in Virginia. And he told me that the early native peoples traded tin to Europe. And some of the tribes had turbans. And then the Dalai Lama noted that sand painting was in Tibet and Colorado, and genetically the Navajo are related to the Tibetans. So some of this stuff is being proven now.
That's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Very fascinating. Which would lead me to a point that I was going to make before when Linda said that we should pay close attention to our history so that we don't repeat it. And I was going to say, well, that's sometimes hard to do when we're not always told true history.
Yeah, when they
right now, history is always written by the winner.
Yeah.
So we lose a lot of truth. But these days we're getting more and more of it. You know, more and more comes out. So it's as people research it more and put it on the internet. So.
Well, I'm a big Graham Hancock fan. I'm happy he got a TV show because I've been reading his books for years. But my uncle was a geologist, and they said, oh, we never go below the Clovis layer. There's a thick black layer of underneath the dirt. There's another layer of dirt. And the geologist says, oh, we never go below the Clovis layer. I'm like, why the heck not? So in Washington, D.C., they're digging to put in this beautiful theater that's there for the performing arts. And it's now called the Woolly Mammoth Theater because when they were digging in downtown, underneath where they were digging, they found a woolly mammoth.
Oh,
cool.
Okay.
And that is
whoa.
The coast of America right there in D.C., a woolly mammoth. Okay? And we know all the native peoples and all that were all up and down the east, but this was before that. And so then they're digging in Maryland, and they find this white guy that's like a French caveman. Okay? Okay? You go, what? And you go, yeah, this happened. And you go, that's not what's supposed to happen.
As a tomb? Like a coffin tomb kind of thing? Is that?
No, he was just a dead guy, and he was really old, but he was a French caveman. He was not an indigenous Native American Indian or what we used to see a red person of a white person.
Yeah.
You know, it was a French caveman.
Person. Getting there before Columbus and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the native
I hear it now.
Some of them say we've been here forever. When I asked them in Florida, I said, well, how long's your tribe been in Florida? He was burning a canoe with a torch, making a canoe out of a tree, which I thought was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And he says, oh, don't mind you asking. Oh, he says, we've been here forever. That's what we teach. We've been here forever. I'm like, well, Florida's been here a long time. He's like, yeah, it has. But some of the cultures say that, well, maybe they weren't here forever. So here's a French caveman found in Maryland.
The Australian Aboriginals don't teach that they were there forever.
They don't?
And neither do the Maori people.
Okay.
They came on a boat.
I believe that.
And
okay.
Aboriginal people apparently walked. Australian Aborigines apparently walked here.
Yeah.
Which I totally believe because that's what they do the best. Is walk.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some of the tribes here say they walked over the land bridges and stuff. But there's a guy in his book was $500. I've never read it, but I knew him personally. He might still be alive. He wrote a $500 book about how all the peoples in all the world had boats and where they went, who did what to whom and why, and where they went and how they went, and they all had boats. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The secrets are always with boats. They know everything.
I'm speechless. Wow, I'm speechless. Just taking in this information and planting it in my head with the other things that I've come to know. And it actually kind of fits.
And then Brad will enjoy this as a Jehovah's Witness kid. when I was about 10, I'm in Ohio, and they have what is called the Serpent Mounds in Ohio. They're very beautiful. You can look at them online. And they also have a national park that has a lot of mounds. And we did the tour with the park ranger, and this lady was there. And I think she was like a special super duper tour guide because she wasn't wearing the park ranger hat. I think she was like a professor or something. And I'm about 10. And she's telling us about these mounds. And I looked at it.
Serpent mound?
Huh? The
Serpent mound?
But there were other mounds in Ohio that were just round mounds. And she says burial places, and I said, you know, I said, I have been traveling since I was 5. I said, this is not my first tour, and I'm 10 years old. And I said, you have not fully told me who are in those mounds. And I said, I'm not leaving until you do.
Inquisitive minds will not be satisfied with half the story.
And she bent down my little 10-year-old size because she was this tall, slender, model-looking lady. And she says, I'll tell you. She says, we don't tell everybody. She says, they were giants. Oh, my
goodness.
They were giants.
They were giants. Wow.
Okay. And all of a sudden on YouTube, there's all these shows about giants and mounds and stuff. So everybody knows now, and Graham Hancock's got a TV show, and it's well-deserved. But I remember looking for these truths in my travels long ago.
The fact that you had been traveling since you were 5 says a lot about your parents. I mean, I'm assuming you traveled with your parents?
Oh, yeah.
Yes? Okay. Wow. Wow.
So that giant thing was real.
Yeah, and they have found evidence, right? I mean,
yeah,
they have.
And those Egyptians in the Grand Canyon are real, and the Buddha in the Grand Canyon is real, and the Hopis are related to the Tibetans is real, and everything Brad said about boats is real. All this stuff is real. And the people are so dumbed down and uninterested, they don't even care about what's real anymore.
There was a bunch of uranium at the Grand Canyon. I know that.
I don't doubt that.
They had a bunch of uranium-rich rocks that was sitting in like next to the gift shop for a really long period of time.
Wow! Right next to the gift shop.
Just irradiating everybody that went to the gift shop at the Grand Canyon for a very large number of years until the child of the guy that, was the head of that went in there with a toy Geiger counter that he had just been given. And when he was in there, it obviously went crazy. And yeah, they had to get a whole bunch of people in hazmat suits to get rid of all of it. Like 20 or 30 buckets of uranium rock that were just sitting in a cupboard or something next to the gift shop.
Oh boy.
I'm so glad I didn't go to that gift shop in that time. So glad.
Yeah.
Radiation poison is no joke, man. No joke.
Oh.
Wow.
I love that story.
That's a good story.
Because it kind of just goes to show how quickly history can be lost. Even important things. Someone knew that uranium was in there, and it probably wasn't when there was a gift shop.
Right. Well, in America, we have all kinds of names for places, like in Carolina where boats would crash, it's called Cape Fear. It's called that for a reason.
Great movie.
It's called that for a reason. Traveling something that's called Cape Fear or, Devil's Crossroads or something like that. It's called that for a geological reason, people.
Yeah. Stay away.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of the Bermuda Triangle, which is hardly ever spoken of anymore.
Oh, I know.
Where strange things would happen at the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, yeah.
I think the reason that it's not spoken so much anymore is because the thing that would cause the anomalies, our technology has surpassed it.
Okay.
So there's two underwater objects that are magnetic, and they're two of the points of the Bermuda Triangle. Our GPS no longer works. Often, we don't use anything magnetic, compass, or anything anymore. Everything's satellite. So when you go through that area, your instruments don't go crazy anymore. But it doesn't explain, the weirder things. But I do know that when you're in cloudy weather and you're flying, it's very easy without your instruments to get lost. Very, very, very easy to get miles, hundreds of miles off course without realizing it. If you don't have instruments and you can't see anything. So I can't explain the other alien type behavior, but I think a lot of the, missing things that happen, planes crashing into completely different areas and things like that, is from their instruments going crazy on really terrible days and them not being able to see land. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody here on the chat, I'm sorry I haven't seen what you were saying earlier, Gary. I'm getting ignored here, the same as Watchtower. Okay, forgive me. You were saying you've been waiting to talk. Have you been on the phone to talk? And if so, please push *6, and that will open things up for you to be able to talk. And that's how I could hear you. Oh goodness. So Gary, are you wanting to join in this conversation? One of the things he asked is where this guy is from, the one that's in Australia. He says, I'm from, I don't even think I can say it correctly because I don't recognize this, Canberra.
He says he's from Canberra.
Yeah.
I'm from Gold Coast. Sorry, I didn't see your text.
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast. It's a fair way away from Canberra. Canberra is our capital, I believe.
Okay. Hello, Gary. He started, I believe he started joking around like he was really trying to get our attention. His comment is pretty bad when it came to trying to get our attention.
Well, you got it.
No, I see you now, really, Gary. I really do. Oh, my
God
goodness.
damn it, dude.
Please don't do anything of what your comment says. Basically, his comment amounts to, he's done a whole lot that would need an ambulance. So it's like, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Poor thing. I accidentally ignored you. So, you're both in Australia. You said you just had an experience with a convention. Would that be a Jehovah's Witness convention, Gary? I'm thinking that if you did want to call in to join us, Bob Roberts would be able to give you the way to get through here, to call here.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm just copying it from 6 screens.
Okay, he's doing his little preparing, which is good. So Gary, you said you just had an experience with the convention. So I'm assuming it's the Jehovah's Witness convention.
Yeah, link Brad to my message so we can go to a magic convention.
Hello.
Hi. Who's this?
Calvin.
Hi, Calvin. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm actually Gary, actually.
Hi, Gary. Cool. I'm glad you made it through. You had me going. I was thinking I was
Gary.
getting ready to read this whole thing, and it's like, uh-oh.
This bloke from Gold Coast. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I just finished work about 3 hours ago, so that's all right.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Are you in Canberra?
Yeah, I'm in Canberra, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You sound like you're from England.
I am a Pom, yeah.
I thought so. Is there anything you wanted to ask me?
Not really. I just want to know, like, a lot of people here are like ex-JWs and stuff, and I missed Joe and Friends program tonight, and I just wanted to say, like, I tried to end my life in 2009, and I'm basically a survivor, so here I am.
Wow.
Good for you. For not, for being here now, I mean.
It's good, yeah. I turned down a Bible reading assignment tonight, so that was good. So if I did a Bible reading assignment in the King James version, what would they say?
Sorry, a what?
I said if I turned down a Bible reading assignment.
Oh. Are you still currently a witness?
No, I'm full on out now. But they all think I'm in.
Oh, that's fascinating. Do explain how this could be.
That's a unique situation.
I know I haven't put in a report for a few months, and basically an elder said to me, like, they got a lot of problems in the congregation, like with bickering and stuff like that. So I said, okay, all right. I'm off the radar now, so they haven't bothered to call me or anything.
Hello?
Hi, Whitley.
Hi.
Hi.
How's everybody?
Doing great.
Pretty good.
That's good.
Gary just joined us from Australia. And
hi.
he's talking.
How are you?
And since Brad is in Australia, they're kind of...
Brad. Hey.
Hello.
So we've got Brad and Gary and Pixie and myself so far, and you.
Oh, okay.
But this is the first time Gary's called in, and we're kind of trying to hear what he's saying because it's his first time calling in, and he was saying he turned on a Bible assignment. I think that's the right terminology he used. And Brad was like, "Are you still going to the Kingdom Hall?" He's like, "No."
No, I'm not.
So we're trying to figure out how this all works. And can you talk a little closer to the phone, Gary, because it would help for me to hear you.
Can you hear me?
I'm just listening. That's all.
Thank you, Hidley.
You're welcome.
I went to a convention some time ago, and I felt so out of place that I actually left crying, and I was in tears, like in the auditorium, and everybody was walking past me, and they looked at me as if to say, like, "What's wrong with you?" sort of thing. And that was it.
Mm.
Yeah, that sounds like you crying at a convention, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt so. I always felt out of place at conventions. I don't know why.
Because it's a super weird place to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why.
Mm.
And they try really hard to make it seem like it's not a weird place to be, but it just is.
Yeah. I always felt like the third monkey on the ark.
Yeah, the third wheel. Yeah.
The third monkey on the ark, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
I've never liked conventions either.
No,
I have to agree with you. I don't like them either.
No.
I couldn't stand them.
Well, it's
I've never
only
found
like
anyone
the
that
food.
likes conventions.
Only like the food when they used to have the food arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of scripts.
Yes.
You had to buy the scripts and yeah.
Yeah, we had little tickets for the food.
Yeah, we had tickets too.
And it would be like $3 for a donut or something like that.
Yeah. It was like
nothing strange about that. No, that's totally normal.
Yeah.
Nothing weird at all. Not sure why we felt out of place in that completely normal situation. And then sitting in seats that were rock hard for hours and hours, listening to the same monotone level of voice for hours, and then listening to a bunch of people sing the same song.
Mm-hmm.
You know, tens of thousands of people. Nothing hypnotic about that. Totally normal situation. In fact, that's happened to me heaps of times since leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses. No, it hasn't. It's happened none. I've never had to go to one since.
We had no water, and I nearly passed out. And when I was a little kid, my mom passed out more than once. It was terrible.
We had a bomb scare at one of ours, and it was the best thing ever. 11 o'clock, didn't even get to lunch.
I'll be laughing.
I'm going home. I was like out the door. I was like the third
That is
person
like,
out the gate.
And never come back. Out the door, never come back.
Taking a break. You got to take a break. There's a bomb threat. Bomb scare.
Pretty sure we're not going to get this resolved by the end of the day. Better just head back to the hotel. Oh yeah, because we had to stay in a hotel because it was so far away from home. Super normal.
Did everybody think the bomb scare was Armageddon?
Yeah, pretty much.
Woohoo!
Bombs there.
Oh gosh. Welcome, Gary.
Yeah, what are the cops even worrying about? Jehovah will protect us from the bomb.
No.
You know the brother
Oh my
who gave
goodness.
the talk at the Casula bombing?
Well, you're really quiet again, Gary.
The brother that was bombed at that was giving the talk at the Kasula bombing. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, he married me and my wife.
Oh, we officiated the wedding.
Oh, the world is already small, but the Jehovah's Witness world is even smaller.
Yeah. It's even smaller, yeah. It's getting even smaller.
I remember meeting some people brand new when I was a teenager, and their parents were like, "Oh, your uncle married us."
Wow. Okay.
So what the hell are you talking about? I didn't even know my uncle married anybody.
I probably know you.
Yeah, and then you probably know my family. Probably know my last name, which is probably why I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, no. Because we're so like, this is off the hook, Gary, but you know where the mind of an ex-Jehovah's Witness goes? It's like, could you be a mole that my father sent to just check on me, to get information? Which, see how they
I definitely don't.
Well,
I don't think that.
But
I do think, I definitely maybe think you've heard of my dad, and he could have hurt you at some stage because he's such a friggin' jerk. Or he could have given you really bad elderly advice because he's such a dick.
Okay.
Sorry.
Surname wasn't Logan, was it?
Welcome, Gary. This is the late night best time to call in. I tell you what.
I know. I always wanted to call.
Hey,
I'm so
Gary.
glad
So
you did.
they don't know that you're out.
No, don't. They just assume that I'm a nephew.
That's
okay.
Awesome.
So anyway, I'm keeping. I'm not going to the meetings or any witnessing at all. And I saw some sisters at the carts the other day, and they said to me like, "Oh, we missed you, blah blah blah. Armageddon's coming soon, blah blah blah." All that crap. So anyway,
the fact that they went straight to talking about Armageddon makes me think that they're hemorrhaging people. They're hemorrhaging members.
Yeah.
At least they said they missed you.
Oh,
that's true.
Probably missed me, but
they probably didn't mean it, but at least they said it.
Yeah, they probably did. Have to give them that benefit of the doubt. But that Armageddon thing, that like, day to day you meet all the nice people, it's just like these are nice people. Oh, these are lovely people. Oh, these are people going to be died at Armageddon. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right.
Company, aren't we?
I loved all my neighbors. I didn't want my neighbors to die. I remember as a little kid thinking, "Oh, the whole block will go up."
Are you Pixie?
I am.
Oh,
He's a famous pixie.
Yeah.
See that? She tries to lay low sometimes, but I'll tell you what, on those nights, they're like, "Where's Pixie? Where is
Infamous.
I listen to you a lot.
Brad, they don't know the half of it.
She's only giving us a small side of her. I can imagine going out with her sometime. It would be such a good time.
Whereabouts in America are you from, Pixie?
Say that again, Gary? What?
Whereabouts are you from in America?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, Washington, okay. that anywhere near Venezuela?
No.
No.
No, it's not anywhere near Venezuela.
Okay. I'm still trying to work my way around America at the moment.
Is Venezuela in America?
Oh, that's the nation's capital.
It's in South America.
Yeah, no, you know where
Oh.
I'm in Washington area in the United States of America.
Right?
That's the
North
nation's
America.
capital. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have
capital. Where the president is at.
South America, a completely different country.
We have a large obelisk there.
Okay.
We have this
What is that
huge.
word?
There's a huge pagan obelisk there that's 550 feet tall, 55 feet tall, and when you convert it to metric, that's 666.
Ooh.
What?
That's why metric is the right way to go.
That woke me up.
Obviously.
New York, at least like what? Are like.
Morning, we're talking.
I don't even know what that means, but Captain Google said it, so it was hilarious.
What is it in Australia, Brad? What day is it? Is it lunchtime
Sunday,
yet?
right? It's Sunday, right?
Yeah, it's actually 10:15 p.m. on a Sunday here.
Okay.
Wow, I'm just.
Oh, it's 11:15 here, mate.
Oh, there's an hour difference.
It's after 7 here in New York City.
AM,
Yeah,
right?
that's the longest show we've had. It's 7 o'clock. Wow. We should have coffee and pancakes. I got chocolate chip pancakes if I could just get up.
Oh wow. I'm gonna have me some eggs and bacon.
Oh yeah, bacon.
This morning, yeah. With I guess oh, a bagel. Yeah, I got some bagels.
Oh, a New York bagel. Oh, that would be so good.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Gary,
Cream
whereabouts
cheese.
in England are you from?
Excuse me?
Whereabouts in England are you from, Gary?
Okay.
I was born in Portsmouth.
Oh.
Whereabouts, geography-wise, would that be? North, middle, south?
Yeah, that's on the south of England, on the coast. That's where the Navy was situated. That's where my dad with my mum. My dad was in the Navy. Yeah, so.
I really like your accent.
Do ya?
Yeah.
I've been here like 35 years, and I was like.
Yeah, but it's like the Australian version of an English accent to me.
Oh, is it?
You know, there's just the right amount of slang in your voice.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense, you're not like Londoners sound quite posh to me. Whereas you sound Australian, but with an English accent for some reason.
Oh, you can hear it both. That's so
There's
fascinating.
something. There's
I sound
something.
like an Australian whenever.
Say again, sorry.
So I sound like an Australian, sounding like I'm doing a comedy.
Yeah, a real good one. Kind of, you just sound like your accent suits Australia. Your English accent suits Australia better than, say, if a Londoner came over or a Northerner came over, because I've never been able to understand what they say. But I can understand you just fine.
Okay. That's good. You're the first person who could.
I'm completely inspired by
really?
Gary, and I'm going to start telling people I'm from Venezuela.
Gary, you are a trendsetter. Okay.
I really enjoyed this session today. It was really good.
Me too.
Yeah, he was
Rick always does a lot of research.
That governing body update really got my goat. You know what I mean? It really got my goat.
Yep.
Yeah,
How so?
Well, about the Bible studies, firstly. You know, the Bible studies that was weak. Secondly, like you know, they hold off the annual report until they get the numbers for the new pioneers coming in,
Which they fudged, I betcha.
and then they can say, "Oh, look what we got! We got more pioneers," and you know, it's very clever.
Yeah. And once you start seeing it, it does start pissing you off more and more.
Yeah. Or I just don't. You know, I don't really particularly. I don't particularly like Mark Sanderson very much because he's basically my age. So
I find most of the governing body members creepy as hell.
I think they're very,
particularly Morris. Yes, Morris is the most creepiest of all. It's like he's like underworld figure.
Have you seen his face?
Completely repulsive. They have any hands, brothers.
He doesn't even look real. He doesn't even look real. If I found out tomorrow that they'd like made him out of clay badly, I would believe it.
They're like latex.
That's the creepiest face I've ever seen in my life.
But I don't. And they're all overweight.
I've never seen a face I've wanted to punch so much.
You know,
not that I'm condoning doing that.
I just work with me on this one. I don't get it. It's like, you know, we had a rock group here called the Monkees when the Beatles were big.
Yeah, with David Jones. David Jones and Peter Tork and them, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the
David
Rolling
Jones
were up together on the same train or anything. They made this group up of young, good-looking musicians, and it worked. And it worked forever.
Yes.
If they're making up a governing body, they have all those handsome brothers. They have some dignified older brothers that are really spiritual lights up there. And that's what we get?
Yeah, we got Let. We got Let. And Let looks like he looks like a caricature of what's his name? Applegate for what's that Applewhite, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Heaven's Gate.
Yeah,
Heaven's Gate people.
At some point you have to convince them to be the governing body. Not everyone wants to do that. I mean, Rick himself was asked. It's like, and it was weird as hell when he went there. It was so weird that he was just like, no way.
Yeah.
Was that with Garrett Loss?
Man, Rick was like, no, I can't. I just can't. I'm glad he did. I'm glad he. Hello?
Yeah.
Hi.
I had a close encounter with Jeffrey Jackson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was visiting my mum's congregation in Ingleburn. And I was there, and I didn't even know who he was.
Wow.
It was funny.
Who is this?
I would imagine
Who visited your mom's congregation?
I just got reinstated, and then I visited my mum, and Jeffrey Jackson was there, and I didn't even know who the governing body was, and he was there. And he was saying to everybody, I've come here to visit my mum. 2015.
Did you talk to him?
My mum.
Jeffrey Jackson. Did you talk to Jeffrey Jackson?
No, I didn't. I didn't know who he was.
Mm.
I didn't know him from Bar Soap, mate.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either while I was there. The only reason I know is since being out, I know what they look like, weirdly.
Like, but he was telling everybody that he was there visiting his mum. But, you know, there for the, for the child sexual abuse case. So, so.
Oh, that was in 2015. That was the Royal Australian Commission. That's why he was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I
Right.
just put the dots together. Sorry, my bad.
And he was saying to everybody, I'm here to visit my mum.
When really he was there to lie under oath.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But he told the Australian Royal Commission he was visiting his ailing father.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that.
Wow.
Idiot. Sorry.
All these lies.
That's 3 right there.
And
was his
and
father
he didn't
ailing
have
at
to
that
do
time?
at least one of them. He
No.
could have just said his mother to the Royal Australian Commission.
Wowzers. That
I guess
is
time
so
he told
Strange.
when he said that would be.
See, that's what a pathological liar does. They just can't help it.
I could have walked past. I didn't even know.
Come up with a new lie for every situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known what he looked like at all until I saw that. That's how I know who he is.
No, I could have walked past him and said, "Oh, how you going, mate?"
Right?
G'day, buddy. What are you doing
How you
here?
going, buddy? How you going, mate? It's your first meeting, mate.
Yeah. Welcome.
Oh,
You'd be love bombing him all over the place.
Boy, since you're new here, I'll let you in on a secret. Watch out for that guy, and that lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, goodness.
What else have I got?
Really messed
So
up.
Gary,
Are you baptized,
even
Gary?
aware?
I'm baptized, yeah. I got reinstated in 2016.
That's funny. That's funny how you said I'm baptized.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I got baptized in 2016.
And
Okay.
how much of your family are
I'm sorry.
Jehovah's Witnesses?
I got my mom, 2 brothers. That's it. My dad's disassociated, but I've been talking to him for a long time.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
okay.
So
That's
I
good.
don't- Yeah, I keep talking to him. I love my dad, so anyway, so
Like a good pom should. Good on you, man.
yeah, well, I think like the Bible says, honor your father, honor your mother.
Wow.
True that.
There's a biblical reason not to shun. Yes. Let's take this one to Norway. Hello.
Yep, and Japan and the rest of them that are coming. Let them all come around. Every one of them to see what this cult formation, which is a combination of a cult and a corporation.
I love
which
that.
Watchtower really is. Let them all see the light.
Say that
Not
word again.
talking about new light. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's going to be more cases involved in this. Believe me, there's going to be more cases involved. When
I hope so.
Yeah,
I'm really surprised Jehovah's Witnesses can hold anything in China.
Yeah. No, I think that Norway starts, then Denmark, Iceland.
Yeah, that'll spread.
Then all those other countries.
Yeah, Sweden, all of them.
Yeah, Sweden.
All of them.
Yeah. It's going to start.
And it's got to get over to the other ones. I mean, I would like to see this happen for the African and Middle Eastern countries, that they'll get to see what's going on and leave in droves. I can't wait.
Africa's huge. There's so many countries there, and it's a huge continent, and they've got all kinds of money and toes in there.
But they got to see that there is a slight difference where things are not only the doctrine, of course, the doctrines, but also the policies towards them too in the organization. They have to see this, and they have to make, and for those who are there, because Daniel has some friends over in parts of Nigeria and Ghana, and some of them are leaving. They've seen the truth about the truth, and they're leaving, but they're telling others about Watchtower. So they have to start making, hopefully, their exodus out. They gotta. They just have to. You know?
Yeah. So in 2015, you were working on getting reinstated. Is that correct, Gary?
Oh, Gary. Hi, Gary again. Gary?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Gary.
Hello. Hi, Gary.
Hi.
Did you say in 2015 you were working on getting reinstated, or?
No, I was reinstated in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you
But
spent some time out.
What was going on. I had no clue whatsoever what was going on, you know?
And that's very common.
Did. Yeah. And I went to the Melbourne Convention, the International Convention, and you know, even I won't say the apostates. I'll find another word for them. You know, but the people that were, apologising for the child abuse and that sort of thing.
Uh-huh.
I walked past them and said, like, you know, I felt angry, and I felt angry towards them, and I thought, like, you know, and I thought now, you know, I felt, you know, well, it wasn't them I was angry about. It was towards the witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know, I went to that convention and I walked out. I walked out of conventions in tears because I was like feeling like I was being ignored or shunned or something. And you know, I thought there was something wrong. You know, there was something wrong. And I can't explain it, but you know, but
I think your instincts were right.
yeah.
Was this after you were reinstated?
Yeah.
I've heard that even after one is reinstated, that they're never treated the same again as though before they were, whether they disassociated or disfellowship, that it doesn't ever go back to the way it was before.
Okay.
So what you were picking up on, as many times as I've heard testimonies of people talking about this, it sounds like you were picking up on exactly that you were kind of being still shunned, or you still felt that negative you know, as if you were still not in good standing with the organization. So much so that you had tears. And
yeah, I still did.
that says a lot.
Yeah, that does.
And I think at one convention in Canberra that I actually went to, and I actually walked out, and I was actually crying in the outside, and everybody was walking past me as if to say, like, oh, what's wrong with you, sort of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. That was how I felt from, I always felt like an outsider.
Yeah.
I always felt like I was the third monkey on the ark.
Yep.
Yeah.
This great brotherhood that they speak of, when you look around, it kind of looks like it does exist.
Yeah.
But there's more people that are experiencing what you are than you realize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot more. Even though it looks like unity, there's a lot of people having that feeling of, I know I don't fit in here.
Yeah.
I feel awkward here. I'm not getting everything that they're saying. Is this even making
This
sense?
doesn't make sense.
Yes, and you look around and some of the other people are shaking their heads like they believe it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. You know, some of them don't.
Mm-hmm.
But they're looking like
you know
they
how
do.
you go to the meeting sometimes, and I'm talking to a sister for the first time, and then all of a sudden, you know, other people will come and say, oh, hello, and they're trying to butt me out of the conversation, sort of thing. And that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Have you had that?
That sort of weird shit happens all the time, especially if you've been reinstated.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can't poison the other ones, and you were talking to a sister, yeah, by yourself?
Yeah, I was talking to a sister who is from a Chinese congregation, and she came to the congregation, and she was talking to me, and then one of the brothers and the sister came along and said, oh, hello, blah, 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 blah. And then
They interrupted that right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know why? Because
they do that,
she was from a different congregation and didn't know that you were reinstated, so they had to quickly, separate you so that they could make sure that she still wanted to talk to you even though you were reinstated.
Yeah, but then...
And because it could have been anything, actually. So much
but
stuff.
But then she continued to talk to me. And then the sister came along and did the whole, around me sort of thing. And oh, dear.
But
oh, man, it's such a weird world when you're looking from the outside in.
It's weird.
Yes.
It's just like crazy.
They'll do things to just start situations up. They'll do things just to start drama. There's a lot of witnesses that do things to cause a problem, to cause problems because they seem like as though they have authority or some kind of form of, some kind of authority to or obligation to go and get into people's business. I mean, it's done to even witnesses who are not reinstated or weren't or weren't disfellowshipped or anything. They've done it to me. I mean, I just one time was just talking to a brother after I got baptized, at 17 going on 18 years old. And there was a brother, they wanted this brother to be with, another sister from from the same circuit. We were just talking at a circuit assembly, and I just happened to be on the line. That was the time that they had the food arrangement, and the brother wanted to help me to bring my food back over to my seat where my family was at. And then so all of a sudden, some other witnesses and a brother who knew, who was in the sister congregation or the neighboring congregations, we say, here in America, and he came over and told the brother, after you put that food down, I got to tell you about this one in front of me, about Hitler here.
God.
I'm like, what? Now this was outside of the organization. I would have done punched that sucker in his face.
Right?
I would have done cussed him out and put my foot where the sun doesn't shine. You know?
I endorse that reaction.
So this is something. So this is it's like they're giving the carte blanche to hurt each other, and yet and still they talk about international brotherhood. Yet and still they talk about having love among yourselves as an identifying mark and all that. That's a bunch of excuse expression bullshit.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else too. Okay, when COVID started, I was absolutely, I was so anxious. Like I was, you know, when you're so anxious that you get symptoms of what you think you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I rang up my friend and I said, look, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. And he said, like to me, like, oh, I can't talk to you now. I'm out witnessing your sister. Okay,
I can't talk now. I'm what?
Mm-hmm.
Witnessing.
I'm witnessing your sister.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So that was it.
Well, why did he pick up the phone?
Yeah.
I know, right?
I'm just wondering,
if you cared that much, you put the.
If you cared at all.
Thank you.
Yeah,
if you had basic human decency.
Yeah.
Hold up. I've got to take this call real quick. Can you give me some, I've got to go, or I've got to get some time. I've got a friend that needs me. That's the only thing you say. Done. Everybody understands that too. Literally everybody.
Some manners. Show some manners. Yeah.
So,
in that way, you could have did that.
I felt like shit. I felt like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Right. And you're not.
Hey, Gary, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you okay now?
I'm okay now, yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm volunteering for Red Cross. I'm volunteering for a church. I've been baptized
into the enemy straight away.
So
good for you.
Okay. So, at the moment, I've got nobody to lose. So I've got no friends in the congregation that I've been in contact for a while. So,
is any of your family? I thought you said earlier that your family, your mum and your two brothers, were still Jehovah's Witnesses. Are they not?
Yes, and they still think I am too.
But wouldn't they be something to lose if they shun you, or do you have a stronger bond with them and you know they won't?
Well, what do you think I should do?
If you were to ask me right now what you should do, you should leave. That's all I'm going to say, because I don't think anyone should be a Jehovah's Witness, regardless.
No.
And I've lost my family, and I've talked to what feels like hundreds of others that have lost theirs. Joe and Fran, their kids are still Jehovah's Witnesses, and they shun them. I don't believe I get shunned completely. Definitely not. My brother still talks to me. I think family is always something to lose.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
I think if I told my mum that I've been inactive for the last 12 months, then she might say something. So if I say that, there might be a first step.
That's a huge first step too, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know what to say.
But you know, if they're going to turn around to you and say, "Oh, you're going to die in Armageddon. We're not going to be there to see you. We'll be concentrating on something else," then that's it, you know.
And if they're anything like my family, they will say something like that. I don't know how close you are with your family, but at one stage I thought I was pretty close with my family, and then, you know, nothing like Jehovah to get between you.
Yeah.
Jehovah's reputation.
But at the moment, I'm ready to say that, and I'm ready to lose them because, you know,
I would never suggest anyone stay in an abusive relationship.
No.
Which is what you're in with Jehovah.
No. I've already said that I'm not going to do any talks, and that's it. And
hey,
you know,
Joe and Fran said they wrote a letter, and they wrote it in such a way that Jehovah's Witnesses didn't screw with them afterwards.
Yeah, I know that. I've heard that. And I know what to say too. So
you've really thought about this, okay?
Hey man,
yeah, I thought
good
about
work. Good on you, dude.
And
I can't express that enough.
You know, I'm prepared to lose my family because at the moment I'm on my own. And what have I got to lose? Nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You've got absolutely nothing to lose. You've got everything to gain. You've got everything to gain.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to replace one of your brothers if you need.
Okay, mate. Look me up.
I was just going to ask you about getting a support system through people that are not members, which really will help and support you during this transition time and after, you know?
Yeah. Now, you've been that. I've been listening to your show for a long time, so now you've been that. So anyway, so
wow,
we're a great replacement family on this show.
Yes,
yeah, I know.
Definitely.
But
am I got 2 girlfriends today.
Woohoo!
We
we were joking earlier. This is something Pixie said. This is really funny.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Please join us again.
Please call back in.
Okay. Keep going, guys.
You're right where you're supposed to be, darling. Wherever that you're doing, you've done a lot of, just from what little I heard from you, you have really done your homework.
And you can really do this.
I spoke on Rick's show last week on the Christmas show. So.
Oh, good.
Good work.
So, anyway,
very good to talk
stay
to
strong,
you.
man.
You too, mate. Keep in touch,
Thanks.
eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
See you, man.
Yes.
I think he probably still hears me, but when he was saying that he's heard, you know, he's been listening for a while and stuff, I almost said, but am I your favorite apostate? I really just ask him that. And if he confirmed, I'd be like, yay. I have officially brainwashed you. Yay. Of course, ethically, because I'm telling you I'm brainwashing you, which makes it ethical. And basically, it's just, if I repeat it enough, then I can convince you of this, but not the wrong kind of coercion. It's a jokingly kind of coercion, so that's okay. Yeah.
Wow.
How cool is that?
Boy, Every single new piece of information we get about the governing body makes them seem dodgier and dodgier.
Oh yeah, they're really digging their own grave.
Like every single piece. I mean, he just casually mentioned that he saw Jeffrey Jackson at his mum's congregation in Canberra in 2015, and it's like, oh my God, I know exactly why he was there.
Wow.
Lying
and now
through
that they've
his
made
teeth like
themselves
he does
known,
as well.
and now that they've made themselves known, unlike I call it GB 1.0, which is when you had Sitlick, when you had Swingle, when you had what's his name, Schroeder, when you had Franz and all the rest of them, and Barr, you know, they and Barber, they didn't make whatever things that they did. In most cases, no one could keep up with what they were doing because they didn't make themselves out there in the open. You know, they didn't try to put themselves in the spotlight or become celebrity status. These ones here, they want to be the face of the organization. Yeah, we got you. We got you. Everybody can now see exactly what you're doing. Exactly what you're doing, because they're like, and everybody's face, so they could be in the headspaces of those in the organization. So that's why people are able to now, like you said, Brian, about the Jeffrey Jackson. He put two and two together. And we know what he was actually, now we got to see exactly what he was actually doing. Yeah. They're not fooling anyone.
Well, I think the thing about governing body 1.0 is they didn't have the technology. Technology has changed so much in such a short period of time.
Exactly.
And now they could have days and days, weeks to write talks and perfect them that they were going to, stay in the most monotone ever at a convention, but these days they quite often get live broadcasts. So we see when they screw up and talk about pillows in a super weird way or tight pants in a super weird way.
Exactly.
Like that sort of stuff is like, whoa, what the hell was that? I mention every time I see my dad, I mention tight pants almost every single time. I find a way of bringing tight pants into a conversation somehow, every single time.
Wow.
What does
your dad say? What does your dad say?
On how tight. I like wearing skinny jeans, so he comments on how tight they are, but I think he knows what I'm doing. So that he doesn't say much.
I like
to say, I got these new pants. I got to say, I like the way homosexuals design pants. They fit well. Things of that nature.
I mean, I'm looking at still, what does when they were talking about the tight pants, when Morris was talking about the tight pants, and he was talking about the all these other things, like the 23-year-old brothers should be ministerial servants and going to Bethel instead of going to theme parks and everything. And I was saying to myself, I've never seen so much micromanaging of the organization until it seemed like he came around. Say it again?
Did he say to not go, to go to Bethel instead of theme parks?
That it would be better to go to
go on vacation.
He made a comment.
Making a Jehovah's Witness theme park, wouldn't it?
Yeah, He made a comment. It was at another annual meeting, because I know that he makes some of those infamous comments, and remarks at annual meetings. And it was, about people spending their money going to Disneyland and going. He actually mentioned Disneyland. So, I wish that Disney and would have found that out and went to the sewers with the sue Watchtower, because that's like trying to tell their members, instead of spending it on the the theme parks, and that one in particular, we want you to spend your money on coming over to to Warwick and Wallkill and Patterson and all this other stuff. And then the theme park, I just found out theme park, thank you, Pixie, wherever you are, about the theme park. I think it was mentioned during the Christmas, the Christmas one, yeah.
Disney World, right?
Yeah, he mentioned Disneyland or Disney World, Morris. But a theme park, a Jehovah's Witness theme park, what are they going to do? Or were they trying to do like Jim? What's his name? The Bakers had that had the theme park in, I forgot what part of the South or Midwest, but Tammy Faye and Tammy Lee. Oh my goodness. Tammy Lee and Jim Baker, and Jim Baker's still alive preaching his whatever. His belief system. He's a televangelist still now. He's married to another woman. But they had that big theme park.
Have an art theme park.
They have one. Yeah, that's in Kentucky.
And
it's in a big art.
The guy that made it. What's his name? Hobart. No. Sorry, let me just look it up real quick. But it's like that he preaches that there's like that there were dinosaurs on the ark there too.
Yeah, there's a big. It's that big. It's the big one here. You're talking about here in America.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's in Kentucky, I think, somewhere. But you could do your you look it up. But the place is massive. That place is massive, and they had a YouTube video, what's inside of it and everything, and I was impressed.
Ironically, that place flooded pretty badly at some stage.
Is that a joke?
Oh, now I see the joke. Okay, now I hear the joke. This is ironic.
Was there a third monkey? Oh, Brian, was there a third monkey? A third lion? A third,
Third monkey on the ark.
A third cat and dog in there?
He's the third dinosaur on the ark.
Right.
Wow.
There's something, that, and there was another theme park. I forgot the name of it. I saw something on it on YouTube. It was another one. I'm in the thirds now. I'm sorry. It was one in which and they shut it down. I think it was in Florida somewhere. They shut it down. But it was a theme park. It was a theme park where people were able, where they had everything about, everything dealing with the Bible, everything. And they shut it down because, and people were so astounded by it because it was a lot of acres of land. It was inside and outside.
Holy Land?
Well, I think it was called Holy Land. Yeah, that's what it was called, Holy Land.
In Waterbury, Connecticut.
I think that was it. I think so. Either the south or the northwest. East.
You've got
northeast.
One called Holy Land Experience in Orlando, Florida, as well. But that
was the one. Yeah, that was the one in Orlando, Florida. Yeah, that was the one that they had shut down. I think.
Abandoned for 35 years.
Yes.
Wow.
That sounds like the place. And it had a bunch of miniature replicas of notable Bible figures and events.
Mhm. Yes.
Actually sounds pretty cool, to be honest. Like a little parting of the Red Sea, that sort of stuff. That'd be cool. They get chased through. Oh!
Speaking of the Red Sea, they still got the what do you call the picture, the motion picture studio. I don't know whether it was
Universal
Warner
Studios.
Brothers or one of them or Paramount. They still have the parting of the Red Sea how they did it at the when you go to the tour studio.
Yeah,
tour.
that's in Universal Studios.
Yeah,
I remember
exactly.
when I was a kid, we went and saw that. That was cool.
Wow,
and even
it really was. Oh.
when you're watching it happen, it still looks awesome.
Wow.
Because the water hides all the mechanisms and stuff, it still looks like magic. And then
Wow.
Jaws comes out to attack you around that point.
That's something.
That was cool.
Wow, thanks for that. But man, I mean, you would think the Watchtower, I always thought about when I was a kid that maybe governing body, then when it was 1.0 was would have something for the kids. For his kids. And there was nothing for his kids. So everybody just resorted going to theme parks. Go to the theme parks, go to movies, go to bowling.
I remember
just
my
go and have
parents
fun.
always saying that because other religions did that. You know what I mean? Like other religions had social groups, Catholics especially, and things for kids. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses did, to be different. But really it was to isolate us all.
Yeah, it was claiming to be the setting us apart kind of.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That was me. Sorry. My phone fell. I was trying to set up on my bed and a phone near my my nightstand. Sorry about that. But as you were saying, Brian, you said that other I didn't catch what you said, the other people
my
other
parents
religions
always
are doing
said
it.
that because other religions like Catholics, they had Sunday schools and these things specifically designed for kids. That's why we didn't specifically, because we were Jehovah's Witnesses supposed to be different when really it was just to isolate us from anything cool or social or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's why so many young people are left out, because I was on one of my sisters is what do you call it, Super Peony down in one of the southern states. She gave me, my other sibling, and my cousins, who we all lived together in the oh goodness, hold on for a sec, 1 second. In the in our apartment here in New York, and we, she just gave us, because she has a hunch that here and there we waver. She doesn't know that we're fully Pomo, and she gave us what is that? Her congregation Zoom code, and another one of our cousins who is a Super Peony also, that lives in one of the other boroughs or counties here in New York City, gave us one too. And that cousin is so Super Peony, you could, oh wow, she probably would go up to Morris and gush and everything. She's what I call her brown noser. Anyway, she gave us a code, congregation code. The number of young people in all of both congregations, plus the one that the other two that we both, or four of us, were associated with, because my sibling and I was associated with one that we left about like over 6-7 years ago, and my cousins, the other two cousins, were associated with theirs. They left about 5 years ago. 6 years ago. They all four congregations, we looked all of the young people and very few children. Very few children. The children are probably elementary school grade 8 or 9
Right.
years, the eighth, or the eighth. No. What I'm saying, the 3rd or 4th grade, they were still there. But there's no young people. I don't see any young brothers. I don't see any young sisters. I mean, those who are like, how could I say, maybe around 16 or 17. Most around probably 17, 18 in their 20s, in their 30s. I don't see them. I see witnesses mainly probably mid to late 40s, in the 50s, but mainly I know the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, still there, still commenting and what have you. Of course, mainly comments read verbatim from the Watchtower, itself, during the Watchtower study. Because I don't attend the clan meetings, which are the ones during the week. I don't deal with that. Because if I get go to that, they're gonna start.
Those are the ones I watch.
Those are the ones you watch. So
Yeah.
do they? Even though you watch those, Linda, do the elders try to call you and try to bother you and stuff like that? Because that's what one of my cousins said, that when she watched a couple of clan meetings, I think every congregation is different. They will start calling her and texting her and asking her, for donations and stuff like that. Did they do that with you, or you just watch it?
I don't think they do. I think they don't because my sister is married to an elder. So they figure, I think that they figure he's doing his elder stuff on me. But I was very straightforward with him that the whole reason I go to these meetings is for my mother, because it makes her feel good that I'm there. I mean, I didn't mention that I'm doing homework because I'm your favorite apostate. I told him that I'm doing it because it makes my mom feel good when she sees that I'm there. And he looked at me and thought, he's like, that's really nice of you. But he doesn't pressure me at all.
Oh, that's
my
good.
niece has asked me if I wanted to have a Bible study. I told her I would give that some serious consideration. And she asked again, and I haven't answered her because I keep thinking about how I want to answer her, so I haven't answered her, which is really lame. But that's the kind of stuff I get stuck on.
Wow. At least you have that, how could I say?
I'm not baptized, so
at
there's
least you
still
have that
hope for me.
situation. At least you have that type of circumstance, because and like I said, the congregations do different things differently, like many corporations or departments within this big corporation, that you don't have to deal with that though. That because the other ones, they'll bug you to death, like, we gotta get you, and we gotta get you dunked, or if you're inactive, we gotta get you active, reactivate you, and all this other stuff, and I don't know, bragging rights, I don't know, because nobody's getting no money for it. See, people will get money for it, you probably see everyone going crazy, crazier. But this for nothing. And Brian, you still there? Is he still there?
Brian, I think you're speaking of Brad.
Brad,
from Australia.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Brad. Brad.
I noticed that Rick Farron never says your name correctly. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly, but it's almost darling what Rick calls you.
Oh, he calls me Hillary?
Yeah, something to that effect, yeah.
He calls me Hillary when it's actually Hitley. Hitley,
right.
I got that from okay. I'm a fan of Tom Hiddleston, actor Tom Hiddleston. So I just made that up from my, what is that thing? The discussion forum. I said
Okay.
Hiddle's wife. I put in Hiddle's wife. And then when I was going to give my friend, one of my girlfriends, she's not been a disassociated. She told me as far back as when I started listening, and I think in 2015, 2016, they told me about 6 screens. So they say you have to have you can't give your name, give another name, you know? So I thought Hiddle's wife, so I made up Hiddly, Hiddly. I made up. And he called and he can't pronounce it. So I just thank you. So I just let him say it. Let him say Hillary. Let him say Hillary or whatever. I just whatever. I just you know, I'm not gonna, you know, it's not a battle. It's not no battle. No one wants to fight. Just because some people say my real name. They say my real name and my real last name, my real first name. They mess it up too. So, well, please, what's in the name? What's in the name? But thank you. But I like Brad. I love the whole 6 Screens family, and I'm so glad that Brad is here. I really am. You know, really am.
I enjoy him. I don't know if you heard earlier, but he had called in to make a comment, not for very long because he was on the job. And then he got off the phone, right? Mm-hmm. Well, he calls back later and says that as soon as he got off the phone, his boss walked in to where he works and says, "Who are you talking to? Did you hear the story?"
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that story.
So Brad went on to tell him that he's listening to like a radio show that he listens to every Saturday because he grew up in a cult. And he just kind of explained it, you know, and it sounds like he was explaining it to his boss for the first time, that that it's like it helps him, like it's healthy for him because he can hear other people that went through the same experience with him. You know, and I'm listening to the story waiting to hear about how he got in trouble, right? Because he was on the phone on the job. And then he tells us, then my boss said, "Take an hour off. Take an hour off."
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
So you can listen to the show. Like,
yes.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Oh my
That's
God.
a nice boss. That's a nice boss.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's a
so
nice
that
boss.
happened just at the end of Gail's show, which is after the storm, and right at the beginning of when my show started, right? So I sent him the link to be a guest, to co-host with me, just right off the bat. And then I realized I didn't even check with Rick. Like, tell Rick. I forgot to ask you. And Rick told me right then that that's okay, and you can do that in the future. So I do get to do it.
Nice. That's great.
So, you know,
that's great, Linda.
I said, you don't have to show your face. So he joined me because he had this hour off. How fun was that? It was a blast. It was a blast. Yeah,
that is
so
great.
maybe you
I'm
can
glad.
listen to it at
I'm
the
glad
beginning
for you guys. Yeah.
of this show tomorrow.
That
would
nice.
be so cool.
Wow. I mean, I'm just, you know, this is 6 Screens has really did. If you know, I mean, I've had my misgivings because of some people who have, you know, I don't hear from them anymore. When they were about 1 or 2 people that were like on attack mode in 6 Screens on me and some other people, you know, but I think that it's so therapeutic, whether people agree or disagree or not. It's so therapeutic, you know, this program.
I think so too.
Yeah, and I feel that that's why I tune in to yours. It's not so much I'm doing so many other things when they're doing the world news, when they're doing other things. other like Anne-Marie's show. I'm gonna try to see if I could tune into hers a little bit more. But I'm doing some other things, taking care of some other stuff, and some of my relatives are, are calling me up. Though I'm gonna try to encourage them that, hey, listen to, and these are the relatives that were either not witnesses or some of them were. I'll use that term again, visitors. They used to be studies, they used to be, they used to study. Yeah, they used to study, and they are, they want to find out more about what other former witnesses are saying. So I gave them the link, and I gave them the number. And so hopefully they're listening. But this is pretty therapeutic. I tell my sister, my cousins who listen here too. I listen more to the programs more than to the show more than they do, but I do, and I tell them this. I said, whenever you feel that you want to listen, you have the number, you have the link, and tune in. It's not a problem. There shouldn't be a problem. I mean, you get a lot more out of that than just looking at maybe a rerun, an old rerun on TV or something like that. If you feel if they want to do it, because I'm not going to be like those in the organization where they tell you to, hey, listen into what the GB is saying instead of doing such and such. I mean, that wouldn't be right, So, but I wanted to ask you your opinion. I know it's kind of late for you and early here on my end. When it came to the Christmas, the Christmas song that I sang.
Oh,
what
I
was
have
your
not
opinion?
re-listened. It sounded like you were having a blast when you were singing it. I was having a really hard time hearing that night on the show, so I ended up exiting and listening. But I meant to go back and listen. It wasn't. I haven't re-listened.
I listened to it that was on YouTube. I didn't sound that great. I have to myself go for vocal lessons back again, because before the pandemic, I was going for vocal lessons. And I realized, and I spoke to another person about it who's a sixth screen regular. And the thing is that I realized that when we were in Watchtower, we were not, up to our potential. It wasn't like Watchtower doesn't have, in each, of course, hall doesn't have a choir where somebody could give you, help you with vocal coach or vocal lessons and do the more than me, type
how to warm up,
testing of your and all these other things, so your voice can be fine tuned. And I mean, everybody, whether they sang off key, they couldn't sing at all, or they could probably, if they were given the chance to realize their worth and everything, become, a songstress or a singer or a musician or, a songwriter or something like that, or lyricist or composer or something to that effect. They doesn't give you any room for error, doesn't give you any room for anything. Oh,
for advancement,
and then they made everybody think that, well, you sing fine, and then one day when I was with my sister, my cousins, we were singing the song. I forgot what R&B song. It was a ballad. We were going to sing it for a wedding. This brother who, I mean, he came out from, he became a witness about 7 to 8 years prior, and he was in the music world, and he was an assistant to a vocal music teacher, because he also played guitar, and he played saxophone. He told me, my sister, he said that you're grown women now, thank goodness, because he knew us when we had graduated high school. He said that now that you graduated high school and everything, so I would suggest. And his wife was a singer too. She was. They came into the organization, dating each other. They came because they knew each other before, and their relatives were all the relatives were all witnesses. So, one came from one circuit, the other one came from the other circuit, and they got together, they were dating, and then they moved over. They were in the let's just say this way: the congregation that we were in, the wife was in our congregation. No, the wife was in the neighboring congregation. And he was in the circuit that was right next to us, which was the territory right next to us. So they got together, started dating, and then they got married. Anyways, getting to the point. And she was a singer that sang in the church, because her mother wasn't a witness. Her parents weren't a witness, but the grandmother was a witness.
Okay.
So, anyways, she was a professional on the side. That's a side hustle. So they both told us, with another sister and her boyfriend who came from as they say, Christendom. They were in choirs. This other one who said that we used to hang out with. They told us that it would be good if we went to get a vocal coach. They said that you got money, just do it on the side. It doesn't interfere with your, pioneering, because we weren't regular pioneers, but we were continuous auxiliary pioneers. Your continuous auxiliary pioneering. Just go and do that. In fact, later on, he came with me with a business card to go to this place in Manhattan. So I went to the place in Manhattan, and I fine-tuned its people, so we're getting better, and everything, until another elder's wife that didn't like my family, who's she's friends with some witnesses that still don't like my family to this damn day, and all that happened all that was back in the 1980s. Would you believe?
Yeah.
So, to make a long story short, we stopped for a while. But then something told me, okay, we stopped for a while. But then I was learning other musical instruments to play, that I didn't play for a while since high school, and that was it. Now getting back to the.
Did she have something to do with you quitting?
Who? No. Not that.
Okay.
Because I continued. I continued when I became started fading. I went to a few classes, a few vocal coaches, a few ones.
Okay.
It worked out. But with this song, rewinding to Sunday before this past. When I sang it, everybody who I sang it to, a few people I sang it to, like some family, they said, "Sounds okay. You sound good." I was mainly trying to sing, what's his name, Brian Wilson's part. He has a falsetto, and the falsetto in a man is equivalent to a soprano in a woman. So I was trying. I always like to sing Brian's parts. When he sings, "When we'll have fun, till your daddy takes a T-bird away." I always like his parts. Especially when he goes to woo, woo. When he does that part. Because I'm like, And I Beach Boys is one of my favorite groups, American groups. I mean, I just I love it. I love it. Even now they got, what's his name? John Stamos plays the drums for them now. And they have Mike Love. They have Brad Johnson. They got another one of the guys that was in there because, two of the the Wilson brothers, Carl and I think David or something, They passed on. They died.
Okay.
And the other,
Okay.
because there's in the Beach Boys, there's three brothers. There was three brothers. I mean, the two of them and Brian. And Mike Love, who's a friend of the family, and he's been there for ages. I think Brad Johnson, and there was another guy, something Mardine. I forgot. I gotta look up, but I don't, because I'm on my home phone, which is a cordless phone. But I think his name is something Jardine. But that was the Beach Boys. But anyways, I was just getting your opinion because I myself, Rick, couldn't hear me either. So it didn't sound good.
Oh, couldn't hear you. Okay. Was it on timing? Like, was it a bit off timing when you re-listened? So I've done karaoke on shows like this one where I hear the music, I'm singing on beat with the music. But then when I hear it later, I am not on beat. I'm like 2 or 3 beats behind of the song that I originally sang when I was on beat. I don't know if that makes sense. It just doesn't turn out well. Are you still there, Hitley?
When it comes to here, I'm here. Hello?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hi. Sometimes, Linda, I'm not on beat. Like and that's what they're trying to get me to, because even when I'm playing my the drums, or I just have to keep on beat. You have to keep on beat. Oh, it's Al Jardine. That's who it is. I'm sorry. So
are they
it's
the ones
that
sang Surf City and something like that? Surf City.
Oh, that song.
In one of their songs.
The Surf City, and here we go. Da 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 da. Like they sing, 2 girls for every boy. Well, they
yeah.
they I think that it's their tempo is kind of is fast. I don't know about now since they've gotten older, but when they were younger, it was or was that
real upbeat.
Or was that Surf City was them, or was it Jan and Dean? Because Jan and Dean were the first ones who started the surfer music, and then came them, But they but I guess a lot of people the different genres of music, you have to keep on up with the tempo or something like that, and I haven't. I sometimes I get a little nervous, and I flub. Sometimes I do, and then if I don't have to sing in front of anybody, if I'm by myself or with my sister, my sibling, and my cousins, I'll just like break out. I'll just like break out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah.
Are you hearing a little bit of a background, almost kind of computerish sounding?
Oh yeah, I have my cell phone on. I have put on my cell phone. I was looking up information on
I'm
on
hearing
the Beach
that.
Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you hear my alerts. I'm sorry.
That's what that was. Okay.
Wow. So that's something. So. Oh, it's Dennis Wilson. That's who it is. It's Carl, Dennis, Brian, the Wilsons, and then Mike Love, Bruce Johnston, and Al Jardine. That's who it is. Yeah, those are the Those are all of them that's in that group. Anyways, I just wanted to find out your opinion, because I was really, I didn't want, to me, I think I embarrassed myself. I think I did embarrass myself, unfortunately,
If you had fun, then it was worth it. But I've heard myself later, and I understand. It's like, oh my God, I sound like I'm totally an idiot. Like, why did it come out that way? Sometimes
you have a beautiful voice.
It does.
You do.
Thank you. But when I've done it like on a show like this, it ends up being like I'm 2 or 3 beats behind or ahead, and it just turns out really wrong. But when I'm listening to it and singing it, I'm right on beat. But listening to it later, nope. It's so strange.
Maybe I'm not trying to say anything about Rick's what do you call that, machinery, or devices. Maybe it could be from there. It could be from there.
It could be, but I'm talking about times that I've actually sang on a program through something that an actual karaoke host was hosting. So I've gone to his shows before. A KJ, a karaoke jockey.
Mm-hmm.
It works in the room if I go to the karaoke place, but singing live on I think he did it through Zoom. Yeah. It didn't come out right. The timing was off. I'm like, I can't ever do this again, because listening back was torture.
No. I mean, could it be that maybe different karaoke places have maybe something with the karaoke machines? Do you think that some karaoke machines are they operate differently from other karaoke machines?
Sure,
do you think so?
But I think the reason that I'm talking about, that I would sing off beat, was because I went through this show that I was trying to sing karaoke through. So in other words, it's a timing lapse, simply because there is a bit of a delay.
Oh.
So it worked when I was singing it. The timing was good, but then when it finally goes out to the airwaves, the timing was off. So it was a matter of being on the, I believe it was Zoom.
Wow.
But I thought it was pretty smart of people that were karaoke hosts to try to do that. I think it was smart for a lot of people that, had to build an audience to keep their clientele going, to do that, because it kept their fans or followers being able to see them and be a part of that experience,
Wow.
It was still enjoyable, because out of sight is out of mind, and seeing things that were familiar already was healthy, I thought.
Wow. I mean, now I was about to say that is it better? Do you feel that it's better for you to do karaoke, or have you ever done live, like without it, like a cappella and what have you?
Yeah, I've done a cappella too. I think that would be the best bet if you're going to be on Zoom, is to, or like a show like Rick has going on the conference call. I think it would be better to sing a cappella, because it's just not, the timing of the music and the timing of the singing won't match up by the time it gets through to the audience. It goes on just fine in your head, and as you're listening, it's working. It's really working. And then it's really not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's bizarre. There's a bit of a delay. And I can't figure out if it's a delay of my singing or a delay of the background music. But there's a delay.
Mm-hmm.
So what could you sing a cappella? Probably a few things like that one song, There's No Sunshine When She's Gone.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm.
That would be a fun a cappella song. And then What a Wonderful World, you know.
Mm-hmm. Was that by, what's his name, Louis Armstrong?
Yes, Louis Armstrong. And then what is that one that about Somewhere Over the Rainbow? Yeah, by Judy Garland.
I mean, yeah.
Some of those that don't need a whole lot of background music, but that you could sing. And
wow.
The Rose, maybe, by Bette Midler. So there's a few songs that I think if you learn them, they would be easier to sing a cappella than, say, maybe a song that's more fast-paced and like Crazy Train by Black Sabbath, you know?
Yeah.
But then again,
that would be something.
I would have a good time trying. Yeah, I'd have a really good time trying. Like, all aboard. And just go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun. I'd be in between going, dun, 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 dun. I. I'd just have a blast with it. This would be singing Crazy Train by Black Sabbath back when, what's his name was in it? That was very fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh. It was they did something like some a cappella things when we were in one of the congregations that I was in when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and everybody was trying to sing R&B because the congregation is mainly black and Hispanic.
Oh yeah.
With some Asian, some Asians, bringing some Asian brothers and sisters, and we had the lights were Caucasian mainly, and they were like all trying to sing. The brothers were trying to sing like Luther Vandross, and the sisters were trying to sing like Diana Ross or different other singers like Whitney Houston and what have you at the time.
Yes.
And
those
and they were all trying to, and there was one brother who was so quiet, and he was kind of like on the heavy side. But he was hardly even sang. He didn't like singing the Kingdom songs really, but he wasn't what do you call that? He wasn't he wasn't excuse me. Can you hold on 1 second?
Sure.
He wasn't I was trying to get myself adjusted on the bed. He wasn't he was the kind of person that he didn't really sing the Kingdom songs, and he wasn't always asking to get out, take the group out and fill service. He was like one of these real quiet brothers. But he was always asked to go places with them because drive the car, help the older sisters, the older witnesses and whatnot. So, make a long story short, they told him, come and sing. You want to sing? Sing. They said, I'll sing one song. So he sang Luther Vandross's, what is that song? A House Is Not a Home. Everybody.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God.
Everybody their eyes were bucked. You talk about slack-jawed and everything. This brother sound just like Luther.
Oh, my goodness.
We were
the house.
He
that-
was like, because he was like a little bit on the heavy side, just a little bit. But he was quiet. He was quiet,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah.
And he gave, you know, pretty good, you know, when he gave a talk, he gave it, it was nice. It wasn't anything, oh, you did a great job, brother. You know, they just said, you just did a good job. And he wasn't one that was always going out to be on parts and everything. He was like what you call, you know, quiet, you know, just kind of quiet.
Sure.
You know, he didn't want the spotlight. He didn't want to be put up on high. He said he loved Jehovah and Jesus Christ, and he didn't want the notoriety. But when he got on the wowzers, when he got on there, oh my goodness, got up and sang. Everybody's one sister and brother almost dropped their food. He had a voice, because also he and his cousin, who was a female, they were the only ones that were in the families who came into the organization. You know, they were like what they call spiritual orphans. And how they came into the organization was that you know, a friend of the family that was you know, was studying, who also from another circuit was studying, so they started studying with them, and they you know, became witnesses at, you know, and his cousin was from the neighboring congregation, because we had there were three English in the there, one Spanish and one French in that hall, because it was a two-story, you know, it was a duplex, you know, building. And so they had a little tiny group that once in a while, you know, came to learn Russian, you know, and whatnot have you. But he was see my cousin. Now when she sang a song, it wasn't so bad. It was like she sounded more like Diana Ross, and she didn't do bad.
Okay.
But she just, you know, it was a shock with him, because he was quiet. She was more, how could I say, more outgoing, and that was it. But he had and she played piano also. She played piano very nicely though. But him, it was like almost like he reminded me a little bit of, you know, Urkel on on Family Members.
The biggest when he played Stefan. Oh, I'm lost. I've got the biggest crush on.
Oh yeah, everybody
Urkel.
loved Stefan. Oh, everyone loves Stefan. But
I was like,
he was like Urkel.
And
he was
just
like Steve.
The character. I heard it was he. Was he ever a JW?
No.
A Jehovah's Witness. Okay.
No, Jaleel White's family never dealt with the witnesses. They never did. They were religious people. They were in some other Christian church or religion, but they were never witnesses. He never had anything to do with witnesses. There was some other, speaking of which, there's some other people that were surprisingly were witnesses, like Ja Rule, Charlemagne, who used to call himself Charlemagne the God, Tiffany Haddish, the Wayances family.
Yeah.
Lark Voorhees, who played Lisa on Head of Class. Oh my goodness, Head of the Class. Oh my goodness. Saved by the Bell. You know, there was a British actor. What's his name? Oh goodness, what's his name? Let's see. I'm just gonna put in former JW celebs. Okay, I might whatchamacallit. Oh, forget about it. Oh yeah. Terrence Howard was, of course. Selena keeps saying something about having something to do with Jehovah's Witnesses, but she was never baptized.
Right, but when you grow up in it,
yeah,
that's all you ever known. You're fully indoctrinated.
It's craziness. And who else was? Oh wow, this actor. Let's see. I have my earphones on the you know what? But let's see. I don't have the you know what on. Let's see. There's
who are you saying
this
before
British
her?
actor. They said the guy named Mentally Diseased. What's his name?
From the YouTube.
Jeremy.
Yes.
Was talking about. Let's see. Let me just put this on.
Michael Jackson. He did a show. Pretty good one on Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was number 9, 10. He's doing the countdown. Oh, the Spice Girls. One of them. Jerry Halliwell. Sherry Shepherd, who has her own show now. She used to be one.
Yes.
Yeah. Naomi Campbell is one.
That's
Patti
kind
Smith.
of shocking, but yes. Patti Smith.
Okay. Dwight Eisenhower. His mother was one.
Yes.
That's that old Ike. Who else is this? Michelle Rodriguez, who's in the Fast and Furious franchise, used to be one. Oh, come on. Who else? Luke Evans. That's who it is. The British actor Luke Evans. He played in Dracula Unleashed and on some other movies. He was one. He said he couldn't he just wanted to get out. He said it made him sick. Donald Glover.
He wanted to get out of the religion or show business?
Yeah. He wanted to get out of the religion. He just felt, Donald Glover, who was in Community, of course they put in Michael Jackson. Yeah. Because the mother is, Catherine is still a witness.
Yeah.
Jeremy did a good video on this one. Yeah.
Yes, she did. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He got married like a couple of months back.
Oh yeah? Oh, congratulations.
Him and his partner went to somewhere. It wasn't here in the U.S. Oh, they went somewhere, and his mother was there too, and
yeah, because his mother is not a witness anymore either. I'm just happy for that. His mother's no longer a witness.
Yeah,
I'm glad, Yeah.
She's a real supporter of him.
That's beautiful.
Being his authentic self, Oh, that's amazing to me.
It's so wonderful.
And talk about finding yourself in an abusive relationship after leaving the organization. One of his first relationships when he first left ended up being with a police officer who was pretty abusive and had him isolated too. So it's very easy to find yourself in that situation because you don't know the signs and the techniques of an abuser or a perpetrator.
Wow. It's something how, I mean, it's sad that here in the organization, they are dealing with abuse in so many ways, physical, mental, and emotional and mental abuse, psychological abuse.
Yes.
It's something that I never thought that when as a child that, we wouldn't have to even deal with it. We wouldn't have to deal with it though.
I remember thinking the same way. And now we find out that the shepherd of the flock book says it's okay to have seen some kiddie porn. and not be disfellowshipped. When that's illegal, straight up illegal.
And
How did we get that point? How do we get to that? I mean, it's not we, but what the hell?
Yeah, and the thing that really kills it too is that this gets it grooms these bros who are into kiddie porn to think about young sisters, young sisters who are very young. They want young sisters who are very, very young. It's like it sets these bros up to think that, well, when I start looking for a wife, I'm gonna look for someone who is extremely young, who's childlike, not only childlike but childlike in more ways than one. The age and the look and everything else. That they don't want to be with a full-fledged adult. They don't want to be with adult women. I mean, they don't have to.
Yeah.
To be with a brother who's in his 20s doesn't have to be with a sister in her 30s or 40s, but at least a mature woman as far as age is concerned. That they're looking at what do you call that? Kids. I mean, there's a guy that was on 6 Screens. I'm not going to mention. Oh wait, is this recorded? Still being recorded, or recording is off?
I don't. It's still being recorded.
Okay, so I'm not going to mention his name, but he mentioned about how his mom, when his mom was very young, she was middle school age. The brother who is now her husband, who is, his father, was looking at her when she was in middle school age. He was looking at her. Now, this was back.
Wow.
This particular person who is on 6 Screens is senior citizen now. But they, wow. His parents were extremely young. The mother was extremely young. I mean, I've worked with the educational system. I can't believe that someone would be checking out a person who just got not too far from elementary school into middle school and going to say, that's going to be my wife. I'm going to pursue this young lady because I'm going to make her my wife in a few more years. I'm like, what are you doing? Let the girl be, or let the child or the girl grow up to be a kid and to be a teenager or a tweenie. I'm looking at her like, oh, she's cute. I'm gonna, make her like a Barbie doll. I'm gonna make her my wife. I look at that really, really. I really look at that like it's disgusting to me. It's totally disgusting.
Very perpetrator looking to me.
Mhm. It's just crazy.
I think the single sisters that come into the congregation with children are quite vulnerable, and that perpetrators will buddy up to the mothers to get to the children. Or, that can happen anywhere. They have to groom the parents to be able to groom the children.
Wow.
I know,
and
right?
That's heinous. You're gonna use that. You're gonna use, a parent to get to the kids, and that shows they have no respect for the parents. They have no respect, of course, for the kids, but they have no respect for the parents. It's a disgusting.
And if the elders know that, if the elders know if they are a known child molester or whatever, the elders can't tell the mother if she's thinking of marrying someone, which drives me nuts.
What?
Who the hell would let that happen? Oh, okay. You have not heard that?
I never heard that part. I mean, but when it comes to the Watchtower, I don't put it past. I really don't put it past.
Right. So from what I understand, the elders cannot warn the congregation that so-and-so, whoever that is a known pedophile or child molester. And what they consider known, that terminology, a known molester or pedophile, all the loaded language, what is the established definition of known? Does that mean they're on Megan's list or Ryan's list or registered, or known through the organization as having a history of child molestation before this time? Like, I don't know what known, really, definition of a known is. So from what I understand, the elders cannot directly tell members that so-and-so is a pedophile. That would go against confidentiality. And I remember Michael Wayne Moore, when he was he would come on some of the shows, mainly with Dan and Angela. Well, even as he talks about what he was going through Jeff's channel, which is Watchtower History, WT History, he gives this testimony, and he would say that he was telling congregation members to check out the registry. He didn't, as an elder, he didn't say so-and-so was a pedophile. He would say, go check out the registry. And he got in trouble for this. Yeah.
But there's nothing, but everyone checks out a registry. Outside of Watchtower, that's how people were able to find out if they had a suspected person on their block or in their neighborhood. They had the right to. There's nothing wrong with that. But
no, there is nothing wrong with checking the registry. But we're trained to believe that all Jehovah's Witnesses are okay. They're the safe ones. So it doesn't surprise me that people would go on the registry looking for a fellow Jehovah's Witness. Sure, they might go on the registry to see who's in the neighborhood, but I can't imagine them in that mindset of all the JWs are, safe. And I remember thinking this way when I was in the organization, and hopefully not everyone else does, but I just remember thinking that, and that we were trained to think that way.
That's mistake. People, it gives me not so much the impression, but it shows how the organization is just trying to not only do things for appearances, but they is that they want to keep things going so that they can, whatever evil agenda that they have, money in particular, they could maintain their status of doing whatever they want to do nefariously.
Yeah.
Crazy. They don't care about the welfare of a lot of people. They don't care for the welfare of a lot of things. They don't care about laws. They don't care about, propriety. They don't care about ethics. They don't care about anything.
And if you think about it, you know, a young, go ahead.
No, you finish your thought. I'm sorry.
You know, if you think about a young brother, you know, growing up in the organization, if he was kept isolated properly, you know, maybe homeschooled or something. and basically the next thing they're encouraged to do is things that are having to do with kingdom interests. You know, they would want to seek out being a ministerial servant and an elder. And now they're actually wanting to make elders and ministerial servants like in their 20s, early 20s, which is very different than how they used to be thought of. So if you think about this perfect storm of ignorance, literal naiveness, they can tell a young brother that, yeah, you can't do that because of confidentiality. It could get the organization sued. You know, if we breach their confidentiality, they would be given these instructions and think that they're being told something that's protecting them. You know, plus they're instructed to call headquarters if there is a report of an allegation of CSA. They think that they're calling for protection. That's really the way they've been trained. So I think they're really misinformed.
Yes.
To take those routes that in actuality screws them over later when and if needed. But they really believe they're being guided well. Because if God's only using these people and the rest of the world is under the influence of Satan, the devil, you know, it's supposed to equal, we're checking with the legal department to make sure that what we do in this state is proper. So it's for our protection. The deception just goes so deep.
Oh, yeah.
So deep.
And it's
all through this organization.
It's sickening. It's sickening. It's oh boy. I mean, just so many loopholes that they're trying to get by so that it could cover. I know this cover one thing, to cover another thing, to cover another thing, to cover another thing, to cover another thing. You know, all these loopholes. And they try to find scriptures to support the loopholes, to cover another thing.
Absolutely.
To cover another thing, to cover another thing, and to cover another thing. And then try to find other types of information from other sources that are non Watchtower. That's that's respected, to cover another thing, to cover another thing, to cover another thing, and to cover another thing. You know, and I like the point that you brought out, Linda. Why is it that they're going to make certain why they're going to make certain that they're going to oh boy, and I forgot my thought. I forgot my thought.
Oh, that happens. I understand.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're going to make certain that everyone that's in the organization, well, at least the elders anyway, the young elders, anyway, these young elders will get to see what is is this to me
how things are happening, like within the elder body, or things that most of the congregation would not know about.
Exactly. What it's with the Shepherd the Flock book, for example.
Yes.
They have all these stipulations, all the stipulations, and they could be privy of it. Ministerial servants can't be privy of it. Other witnesses can't be privy of it, but it's to, as they say, to protect the organizations, protect the the congregation and what have you. It's a secret society type way of doing things, and it's a secret society type, that they're doing things, the way that it's so covertly, it's so sneaky, it's so it's so shisty, it's so
and women are not even supposed to lay hands on that thing. I'm proud to say I just downloaded the latest one within the last 2 weeks. Yes, ma'am, I did. I feel wonderful doing it. Because I believe it is my business to know the rules that govern the family that I still have in the organization. So I believe I'm entitled to know. And thank you to whoever it is that made sure I got to get a copy.
And Kim and Mikey,
you know who you are.
Also get the downloads.
I don't know who they are. Right?
But Kim and Mikey also get these downloads and everything. Whoever they deal with, bless them, because like you said, your family and your loved ones are being affected by these jamokas. And they could be just as bad as the other cult leaders, past and present,
Yes.
to hurt your family, to hurt your loved ones, to hurt people who you respect in the organization, And this is the point I wanted to make. With the way they have things set up with the Shepherd and Flock Book, all of the books and all of the regulatory mandates and letters and emails and everything they get, if something happens in the organization, the GB 2.0 is going to disavow all knowledge. They will make sure that the elders and ministerial servants are sacrificial lambs. Like they're going to be the fall guys, the actual fall guys, because there's no fall girls in it, there's no females in it. And in a way, we females can be happy that we're not being circumspect in that way, because if something goes down, the guys will get it. I mean, I don't want to put any of the males in a bad light, but they're going to, for some of them wanting to be virtual company man, and that was good that Rick didn't want to be a company man as far as being one of the governing bodies concerned, or a company man, period. Susan, you're good. You're good with. You got a good man, Susan. Anyway, what are we gonna say? What is Italy saying here? But that he did not want to deal with that, because when something goes down, they're gonna be pointing their fingers and setting people up. You don't know if they're setting each other up now, or some happens.
Exactly.
We're gonna make sure they're letting heard, and this one gets it. Some happens, we have to run. And all this other stuff, we're going to make sure that they get it. We're going to make sure that so-and-so gets it. They could be setting them up for a fall, that somebody ends up going to Gitmo-esque federal prison, and they're on their chartered island like Gilligan, just go try to desert out like Gilligan, and just sipping Mai Tais and just watching everything unfold. I mean, there's no, what do you call, no honor among thieves. No honor among thieves. Someone is going to do a hatchet job on somebody. They're not all for each other. They're not all for each other. They don't really love each other.
I thought there was a saying that there is honor amongst thieves. Like, there's some things you know better than to do, but I think both works. Yeah. I remember watching the case regarding Montana. They had appealed first. The people, Holly and Lexi, combined, I believe, $35 million thing that it was a jury and everything they went above and beyond and gave them the most possible. Then the organization appealed, which they will appeal until there is no possibility of appealing anymore. That's what they do, and probably all lawyers. I don't know. So the appeal hearing, I listened to Taylor, one of the lawyers, literally throw the elder under the bus.
Wow.
The lawyer for Lexi, I hope I'm saying her name right. Lexi.
Could you still hear me, because my phone is going down.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Oh, you could? Okay.
I can hear you.
Thank you. All right.
So the lawyer for Lexi and them is saying, look, the book says this is the rules they're supposed to follow. In other words, this elder was supposed to follow these steps, so we can assume that's what he did. Taylor, the lawyer for the Watchtower, says, oh, no, he could have used his own conscience. No, he could not have. Like as if he didn't do it that way, right? It was, wow. It was so like, for one thing, if you don't follow the rules, you don't get to be an elder anymore. That's just it. So Taylor's lying right there in court, acting as though elders can use their own conscience if it overrides what the shepherd of the flock book tells them. I noticed this in so many areas.
These elders are going to be crucified just to keep the organization from getting unscathed.
From the higher echelons to have any responsibility. Just like you said, they're separating themselves further and further away. We're not even called publishers. Jehovah's Witnesses aren't even called publishers anymore. They're called something else that's like person, some ordinary thing, terminology. And more and more and more, it is set up to where the governing body and all the upper echelons won't have to take responsibility for the things that they are doing.
They don't have to even, no one has to even look at them. They'll look at what's in the lower rungs, as they say, and the lower rungs will get, in trouble. The lower rungs are the ones that get in trouble, for
so the rank and file will feel the consequences.
Yeah.
And before they admit the way they have things set up, the leadership, and the way that they have things set up is that once a perpetrator or a pedophile comes into the congregation, things are set up in such a way that it is like they're on cruise sailing. It protects the perpetrator. And when the victim comes and makes an allegation, they're being told, well, you need to come up with a second witness, otherwise we can't do a thing, and all this other crap.
Two-witness rule is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to law enforcement. It's ridiculous to a person who has any sort of common sense. Because to be honest with you, when you look at, it's not only what's real in real life, but the show on NBC, and it's at 24 to 25 seasons already, Law and Order SVU, Special Victims Unit. People would be looking at Lizzie Benson, and she would mention the two-victim rule, and they would the two-witness rule, and beat her ass. She would probably even but let's just say it this way. I probably wanted the GB for saying something about a two-witness rule. She, Finn, played by Ice-T, a lot of them. They probably would go curse them out. All the other past detectives and past ADAs. They would. I bet that Dick Wolf, who is the creator of the show and the executive producer, he probably says about Watchtower and curses about Watchtower. The suits at NBC probably curse about Watchtower. The suits at other at other media and a movie and television whatchamacallit will say something bad about Watchtower. You know, Watchtower is a joke in the theatrical world. Watchtower is a joke in the theatrical world of television, movies, and media. Media. They are a joke.
It's
damn. You know?
It's a to be a mandatory reporter, you are to report at the point of having an allegation presented to you or simply having a suspicion. That's the timing. But what the organization says is, unless you have two witnesses, there's nothing we can do. So that puts a stall. That's a stall right there.
Yes.
So if the elders go to the alleged perpetrator and says, did you do this? If they did say that, yes, they did, they handle things one way. And if they say no, then they handle it another way. And neither one of them is reporting to the local authorities. Neither one of them is, you know. It usually gives the perpetrator a head start in escaping, which is exactly what happened with Holly and Lexi. He goes off to Mexico. And if anybody has listened to the podcast, Bethel something, what do they call it? Bethel, call Bethel.
I gotta start
there was
regularly,
there was an investigator who went to the home in Mexico. So that's Holly's mother, I believe, asking for him. And Carl Bethel was informed that he's already died. He has already died. That's what the podcast said, okay? Then the person starts to speak to Holly and ask Holly if she even knew this. And she's like, no, I didn't, and I really don't even care. Something to this effect, okay? I'm paraphrasing a lot here. But definitely check out Call Bethel. It's a podcast, and it's amazing. So it sets everything up to where the perpetrator can skip town, you know, just haul ass out of town. It's like the elders are saying, run now, escape now. Oh my God.
This is all knowledge. Get away, get out of town, out of Dodge, you know?
Yes.
But still, when it comes down to it, and the authorities do investigate, whether they have a special victims unit or, let's say, FBI were to, those elders are still going to be circumspect. They're not going to call the branch office up in Warwick or Warwich or Warkill or let's just, there's a some place in Brooklyn here, whatever. They're not going to bother because they have a setup that these elders are going to be the ones investigators, since they're the ones that handled and I handled the case. Their files that has all this information will be confiscated and used against them in a court of law. Nobody's going to call anyone. No one's going to call anyone upstate for a damn thing. Upstate New York, because I'm here in New York. For a damn thing. No one. This has been mandated that they're not going to take responsibility for what happens. These guys are lone wolves on their own. Like, no man is an island. Yes, they are an island. They're going to be standing alone. You know,
yes,
like
that
old song says.
Because,
you know,
the next step is going to court to hold these elders and the leadership accountable for not reporting when they were mandatory, when they were supposed to, because they, in that whatever state, they were supposed to be reporting, right? Well, by the time they get to court, then they're crying clergy tenant privilege. We didn't have to tell. We're entitled to do things in the manner that we see fit.
Oh
and it works in many cases. And in the process, the victims go through this and relive it, traumatized again and again and again. It is hugely courageous for a victim to be able to do this. I don't even know how they do, but they get talked down. The lawyers for the Watchtower claim all they're doing is they're in for the money, whatever. Now, this is after they've gone through a judicial committee, and asked, did you scream? Because if you didn't, child, you were a willing participant in your own rape. And a lot of times I've heard that the elders,
but they can't.
Yes.
Or victims are traumatized to the point that they can't scream. You know.
Correct.
And they don't.
Correct.
And the thing is everyone's threshold of shock and how could I say shock? Everything, however you want to say it, is different from another person. Some people can scream, some people fight, and some people have either fight or flight mode. You know, but Watchtower tries to make things cut and dry to make it seem like, well, if Sister A yelled and screamed, then Sister B should have cried. Sister C should have made flight. Sister D should have tried to preach her way out of it. You know, they try to, but every human being is different, which shows that Watchtower is fully out of touch with everything. Just about any and everything, they're fully out of touch. And they're out of time, too. I don't mean to take the whole lyric song there, but they are. They are.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah. No, it's a mess. And now
surviving just the judicial committee is like the things I've heard. I've heard that elders will like slam on the desk and call the potential, the alleged victims liars, just straight up liars. And then they don't come back because they're intimidated by a spiritual leader, calling them a liar.
And Watchtower subliminally does that too, so that cases such as that will not go any further. That nothing will go further. That they'll just keep on keeping on with the type of setup that they have to convert, get more money, get more control, get more power, get more this, get more that. It's just a bad cycle of sorts that needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped. They need to be stopped. They have to be stopped. Ruining people's lives in more ways than one. They need to be stopped.
It does. And when the Montana case was overturned, so Watchtower did not have to pay that. It was one of those things where there was not just one judge, there was a bunch of judges. I don't remember what that's called. I know that so they looked so frustrated because there was some kind of a loophole that made it to where they literally had to go by the laws of the land and let them off the hook because the society, the organization found that loophole and turned it all around.
One of those loopholes, when it comes to religious organizations and whoever set up those laws to protect religious organizations, which Watchtower is a corporation hiding under a religious organization. They were able to use those statutes and what have you to get by with it. And there should not, and the same way people were able to, when it comes to the Catholic Church, get restitution.
Oh, you're cutting out. You said that your battery was low, so
Yeah.
that's probably why.
No, I have to recharge both.
Okay. I'm so sorry you're cutting up. But I know you're saying some pretty cool things. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna say goodnight because I can't hear you, Hitley. I'm sorry if I'm talking over you and you can hear yourself talking, but I can't hear what you're saying. So I'm going to say goodnight, and hopefully you'll be able to share this next week if you get a chance to come on this show, because I do want to hear the end of this. This is Apostate Babe Linda James. Today is January 8th, 2023. It's Sunday, and I got to start this show on January 7th, Saturday evening, 2023. And I just wanted to say thank you for everyone that showed up, that called in and participated in the chat and through the phone, those that listened and those that are going to listen in the future. I just really thank you for being here, and I hope you found some things that were said that you could relate to. And if you believe that in the future you would be figuring out a way to leave the organization, I just want to encourage you to really try to find a social group that you can make friends with outside of the organization, plan ahead with some money so that you can get your own place, and do get your own personal information, such as your birth certificate, your social security card, because those are things that you're going to need once you are out on your own, to get driver's licenses, to get involved with, insurance and things such as this. If you don't get them, there are ways for you to get them, and you can get your social security card through Social Security Agency. You can call them up and ask them how to do it, and they'll give you the instructions. And same thing with a birth certificate. If you know the county that you were born in, you would call City Hall for that county and ask them how you go about getting, a copy. I believe it's called a registered copy. I might be off on that, but a confirmation of your birth certificate, so that you can use that for some of the things that will be coming up for you in life. So these are some things. If you have a cell phone, and it's a family cell phone that the whole family uses, if you do leave, that's going to be cut off. So please set yourself up with a new phone, so that you do have a phone in the future. Try to think of things that you can sell that is your own things, on eBay or something to that effect, because you can make some money through some of the things you own, and it can be replaceable later. And think about what memories you want to take with you, family pictures, things such as that belong to you. I'm not saying to go through your family album and just take a bunch out. That's going to be bad. Make copies and put them back, okay? Make copies and put them back. But yeah, and I'm really glad you're here. I'm really glad you're listening, and I'm really glad you're curious. I'm glad you paid attention to your intuition, and you can tell that something was off, and that made you willing to come here and listen to, an apostate talk tonight, and invite other apostates. And I just want to say thank you for being here. This is a show that really is the highlight of my week. I look forward to it all week long. And I'm just very thankful that you were here. So I'm not someone who wants to be a pastor or your guru. I'm just someone who's left the organization, and I just have some experience that I'd like to share with you. And the people that call in and share their experiences, I hope those that are listening that are thinking about leaving the organization, I hope you can maybe identify with some of us, you know, and know that you're not alone. You're not the only one going through this. The organization wants you to think that, and you're not the only one. There's many of us that have left this organization and living in society at large. And it can be challenging, but it's so worth it. And when you get to know people and hear that they've gone through things that you're going to be going through or that you are going through now, and know that they came through on the other side, because you're going to find out options that you were not even aware of. Ways of doing things that never even came to your mind. Not because you're not creative, but because of the isolation that the organization has made you believe is the only safe place. Your information from the outside world was limited, so it's simply being naive. And you'll learn things along the way, and it will definitely be worth it, and it's going to get better, and you're going to be okay. So yeah, just know that you're going to be okay. This is Apostate Babe, Linda James, your favorite apostate, and I will talk with you next week on healing after the Watchtower. Thank you so much for being here. Good night.